Tom Izzo spoke yesterday. His team will kick off the NCAA tournament just after noon against Mississippi State. Talked about things that should be looked at with the NCAA tournament. And I know everybody's upset. Things are getting taken out of context. What Tom really meant was, my understanding are these are the things that were up for discussion. Less analytics in the decision-making process as to who gets in. He brought up auto bids and the debate about the smaller conferences, the mid-majors, and whether or not it should go to the conference champion in the regular season or the conference tournament champion. Are we getting the best of the mid-majors? And then he brought up the idea of Cinderella, saying everybody loves early Cinderellas, but not so much later in the tournament. All of this to say there are some things that need to be looked at. John, I have no issue with the tournament as is. I have issues with people who want to expand. He also brought that up. I don't want to see expansion. I don't know why he's complaining about analytics. The analytics are a big reason why his team got in to begin with. I don't have a lot of issues with the NCAA tournament. The idea that Cinderella gets in and makes noise is the tournament. It's the soul of this whole dance. It's David versus Goliath. It's the idea that we want to see the little guy win in the first round and the second round and make a run. We still reference George Mason. There's not much I'd change, if anything, with the NCAA tournament. But as all those issues get brought up by Izzo, is there anything that you would change with the tournament? 248-539-9797.
The only thing I'd want to look at, and I'm not saying it needs to be changed, but I would look at what are you doing with those mid to low majors who dominate during the regular season. They win their conference regular season championship, and then all of a sudden, for maybe they just have a bad day, or it's they've got to win a couple of games in 3 days, and they come up short in the conference tournament.
So you're saying, because there are examples of this, like this year, what was the stat? Was it like 20 or 21 of the 31 conferences
didn't have their regular season champ win the conference tournament?
Yeah, and I think 15 of those 1 seeds that lost didn't get in the tournament at all.
Yeah.
But what I would say to that is like, oh, well, too bad. I mean, the sport is built on the idea that anybody can get in. When your conference tournament starts, you lace up your sneakers and you play yourself in. I mean, that is the sport, right?
Yeah.
Once you get to the dance itself, you don't go, well, but Duke's better than Lehigh. Well, they are, but they weren't that day. So you may say, well, we were the best team all regular season. Well, you weren't that day, so your season ends. Oh, well, tough luck. This is what the tournament is. This is why it's entertaining.
And that's the beauty of the tournament. And if that's simply what you're looking for, that's kind of what I'm looking for. So I'm okay with it. I try and look at it from the case of the players, not just the coaches or the university, but from the players. They have done so much throughout the course of the year, and then all of a sudden, all of that success is just thrown away because they couldn't win their conference tournament.
But that's the truth of anybody starting today. Yeah.
And life isn't fair. I'm not sure if you figured that out. I know I've figured it out, and sometimes it's the hard way. Sometimes it's from the outside looking in. Life ain't fair. It's never going to be fair. So and some of that is what makes this tournament so unique and special let's just take Purdue last year. Mm-hmm. All right, they had a bad day, and they lost to Fairleigh Dickinson, a 16 seed. Yeah. Sorry.
You don't get to go, but Purdue was actually better all season. Yeah. They were better than Fairleigh Dickinson last season until they played and kept score, and Fairleigh Dickinson was better on that day. I like that about the tournament. Like, when we get into it today, I'm going to be rooting for whoever emerges as that Cinderella. I like rooting for those teams. Maybe some of you, I mean, listen, if you're an MSU fan, you're going to root for Michigan State unless your name's Mike Valeni. You're going to root for Oakland unless your name's Kenny Cott. Like, if you went to the school, you'll root for your school. But beyond that, I think people do root for the Cinderellas. The pushback is always, well, the ratings don't support that, right? Last year, we had a bunch of double-digit long shot seeds make the Final Four, and, oh, this isn't as interesting. I don't know. I mean, the ratings, you could make that argument that that's how people speak, is if people aren't watching, then Izzo's right. I do think part of the branding of the tournament, though, is FAU to the Final Four. And that is bigger picture important for the tournament to have stories like that every once in a while.
Well, so, okay, last year. And I think most people, and you know, if we're trying to, you know, make this intriguing for the masses, they love the upsets early, but they also love the fact that there are blue bloods that are really good, and they make it to the Final Four. Last year, the conversation was Miami, UConn, and FAU, San Diego State. Like, who really has passion about that Final Four? UConn really the only blue blood of that group. And I thought it was great. I thought it was fresh blood. I thought it was fun to watch a team like FAU, who was a 9 seed, make it to the Final Four and come 1 point away from making it to the final game. Now, would they have been able to beat UConn? Probably not.
Yeah, find out,
but
though.
Who knows?
Yeah, that's the whole point, is you find out.
But I think a lot of people do like the fact that there are going to be upsets today. There are going to be upsets tomorrow. There are going to be upsets all weekend long.
And Izzo didn't, to be clear, wasn't like anti any upsets. But I don't know. I mean, just as I look at it, if you expand to what people have talked about, like 90 or, I don't know, he mentioned 100, what is the makeup of those additional 30 or so teams? The makeup, to me, my read is going to be dollars.
Right. Who
are going to get the auto bids? We'll have the same number of at large, right? The conference champions would all get in, and then who makes up the rest? I bet you it's 3/4 of those teams are mediocre Power 5. It's the 7th best team in the Big Ten. It's the 6th best team in the ACC. Throw in a 9th team from the Big 12. Like, do we need that? Is that what we should be doing?
No, and it's one of those things where you're talking about is more going to be better, and I don't think it is. I think it just dilutes everything that you would be watching in that very first weekend. And some would argue 64 is too much, but we're not going to go back to 32. We're not going to go back to any number that's less than 68.
Yeah. Ticket Texter says, we do realize this is the worst way to determine a champion, right? 6 games, elimination. I think the imperfection is what we grow to like and love about this. I agree this isn't the best way. Like, in the NBA, they play a 7-game series to ensure that, hey, you can't just be the best team that day. That's the better way to determine it. But we accept the charm of this tournament is that you're not going to get a 7-game series between Purdue and Fairleigh Dickinson. It's one of one. Anything can happen, the unpredictability.
And it doesn't take away from those individual teams. Purdue, back-to-back regular season Big Ten champs. Right? No matter what happens in the tournament, doesn't take away the fact that they were still Big Ten champs this year. They're going to raise the banner. They're going to do that. And
but they are a laughing stock because they can't get out of the opening round.
Well, yeah, because they lost to a 15, they lost to a 16. Like that, you do that to yourself,
right?
And so if you want to change that narrative, like I have them doing in my bracket,
you and Heather,
the Virginia Special, then all of a sudden they have that in their own power to change that narrative.
Well, and that's the key. Ticket Texter says Izzo's quick to forget about the loss to Middle Tennessee State as a 2 seed. Tourney's fine. You got to win. I mean, that's what it comes down to. And Texter says you give the small schools that exposure, lets them become a household name after a magical tourney run. Do you want to see any change at all as we get set to start one of the great days on the sports calendar? It's conference championships in the NFL. This is one of the great days on the sports calendar. Anything you tweak. And tonight, maybe some decisions that people have to make. We'll get to that next as well. It's 97.1. Among the things Tom Izzo brought up that has sparked conversation, expansion, auto bids. Do we really like Cinderellas? And are analytics too prevalent in making the decision for who makes the field? We bring all this up to ask you if you'd want to see anything changed. I think today is one of the great days on the sports calendar. Outside a minor tweak or two, no, I don't want to see it expanded. I wouldn't change auto bids. The amount of analytics they use is maybe a little too much, but Izzo's team benefited from it. I don't think you really need to make wholesale changes there. I miss anything? Like I wouldn't do much of anything.
Would you include coaches, more coaches in deciding the brackets, who's in, who's out? Obviously, we've got some, Roy Williams, Coach Krzyzewski, some recently retired legends. But do you think that they would be more along the lines of some of what Coach Izzo, intimated in his early comments, that you'd rather see more of the blue bloods, more of the big programs versus the little guy?
Yeah, it would depend. Like, everybody's got a bias. I mean, whether we want to acknowledge it or not.
Sure.
Would it end up with...
You're talking to Homer.
Stumping for Michigan with 8 wins. Put them in anyway. They're Michigan. They'll bring ratings and revenue. And come on. Yeah, I don't know. I guess in theory, yeah, put more people with knowledge of the game in the process. I guess I wouldn't oppose that. The one thing, if I was going to make a change, it's never really sat well with me that teams that win their conference are in play-in games. The 16 seeds, they won their conference. They should be in the field of 64. They shouldn't have to jump through one more hoop. They won their conference. But that's nitpicky. For the most part, I think this is
it's a pretty good system. It's very entertaining. And yeah, is it the ideal way to crown a champion? A lose and go home, win and continue? Probably not, but it's also what we talk about all the time. What is it that sets apart college football from the NFL? Now, those lines are being blurred. What sets apart college basketball from the NBA? And again, the further we get down the road, some of those lines are going to continue to be blurred, but this is one of those things. The NCAA tournament, the Super Bowl, World Cup every 4 years, you've got the NCAA tournament. Like, there are certain moments on the calendar that you mark, and this is certainly one of them. Day one, weekend one of the NCAA tournament is one that most people on their calendars are like, when's the NCAA tournament starting? Okay, I want to make sure that I'm available, maybe not all day, but at least some of the day, to be able to watch games.
The imperfections are the appeal. The quality of basketball is not the same as the NBA. The imperfections are the appeal. The idea that there is a David Goliath, an unpredictability, anything can happen, one game, mid-major against blue blood, that's the tournament. It's the essence of the tournament. We'll get to calls and ticket text. The other question I had was tonight. You're going to be wall-to-wall college hoops all day today if you want. But at 7 o'clock, we've got the local Cinderella bid in Oakland. They're facing Kentucky. Campy's well-liked. They're a cool story. They're local. Same time, the puck is going to drop at Little Caesars Arena. It's the Red Wings against the Islanders. It may be the return of Dylan Larkin. He was a full participant at practice yesterday. The Islanders are the team that started that ugly skid. Big opportunity for the Wings to distance themselves from the Islanders, make it kind of a two-horse race between them and the Capitals. Big-time playoff-esque game. This may be the biggest game the Wings have played since they were in the playoffs. What's on the biggest screen for you tonight? I know it's 2024. You've got your phone, you've got a tablet, your iPad, but what's the biggest piece of attention that you're going to spend tonight? 248-539-9797.
For me, it's going to be Oakland and Kentucky. The opportunity, the chance for them to do something special. And even if there's just a threat of it, getting into the end of the second half and they're within 5, single digits, they cut it to 4. Then it's a back and forth. Are they going to be able to pull off the unthinkable? I'm going to be tuned into that. I'll check on the score. I'll get the updates on my phone with what's going on with the Wings. Now, if it's a blowout, if Oakland just puts it on Kentucky, then sure. See what I did there? I'll turn it over and watch the Red Wings. But
yeah, Cal's fighting for his life.
Yeah, until that game is decided, I'm going to be more interested in that. And some of it is the allure of the tournament. Been able to watch the Wings all season long, and I can catch the highlights. I can see what's going on. But I want to be able to see, this is that day that we talked about. It's NCAA basketball's Super Bowl Sunday.
We have it up on our Twitter account at Costa and Jansen. Your biggest, what's on the biggest screen tonight for you?
How's that poll going? What's the update?
54%. So Greg put up the two options and other. Other has 8%. Of the two main options, 54% say Red Wings Islanders.
Okay.
37 or so percent with the percentages say Oakland. Kenny Cott from the afternoon show is an Oakland alum. He is not rooting for Oakland. I don't understand. This would be like the best accomplishment in the history of that athletic department. But anyway, that's his prerogative. He is going to go to an Oakland bar tonight and request the Red Wing game be put on.
What? I don't get that.
I don't.
Especially for Oakland. All right, you can sit there and talk about how disappointed you might be in Michigan State, and this is from an outsider looking in. And I get the fact that if you are an individual fan of Michigan State, that you want to move on from Coach Izzo, and you think that if they lose or if they're embarrassed or if they don't make the tournament, that you get a chance to move on from him. Those are outside factors. I believe if your team is in it, you got a chance to do something unique, special, whatever that might be. But I can somehow understand that theory. For Oakland, like they're playing prime time, 7 o'clock on the very opening day of the NCAA tournament against one of the bluest of blue bloods in the Kentucky Wildcats. This is an opportunity to do something special and unique, and I would love to see it. I can't understand him doing that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not an Oakland grad, but I like the little guy. I went to CMU. I'd like to see Oakland win tonight. It is not going to be on the biggest screen for me. I mean, you know this. I mean, I'm
kind of a little guy too, so kind of fits
not
the narrative.
6'7".
Well, you are a little guy.
But okay. But my focal point is the Red Wings tonight. I'm living and dying with this run. Let's get to the phones. Rob in a car. You're on 97.1.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Good morning.
I think the more leagues should do with their conference tournaments where their league championship gets a handicap where maybe they get buyed all the way to the semifinals, because you want your best team from your league representing you in the NCAA tournament. You know, you want Steph Curry from Davidson dropping threes in there. You don't want them to get upset and maybe not make it in there, so that you can get the deepest run from your tournament. And, Rieger had Campion last night, and he said some of his best teams didn't make it into the tournament with his NBA talent. And then the one thing I do like about the tournament with the small schools is you see 22, 23-year-old, guys going up against 18 and 19-year-old kids, and there's a talent gap there, but you got a 22-year-old 6'6" center going up against a 5-star 18-year-old 6'10" athlete, and it's just the way the matchups go. Or a team with 3 senior guards ranked 11th seed, and that's kind of the allure of it. Is these guys have been playing together for 4 or 5 years. These guys have been playing together for 4 or 5 months. And I love that's kind of the beauty of just sitting back. You don't know anything about this team, but then the announcers start to talk about the stories of the guys, how long they play together on the mid majors, and you really kind of start to root for them, because that's just the way the tournament's always been. And you get Bryce Drew knocking down 40-foot threes, and it's just cool.
Yeah, I think that's what it's all about, and you always want to preserve that. As far as getting the best team in, some conferences have done this, where they give their top 1 seed or their top 2 seeds extra buys. Like, we see that in the smaller conferences, Greg.
West Coast Conference notably does this. Gonzaga, St. Mary's had to win 2 games to make the tournament.
As opposed to the worst team in the conference has to win, 5?
It's like 5 and 5.
Yeah. So they do try. They try to spoon-feed the best team a spot, but you can only take a horse to water. You can't make them drink. They have to still win those neutral site games to win their way into the tournament. Texter says it's called March Madness for a reason. Keep it the way it is. No changes. John spot on with, quote, life ain't fair. Says, look at Michigan football. Cheated their way to a title. It's not fair, but it's reality. You thought that was going the other way, didn't you?
No, I never know where some of the texters are going.
Texter says, tell Izzo to shut up. He was helped for many years when Hollis was on the selection committee. Spartans will complain about everything. We got equal opportunity attacks on the ticket text. Another one says, if you can't win 6 in a row, you don't deserve to win the championship. You are battle-tested by the end. There's no doubt about that. As far as interest level tonight, going to have 2 TVs side by side because I thought of the problem ahead of time. Would love to root for the underdog, but the Red Wings' playoff chances are what I care about most. Jason in Dearborn. Another one
Solid
says,
plan.
how is this even a question? Of course, it's the Red Wings. Well, 60-40 on the response. It's not a no-brainer.
Yeah. And when push comes to shove, and who knows how this Oakland game turns out. It could be one of those where a lot of people are watching the Wings game, and even though it might be a good game, if Oakland's able to hang, the question then becomes, if there's a chance at that Cinderella upset at, I don't know, right around 9 o'clock, 8:45, do you switch over at that point? Because you want to witness it live.
One possession.
Yeah.
Final minute. What's going to
Results
happen?
And where they are will certainly play into the channel surfing at that time.
Well, and as excited as I am for the Wings' opportunity tonight, let's call it what it is. They've given up the first goal in 9 of the last 10 games. They've had some ugly games. If the Wings are getting run off their own home ice, all right, what are Campy's boys doing?
Run down there and start the Jared Goff chance. Come on. I know you got it in you. Put the flags up, fly them, loud and proud.
It's gotten to the point where I won't even object to anything anymore. Whatever you want to, any omens, anything, please. Get this team back in the right spot. It's 97-1. Talk about the D. Dive into the biggest pool in history. Stadium Swim. We're talking about it. It's at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch the biggest games at a viewing experience that's built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of that massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. It's Stadium Swim. It's America's favorite place to watch all sports, including the tournament. You want to watch what's going on with Cinderella, or you want to watch a team that's trying to make the playoffs. This is the place for sports fans. They've got the swim-up bars, the Insta-ready selfie walls, a non-stop party. Score your perfect game day spot with cozy day beds, the private cabanas, or just lounge at the center of the action. Reserve your place today. It's 365 days of sports poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today, circalasvegas.com. That didn't take long.
No. We didn't talk about that. I mean, that or Morehead State. Yeah, Longwood. Well done, my friend.
All right, John, we got the tournament today.
Yes, we do.
We got Michigan State, Mississippi State at 12:15. What's your read on the game?
So I want to see the dude that's, 6'6", 290 pounds. To me, this is a game where Michigan State, and coaches always talked about it. We've talked about it. Like if the guards come out and play, and the seniors, the juniors and seniors that Coach Izzo has cultivated, if they play the way they're supposed to play, this really shouldn't be much of a game for Michigan State. I think they go out there and they win by 15.
Really? Okay. Not to give him more ammunition back there, but it is about defense. These are two good defensive teams. Michigan State, I think top 10 Ken Palm on defense. And in the case of Mississippi State, I think they're top 30, roughly. Fact check me on it. They're both really good defenses. Mississippi State, though, they struggle to score. Terrible at the free throw line. Bad jump shooting team. They don't make threes. Their lead offensive playmaker is a 5'10 freshman. Like,
right.
Okay, come on. You got multiple guards. Smother this dude. Don't let them score. It may be low scoring. And then you just go, okay, can Michigan State with seniors execute enough? I don't think they have to score 70 to win today. Can they score 55? Might be enough to win today. That's kind of how I look at it for Michigan State. Get through today, advance. You got Carolina the next game most likely, and at least you play the game.
See what happens.
Yeah, you play the game.
I get it. And when you're talking about, it's Jimmy Bell who's the big dude in the middle for Mississippi State, and also the fact that he's from Saginaw, Michigan. All right, there's just a few things that you're looking at in this game going, all right, well, this would be interesting to see. But Josh Hubbard, you mentioned him. He's the little guard for Mississippi State. He is a freshman, averages over 17 points a game, but he's not a great shooter. Like behind the arc, all right, 35%, but 38% from field goal percentage.
Yeah, like I said, they don't
He's
score.
not a great shooter, and so you know that they're chucking it up quite a bit. It's, to me, this is the classic. If Michigan State plays a little bit of what you expect, a team that I know in the Big Ten tournament, they turn the ball over more than they traditionally do. If they just protect the ball, really what it comes down to.
Yeah, I mean, the only other way they would really find themselves, and this is where it comes full circle, on the wrong side of this, is if they get beat up on the glass. Like Mississippi State will crash the boards. It'll almost feel like an Izzo throwback kind of game. They're doing all the things that Michigan State used to do. War drill, fight for the loose ball, win the offensive glass, rebound. That to me is the way they lose this game, is they just too many second chance points, a game where there's not enough points to begin with, and you start giving up, hey, here was a free dunk here, a put back here. All of a sudden it's 8, 10, 12 points that you shouldn't have given up to begin with in a game that's lower scoring. That's the way Michigan State would get sent home today. So if you got thoughts, 248-539-9797. We're going to get into the Cam Sutton stuff at 9:35 and talk about where the Lions go from here. But Michigan State will kick off the tournament. They'll kick off a day of college hoops, wall-to-wall, upsets, fingers crossed. Hopefully we see a bunch of them. That's what I'm rooting for more than anything else today.
Some upsets?
Yeah.
Sure. And that's going to be the one where you're looking at it going, okay, well, who's the biggest underdog that can extend their season today?
Yeah. I mean, we talked about the Cinderella way. You look at the 12s and the 13s, and we've had 15s and 16s in the last couple years do this thing. So that's going to be the focal point. I know people here locally want that Cinderella to be Oakland. That was our poll question. We'll continue to update those results as we go. Oakland tonight at 7, Red Wings at 7. I made a kind of a flippant comment. I don't know if you agreed with it, John. Biggest Red Wing game since they were in the playoffs is tonight at Little Caesars Arena.
Because
they haven't sniffed the playoffs.
No, they haven't. Yeah, I mean, how could you argue it? And what it does is it builds up to the next game. All right, if they win this
The next one will be the biggest game.
then the next one will be the biggest.
And then Tuesday against the Capitals will be the biggest game. Yep.
And because of where the Capitals are versus where the Red Wings are right now, we're kind of at that spot where is it must win? It's kind of in that must win category, and it's a shot at the playoffs. You haven't been in the playoffs for a decade, and this one makes the next one even bigger, which then turns into, until they lock in a playoff spot, I think you could probably make that argument about every single game that they're playing, until they're either locked in or locked out.
About a dozen games to go. Could Larkin come back tonight? Reimer's supposed to be in net for the second game in a row. Kind of something we talked about. So, a lot to look forward to. Let's get to Heather with the news.
3 people from out of state have been arrested in connection with a series of vehicle break-ins and thefts in Macomb and Oakland County. So on March 14th, authorities received 4 different reports of vehicles having their windows broken, personal items stolen. Surveillance video from the scene showed 2 suspects arrive in a silver Mazda, then break into the vehicles, and then they left. They also were able to track down the vehicle, and they saw other break-ins in Rochester Hills the next morning. Anyway, the suspects were arrested, 2 men from Florida, 1 woman from Tennessee. The stolen items have been recovered. A Kentucky couple has been charged with attempting to sell their newborn babies.
What?
They had twins. These little girls were born on February 28th, and then they went to a relative and said, hey, you can buy our babies for $5,000. Well, that relative decided to take this to authorities, thankfully, and also had evidence, had text messages, video messages as well. After they were caught, the couple saying, oh, it was just a joke. We were just joking about actually wanting to sell our babies, but didn't seem to matter either way. They were both charged with promoting human trafficking.
Just a quick shout out.
Yeah, speaking of babies.
That's a weird transition. Can we just couple things? Yada,
we're
yada,
talking
yada,
about
blah, blah,
babies.
blah, blah, blah. Okay, babies.
Yeah, we were talking about babies, but
Yeah.
a quick shout out to Evan Jenkins and his wife Ashley for the beautiful baby that she delivered yesterday at 12:59 p.m. Frankie Jane,
Little
7
baby
pounds,
girl.
5 ounces, and has been reported, both mom and baby, very healthy. And congratulations to both of them.
And unfortunately, Evan's going to have to stay home where all the basketball's
I
on.
know.
Damn
Yes.
shame.
Wow,
that he
I
can't,
tell you
won't
what,
be in at work.
they had a game plan, and she came through as planned.
By the way, Gov says you just pulled a Stoney with the
I did?
awkward transition with the news story.
I mean,
over
it
there.
was-
Yes, selling babies to happy times. I get that, but it was a baby story,
Yeah.
so
Okay.
I went
I
to
get
baby.
it.
Yes.
Congrats to them. I'm so excited for him.
Yeah.
I can't wait to meet I hope, eventually they bring her in. I can't wait to meet the
I'm
baby.
sure they will,
I'm
yeah.
glad you showed a picture of her. She's got a full head of hair. She's so cute.
Yeah.
Congrats to them.
As people have pointed out, more hair than Rieger has.
Yes.
Not hard to do these days.
That is true. Yeah. Well, he shaved his head, so he doesn't have
Even,
any.
even before shaving his head, I don't know if it might have been.
Yeah, I know. We don't need to go there, though.
Yeah.
So Eminem is releasing a new album. So says Dr. Dre. Anyway, so Dre was on Jimmy Kimmel Live, and he says that he's got a new album that is going to be released this year, and this would be his 12th studio album, the first since his 2020 Music to Be Murdered By. So something to
Cool.
look forward to if you're a fan, without a doubt. And, Dre will be on the album as well. So either or you can listen to.
Can't
Pretty
wait.
exciting, yeah. Finally, I don't know if this is a new study because I have heard this before, but either way, it's being reiterated that swearing or giving the middle finger or some sort of gesture like
Makes
that
you
is
feel
actually
good?
good for you.
Oh,
Yes.
yes,
There
very
we go.
cathartic. Yes.
So there's a new study that found cursing or using obscene gestures can actually help reduce pain and increase pain tolerance, because it is true, right? Like every time you hurt yourself, you stub your toe,
yeah.
I mean, you usually swear. And apparently it's good for you to do that. Let it
Yes.
all out. There was a study, and it was done by students at Kalamazoo College. So local study here, and they had to do the ice bucket basically challenge, where they had to put their hand in a freezing cold bucket of ice water
Right.
and see how long they could leave their hand in there. And the students who were able to swear or, use gestures
Yes.
were able to keep their hand in the bucket of ice water longer.
Scientifically proven.
Yes.
Well done.
Oh, well,
I guess you could do that too.
That's different. That's a
Yes.
little different, but maybe. Yeah. Finally, no big Powerball winner. Also, Mega Millions jackpot are huge. So the jackpot for the Powerball has been steadily growing since January. It's now to about $750 million. So get in on that. Next drawing is Saturday. Mega Millions is almost $1 billion. So you want to get on that too tomorrow.
Time to go.
Tomorrow.
Yeah. Get your tickets tonight or tomorrow, but get them.
ASAP. All right, Heather with the news. Cam Sutton. Now what? 97.1. John, you just asked, you go, is there any update on the Cam Sutton stuff? I have something from Dave Burkett. It's not a major update, but he says as of 9:20 this morning, Cam Sutton still hasn't turned himself in on that warrant for domestic battery by strangulation. That's per the sheriff's office down there in Florida. Burkett, in a comment, clarified something else. He said, it's been reported yesterday his license plate had shown up on a license plate reader in Florida. I asked today if he's considered a missing person, and they said no, just at large. So what's the designation there? That they don't think there's no...
Well, so at least they know his car was there. I don't know if they have video surveillance of showing who the driver is.
Right, or if it... Yeah.
But they got to believe that he was the driver of his vehicle. They do believe, and it states in the article, that he is in Florida, not Michigan, per the license plate reader. And I think, at this point, at large just means they don't believe anything foul has happened to him.
Nothing nefarious. Because there was a concern.
If they've been looking for him for 2 weeks, now they've put this social media post out. They've basically gone nationwide searching for him. In this day and age, if you haven't been able to locate somebody for 2 weeks, you got to believe, well, where is he? Why can't you find somebody in this day and age? And especially when the charges are this. It's not like it was a fender bender and he just left the scene.
Too many speeding tickets and they can't find him. No, this is serious.
Yeah.
And, I think with domestic disputes, there's always two sides to a story, but when you have visible
injury
and you flee, you look guilty as hell. And I know that's not enough to, sentence him. I'm not a jury or a judge, but we're all taking this in real time. This broke yesterday. He looks guilty as hell, and we can't find him. We being the society can't find him. It's fair to question if he's ever going to play for the Lions again.
Sure.
And then we can bring it to the football space and ask, now what? Because, John, I think Brad Holmes, we gave him a lot of credit. He filled all the needs. Now we turn our attention to the draft, and you can take whoever you want. Is corner now back on the table as a need that he still needs to address before the draft?
It's hard to answer that question because there's so many unknowns. You don't know what's going on. But if they're operating under the assumption, and I would imagine NFL is going to have investigators, the Lions are going to have investigators, they're going to make some calls, they're going to say, hey, what are the facts of this case? And I don't know what they'll be able to get from the police. If the police report is, a public matter, they'll be able to see what everybody else can see. And then they'll have to make their determination. Oh, do we think he's going to be serving a suspension? Do we think he will be unavailable to play anywhere in the NFL and incarcerated or whatever it might be?
Or a lengthy suspension where he couldn't play even if you wanted him to.
Right. Yeah. They're going to have to make those judgments. And if it is for any length of time that he's unavailable, then, they still need to address the need of cover corner.
One of the questions yesterday when this was all kind of filtering out was, well, this happened on March 7th. Mm-hmm. That's before free agency. Did the Lions add Carlton Davis and Amik Robertson, two corners, knowing there was going to be a big need because of Sutton? But the Lions announced yesterday, they claimed that they didn't know about it until yesterday. Mm-hmm. So they brought those two guys in with the assumption that Cam Sutton was also going to be on the football field this season, which to me would say, well, if he was going to be their number two corner and now we don't know where he is, let alone if he will be playing football, it's still a need for this team. And if you're Brad Holmes, free agency's not over. There's names out there. There's dudes that can help this team. If you're anticipating that he's going to go on some exempt list or be cut or not be on the roster, add another depth corner. That way you can go into the draft and keep all your options on the table. Don't feel like you have to take a corner at 29.
Right, and let's not go down the road of, L'Jarius Sneed is still on the trading block because you could make that argument, but it's more likely that they will go, like they did with the offensive line, a one-year deal for a proven veteran. I think it's more likely that they explore the option of a Stephon Gilmore, who is available, and maybe he was a guy that you're looking, if we can get what we want in the draft, or if the draft falls the way we think it is, and we're taking the best available, if it's a Cooper DeJean, if it's a Kool-Aid McKinstry, or insert any corner that you believe is the best available at 29, then maybe you don't need to. But now, are you looking at it going, for a year, we've got to do this? The Rodgers with the Detroit News.
Justin Rodgers.
Yeah, Justin Rodgers.
Yeah.
Is this Is this part of that rainy day fund
Yeah.
that they've been saving up for? And now all of a sudden, instead of waiting until August or September, they've got to tap into it now.
Yeah, we had referenced it right before free agency. Justin Rogers, he'll write and get to some of the stuff that's maybe under the radar, and he touched on that. The Lions' personal belief is they like to keep, I think he said $15 to $20 million in cap space.
And in adding all of these players, they've been able to do that.
Yeah, and still have a little wiggle room. Because think about this. The way Brad Holmes has attacked free agency, he added Zeitler to an offensive line with Graham Glasgow, and I believe the two of them combined, their cap hit is less than Jonah Jackson's. So he did a nice job. Even DJ Reader with shorter-term deals and not fully guaranteed deals, spreading that cap space out so they can add Reader and Zeitler and two corners and still have a rainy day fund and still be able to add another body if stuff like this happens.
Yeah, and they haven't manipulated the cap like an Eagles team, Philadelphia Eagles team has, but they have because Carlton Davis, while he came in here on the last year of his contract, they added a couple of voidable years and lessened his number. And it's the same thing with like a Marcus Davenport or even DJ Reader. Even though he signed a 2-year deal, there's a couple of voidables to spread that out. And if they go at some point, which I think we all believe that they will, redo Jared Goff's contract, that will add this year more cap space than it will take away.
Let's get to the phones. You guys want to jump in 248-539-9797. What now for the Lions? Jeff in Roseville, you're on 97.1.
Hey, hi guys. I'm a first-time caller. I love listening to your show.
Appreciate it.
I was just thinking about this, about when the Lions knew, because it would be interesting to know if they had knowledge when they made some of these moves. Doesn't it seem a little bit weird that if the police knew 2 weeks ago that he was on the run and that he was a player for the Detroit Lions, that they wouldn't have checked with the Lions much sooner than waiting until after their last resort of going on to social media? Would seem to me that the Lions may have actually known, but they're just not saying that. It's just my little theory.
Yeah, it seems like, hey, if we can't find him, and especially since you know that he is employed in Michigan, maybe he's up there, and you get a call from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. Well, why are they calling about Cam Sutton? To find out where he is, they want to talk to him. It's hard to imagine that the detectives in Hillsborough County wouldn't have made that call.
Yeah, it's maybe a question of when they would have made that call, because Carlton Davis, I believe, was traded to Detroit within the first 7 days of Sutton being missing. I think they were adding Carlton Davis whether Cam Sutton was on this team either way.
Yeah.
But did they know? And I don't think it mattered for them adding Carlton Davis. Amik Robertson can play inside and outside. Was that them covering themselves? I mean, I don't know. I mean, we just know what the statement said. The statement said they found out yesterday.
Yeah. And we got no reason not to believe him. We just the question
it just seems
is
odd
there.
that nobody would have checked with the employer in the first 2 weeks. A lot is odd about this story, including the fact that he
still has not been located.
Yeah, what did they say? He's at large. He's not missing. He's at large.
His vehicle with the license plate that they're looking for was spotted on camera yesterday, which has been reported. They just haven't been able to find it and actually put officers with him.
Texter says, fellas, what am I missing? I feel before the Sutton news, they still needed help in the secondary. Why does everybody think they're all set with the Davis signing? He's identical to Jerry Jacobs. How is that any better? They need 2 now instead of 1. Other QBs are going to pick this secondary apart.
He's much better than Jerry Jacobs. That's not even the same category.
Come on. Yeah.
That's apples and oranges.
I'm with you.
And do they need to address it still? Is it still a need? And I think it even becomes more of a need now. Yes, because again, we weren't present when this happened. Don't have the photos, don't have any, I don't even have the police report. But if what has been reported by reputable sources that there were visible bruises, it seems like Cam Sutton, it's going to be a while before he plays football again, and who knows if that ever happens.
Yeah, and again, the reporting on this, ESPN had it in their story. The sheriff's office spokesperson told ESPN there was evidence of wounds on the woman's body. And then you disappear. It's one thing if you're there at 4 a.m. when this gets called in and you're calm and you state your case and you maintain, hey, I didn't do what she says I did. We'll see it. You get your day in court. We solve it. Instead, evidence, and again, the accusation is strangulation, so we're talking probably on the neck and the shoulders and the head.
And then why disappear for 2 weeks?
And
Because
then
this is
you're
not going
gone.
to go away.
Yeah, you can't run from this problem. Like the lack of accountability. If you did something horrible, you will have to. You have to address it. I mean, you have to. There will be consequences, and he's just disappeared at large. Cam Sutton. 248-539-9797. Coming up next, NFC hierarchy. We talk about where this team is in a Super Bowl push. CBS put out their hierarchy for the NFC. We'll get to that next. It's 97.1.
Say goodbye to busted brackets because FanDuel lets you bet on every game of the tournament. Whether you're betting on a big upset or a 1 seed, it's time to go dancing on America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. And my advice, if you want that $200 in bonus bets, then bet on what you believe is the surest thing in the tournament. Take a 1 over a 16. It's only happened twice in history that a 16 has beat a 1. And if you win, you're going to get that $200 to use on point spreads, money lines. You can even pick who's going to win it all. That just visit FanDuel.com/Jansen and bet on college hoops until they cut down the nets. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
Got the NFC hierarchy from CBS Sports. Most major free agent moves have been made. Free agency's not over, but it's a check-in. And John, of course, we want to know, where are the Lions? Let me take you through the top 10 in the NFC, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Number 10, the Minnesota Vikings. Key addition, Sam Darnold, Aaron Jones, and then, of course, what they did on defense, Van Ginkel and Greenard, as well as Blake Cashman. Key departures, Kirk Cousins, Danielle Hunter, Jordan Hicks, ... Top 10 in the NFC. Number 9 is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Number 8 is the Seattle Seahawks. Number 7 is the Atlanta Falcons. None of those teams in the playoffs next year?
No.
Okay. The Kirk thing, maybe.
Yeah,
as
I mean,
a division
Atlanta,
winner,
I'm not going to say they're not. They're in a terrible division.
There are no teams in the South ranked ahead of them. So I guess, okay, fine. 6, the Los Angeles Rams. Big loss with Aaron Donald.
Mm-hmm.
They did shore up the offensive line. A couple guards, including Jonah Jackson. Number 5, the Green Bay Packers. Josh Jacobs, Xavier McKinney. A couple guys in their mid-20s.
Yep.
Productive players. Number 4 is the Dallas Cowboys. Number 3 is the Philadelphia Eagles, which means the Lions are in the top 2. It's just a question, have they done enough to be the number 1 team in the NFC? The answer is no, they haven't. They're number 2. Second, San Francisco 49ers, the number 1 team still in the NFC. You agree with it?
I do. And even though, San Francisco lost Eric Armstead, they've added on the defense as well. And I mean, just like, Minnesota loses Danielle Hunter, but they add 2 guys that can rush the passer. They had some losses. They addressed them. But until they're knocked off, and with the fact that Kyle Shanahan, you could say whatever you want about him coming up short in Super Bowls. He is remarkable as an offensive play caller. And they've got Deebo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey, Ayuk, George Kittle. They've got so many offensive playmakers. They become very difficult to defend. And if you're looking at it going, well, did they do enough to shore up? Because you could run the ball in the playoffs. Did they do enough to shore up the defensive side? It'll be TBD because it's a new mix and it's a new defensive coordinator.
The Lions were good enough to beat the Niners last year. They had a big halftime lead, and they didn't, and a couple drop passes and couldn't get off the field at the end of the game. We don't need to rehash the NFC title game. My point is, they were there. They were in that game. They had the lead. They were every bit as good up until the very end in San Francisco. I think it's a 1A, 1B situation. I really do. And if you want to say default, it's the Niners until you knock them off, I'm not going to fight you on it. But I do feel like the Lions are right there, 1A, 1B with San Francisco. And it's because DJ Reader and Kevin Zeitler. Reinforcing your trenches. That's the way San Francisco's built. You're going to have to out-physical them. Reader helps a lot against a Kyle Shanahan team.
Yeah.
You want to run the ball? Aleem McNeil was already spearheading one of the best run defenses in football. Then you put big old DJ Reader next to him. That specifically feels like a check on San Francisco more than any other team. It's for Green Bay in the division, and it's for the Eagles in a head-to-head. But that, to me, is specifically for San Francisco maybe more than anybody. And you can't have any slippage on the offensive line, so you get Zeitler in there, and boom, you're able to run the ball as well as anybody, including San Francisco.
And I know the whole Javon Hargrave signing didn't necessarily pay off the way they wanted it to. He's still there.
Yeah.
He's still a good player. And so, adding Leonard Floyd, and, in terms of the injury that Greenlaw suffered in the Super Bowl, is he going to be able to return? They've obviously gone out and Devondre Campbell, Flanagan Fowles. They've tried to shore up the linebacker position until he is available. So I'm not going to go 1A, 1B. I think it's still San Francisco until proven otherwise. And they were 30 minutes away. They should have won. We could go down that road. I'm not going to right now. They didn't. And until they're knocked off, until they show that through the course of a season, they can't be one of the most dangerous offenses paired with a good defense that can pressure quarterbacks, they're 1, Lions are 2.
Is there anything the Lions could have done in free agency to where you would have said, you know what, on paper, this is the best team. Even though they haven't done it on the field, I feel comfortable putting the Lions number 1.
Well, and sure, there's still moves that they can't make. I mean, we talked about L'Jarius Sneed. You could go trade for him, and that maybe that bumps them up because they could do so much more defensively. Maybe it's just simply signing a Stephon Gilmore. The only other thing that could have been better. Now, we don't know necessarily. Is Marcus Davenport? He's going to be healthy.
That's the one.
Yeah, edge rush. That would be the one where you're like, if they added a Danielle Hunter. Or
if one of the pass rushers that San Francisco
added, then I'd be looking at if they added Leonard Floyd,
double-digit sacks last year, right?
Yeah, then I'd be looking at it going, okay, yeah, they should be the number one team in the NFC. They should be the top dog. Everybody's chasing them.
Couple storylines to watch with San Francisco on the ticket text. Keep in mind they could lose Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah,
that's a big storyline. Teams might want to trade for him. They might trade him. Another one says, on the positive, though, for San Francisco, people forget about Hufanga, their safety who got hurt last year. This texter says he's a top 5 safety playmaker in the league. I don't know if you agree with that, but the idea is he is a good player on that defense, and he didn't play at the end. Yeah. So they'll get a boost from him.
Him and Greenlaw together. I mean, those
by the
are
end
two
of the
big.
season.
Yeah, by the end of the season. Now, obviously, Greenlaw was there for the Lions.
But I'm saying by the end of this season, couldn't they have both of them back? Yeah. I mean, listen, it's going to be a dogfight. But the Lions have gotten better in free agency. Still got the draft. Still have more free agency. Yeah. So we've got Doug and Gator. They're out at Twin Peaks, right?
Yes, we are. How are you?
Good. You guys are taking it all in.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those challenges of watching games and doing talk radio at the same time. But we've been there, done that, and
only for those that are easily distracted.
Yes. Well, if only there was only one of us that wasn't easily distracted.
Yes.
But we set up shop here at Twin Peaks in Madison Heights. And they got TVs wall to wall everywhere. They're gonna have, when there's 4 games going on, you're gonna have them on 4 screens, side by side, and on top of one another. I mean, it's gonna be a basketball orgy, side by side, and one on top of the other.
Wow,
it's perfect.
Gator, I'll let you handle that one.
Well, I'm going to participate, so it'll be interesting. Everybody wins.
All right, so what's your prediction? What happens MSU versus MSU?
Is this where it cue us to make the joke? I'll go with MSU. No, you know what? It's going to come down. That game to me comes down to how the whistle's blown and which team that frustrates their fan base with poor shooting frustrates their fan base less than the other team frustrates their fan base.
Sounds about right.
I think Michigan State wins it, but I don't think it's going to be a pretty game. It just strikes me as too. I mean, Mississippi State may as well play in the Big Ten with their style of play, and Michigan State has not played a very clean game in a while. So I think it's going to be one of these slugfests if Michigan State prevails by 6 points.
So we asked the question tonight. Obviously, Oakland taking on Kentucky. What's going to be on in the Karsh household or the Gator household when it is Oakland versus Kentucky as well as the Wings game?
So this is a tough one because I need a 4th television set up in the man's room. First world problems because there's going to be 4 March Madness games and a Wings game going. I actually need 2 more TVs, don't I? I'm gonna have to stream something on the laptop, have one on my phone.
Come on.
It's just a
total chaos.
What are you going to watch? Are you seriously going to have all those TVs on, be distracted by everything when you can really just need to be focused on 2 things?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I know Doug better. That's how Doug rolls. For me, it'll be I'll definitely have the Red Wings will take priority, but I will be keeping up to date with the what's going on with Oakland U for sure, because that game is really intriguing to me. I like what Campy had to say about the matchup there. And I mean, he had me fired up thinking Oakland's got a chance because of the matchup. So we'll see how they actually work out on the court there. But everybody's rooting for him. I mean, I feel like the only people that aren't rooting for Oakland U are people in the state of Kentucky.
And Kenny Cott, but you guys can deal with that yourself. Carson Anderson coming up next.
It's a whole other issue, yeah.
I can't make sense of that guy. You guys have a fun show coming up. Stay tuned. It's 97.1.
Yep, we're here on one of the great days in sports. Glad to be with you. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Gator, how are you today?
I'm doing well.
That's good.
I'm doing well, and I'm not going to lie. Right now, I've got a little taste. Got a taste.
A taste of?
Are we allowed to drink? Because I got to tell you, it's been a while.
No, we are not.
Did I see a wink or no? Because it's been a while since I've had a day beer.
Well, certainly with our show being broadcast live on television. Oh, it's not. So we'd be able to get away with it because we're just on radio, but we would never do that.
I'm just saying, man. Sometimes you get the taste, you know. You gotta, you know what? I could go for a beer.
So the thing about Twin Peaks, and they've got the digital thermometer set up for how cold the beer is. Right now it's at 29 degrees. I feel like I'm waiting to buy. Like when that thing gets down to 26 and a half, because it varies.
That's too cold.
No. Well, you buy now, my friend. I'll wait till it gets down to 26 and a half degrees, maybe a little bit less than that. And I'll be like, now, pour the beer now. But we will be here at Twin Peaks up until 2 o'clock here on 97.1 A Ticket. Where is it? It's in Madison Heights, 75, 14-mile exit. Gets a little tricky with the Michigan lefts. It's a 14-mile address, but it's off of Stevenson Highway.
There's more than a Michigan left.
It's a Michigan left and another Michigan left.
There's like a Michigan figure 8.
Yes, that's what it is.
No, honestly, because this is the new construction. They've done this over the last couple of years, and it can be a little difficult. But, yes, if you're coming up 75, look for the 14-mile exit. And if you're, just so you know, the entrance to Twin Peaks is on Stevenson.
If you can handle getting to the 14-mile exit off 75, you can handle going the rest of the way and getting here to Twin Peaks. So it's going to be a fantastic place to watch games today, and we'll be broadcasting live right up until 2 o'clock. So,
all right, so beer?
We have to wait a little bit longer than this. Not much longer, but a little bit longer than this.
I'm just, you know.
What is it? You think like St. Patrick's Day redone or something?
Well, I mean, you know, I didn't exactly partake in St. Patrick's Day, and last time
make it up to do.
Last time we were at Twin Peaks, during the football season, we were there one night on a Friday during the day, I believe.
Yep.
I had a back injury I was dealing with.
Yep.
So I was on medication.
Yep.
I'm not.
You're not on medication any longer?
Not
I was in the midst of dry January, which sucks.
Yeah.
And but I made it through.
Well, last I checked, it's March.
It is March. January is over. We go by the standard calendar here on the Karsch and Anderson program. So, March is over. So anyway, come by, watch games. Twin Peaks girls are here. The food is tremendous. It is probably the most underrated part of this place is the Scratch Kitchen. So don't be fooled thinking bar food. It's really, really good. And we'll be definitely that we can partake in soon. So that'll be the plan. But I do have to say a goodbye today. We lost Freddy Cat last night.
Oh.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm sorry, buddy.
Yeah, it's
that was your mother-in-law's cat.
Mother-in-law's cat.
That you guys took on.
Yep. She had a cat 20 years ago named Frady. And she was named Frady because Frady basically hid from people all the time. And when my mother-in-law got put into a home, they found a cat that looked like Frady and acted exactly like Frady. And they brought Frady to her living facility. And my mother-in-law was like, oh, there's Frady. Like never even blinked, even though Frady had been gone for a while. Wow. But, you know, she was in that stage of life. And so Frady moved in, and as far as she was concerned, it was the original Frady. And then we lost my mother-in-law several years back, and we got Frady. And Frady had a good run. We got her to get out of her shell a little bit, started becoming very friendly, and she's been kind of deteriorating. And we took her in hoping she wasn't eating because it was maybe a tooth issue or something of that nature, and we're hoping something, and we got bad news, and that's tough.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yep.
I know how tough that is. That sucks.
It is tough.
So
I got to pour one out. I got to pour one out for Frady soon.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
How old was Frady?
We have no idea. Frady was taken and brought back to the Humane Society 3 separate times because people are like, we've got this cat and we can't find it. It's always hiding. We don't want this cat. But we
wasn't a very social cat.
No, we gave Frady. Well, by the end, Frady was very social. Like I said, what I kept saying is we gave Frady some good years at the end. So we are now petless for the first time.
Okay.
Since the year 2000, really.
As a dog owner and somebody who's
Yeah.
gone through all this, I know it can be really difficult. I went 10 years between dogs.
Yep.
Because I just was not ready to get another dog, and now Lois is 9 years old. Is it too soon to start thinking about
So
what life would
here's
be
the
like
problem:
with or without?
is that our young guy, our littlest, is broken up about it. He was really, really upset, and he's been begging for a dog forever. And the obvious, immediate solution is go get a dog.
But
I feel like this is not the time to make that decision.
He's in high school.
Yep, and soon it will be basically my dog.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. No,
but
first of all, even if you got it today, it's not soon. It's tomorrow. will
Yeah,
be your
right.
dog.
To go, I'll walk it every day, Dad.
That's how it
Sure
works.
you will, yeah.
Yeah.
But so anyway, a little bit bumming today, and I'll just have to drink some beer. is what I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I
have to
think
do.
Freddie would like that.
Yeah. Okay, so March Madness, we got Michigan State taking on Mississippi State today in the first game of the full schedule today at 12:15. It's the 8 versus 9 game, and then we've got OU, the Golden Grizzlies, taking on Kentucky tonight. That's at 7:10. Spartans playing Mississippi State in Charlotte, North Carolina. Golden Grizzlies taking on Kentucky in Pittsburgh tonight. So 2 local teams going to go at it. And I guess, Gator, the first thing I think we should start with is see if we can get a sense for how Spartan fans and Golden Grizzly fans are feeling. I think when your team – I feel like Oakland University fans probably feel like they're playing with house money.
I would think
Anything
so.
that happens from here on out, hey, stay competitive in this game. We're gonna have a wild ride. And beyond the 2 hours of the basketball tonight, I don't know that they have an expectation. I don't think it's impossible. I don't think it's impossible at all. 14 over a 3 is not ridiculous. But so I bet the Oakland University fans, I'm guessing, but they know better than I do, they're feeling like they're playing with house money. Spartan fans, I feel, are in a low expectation, go ahead and surprise me kind of place. Which is honestly is not the worst place to be. You'd rather have a 1 seed and be great. I got that. But if you have a low expectation, I don't feel like there's any chance of massive disappointment today.
Well, I think there would be massive disappointment if they lost. If they lost the first game.
Do you?
Yeah, nobody wants to lose in the first round of the tournament. You know that your team isn't playing well. I mean, if they were playing better, obviously it'd be a higher seed.
Overall, the season will be a pretty big disappointment,
Yeah,
but I
of
don't think
course,
anybody has much of an expectation for today. And
I would disagree. I think
Okay.
the expectation is that you win today's game. You must get to the weekend to play North Carolina.
Okay.
That's what you want, because you
Well-
can accept if they lose to North Carolina. I can accept as a Spartan fan. We've struggled with North Carolina since I was born, so I get it. It's not ideal, and by the way, they're a number 1 seed, and we're not. So getting to that game and losing that game, there's not a whole lot of shame in there to be ultimate season-ending disappointment, because had they been better, they'd be higher seeds and they wouldn't have to face a North Carolina until much later in the tournament. That being said, you just get there to face them. Losing this afternoon would be horrible.
So I'd love to hear from Spartan fans. How would you characterize your feelings towards this team and this what their draw in the tournament, your expectation for this team, and OU fans? Is it just house money? And do you see them? Have you taken a deep dive on Kentucky to figure out if it can happen? I mean, they got a backcourt that could go in the top 5 of the NBA draft. They got a 6'6" guy. It's probably going to draw Trey Townsend tonight. That is also a first-round pick likely in this coming draft. So 248-539-9797. Love to hear from you on this March Madness Thursday. Hey, we do have an announcement to make. We will have the Twitch feed and YouTube feed up and running shortly. There's some challenges when we do the remotes, and we'll get that up and running shortly. So people who want to watch the show will have those feeds going shortly. But come by, watch games here from Twin Peaks and Madison Heights. It's Karsh and Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. So this morning I get into the office and I sit down and I'm like, all right, I want to go over and characterize and make sure I've got all the list of all the upsets I picked. And by seeding, I've got 6 of them. And I couldn't log on to CBS Sports. All I got was a spinning wheel.
Oh.
I could get onto CBS Sports, their March Madness page, spinning wheel, spinning wheel, spinning wheel. I went to another computer, spinning wheel, and I'm like, did their March Madness website just crash? And so I tweeted it out, and people said, no, it's just you. And then all the jokes came in about me logging on to the sketchy websites. It wasn't that.
Are you sure it wasn't that?
I'm positive it wasn't that.
Did you ask Ryan in engineering if it was the porn?
He's here. I could bring up, hey, all that porn I've been watching on the station computer, because that's a smart move. Anyway, speaking of the devil, here's Ryan. All good. Anyway, yeah. So you got about an hour and 56 minutes to get your brackets in before Spartans tip off with their game against Mississippi State.
So I saw this morning before I left the house that Lori and promotions director had sent out a hey, join the station-wide bracket challenge thing.
Yep.
Which apparently was a couple days ago that she had sent that out. I ignored it, and then I saw this one today. I'm like, oh, need to have it by 11. Okay, well, I can do this. I got 5 minutes.
So you did it in 5 minutes?
Yeah, I did. It's totally different than the one I have in front of me.
So now you're multiple bracket guy.
I am. So I can't brag if I win the station pool.
About
upsets.
Yes, yeah. You can brag if you win the pool.
Yeah, I can't brag
Once
about
you become
upsets.
multiple bracket guy, you can no longer brag about any upsets you picked, unless you picked them in all of your brackets.
Yeah, but the Stony pool, I have 5 upsets in the opening round and 1 in the second round. And I said upsets; they have to be.
It's seeding,
it's not
based on seeding.
Well, it's not like a 9 beating an 8. I don't have that. I would have, mine are 11 beating a 6, 10 beating a 7, and a 12 beating a 5.
I have 5. Check that, 6 double-digit seeds winning. We'll go over this, but I have 2 double-digit seeds winning in one pod. So in the second round, I got a 12 versus a 13.
Oh, I have 2 here, but they don't face each other.
We'll get to that coming up. 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls here on Carson Anderson. Liam, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Liam.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
All right.
Good. I'm a student here at Oakland. Today we got a big game against Kentucky, obviously. I was a little disappointed when I saw we had to play them, I guess. But I think, obviously I want us to win. Do I think we'll win? Probably not. But I think we have a chance if his name's Jack Gohlke, but I call him Chuck Gohlke. If he likes to shoot a lot of threes. So if he has a good game, 9 or 10 threes, I think we're winning. But I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. What do you guys think?
I would think if a guy has 9 or 10 threes,
well,
you're lighting it up.
Didn't he have 8 in a game in the Horizon League? Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Transfer from Hillsdale, a guy who looks like he can be on the wrestling team, and he has a chance, right? Small school guys that don't fit the traditional mold, like maybe a small school guy who's a little overweight, or in Gohlke's case, it looks like a wrestler, or a small school guy that's skinny as a rail, or a small school guy with crazy hair. Those guys become the darling of the tournament, and all of a sudden, or a guy with a name like Giddy, like they become the darling of the tournament. It could be Gohlke.
Yeah, maybe they're paying too much attention to Trey Townsend. Like, is this their star player? Oh, no, sir. Have you seen
exactly.
our heavyweight over there?
Liam, have you watched them all season long?
Pretty much. I mean, we saw a Trey Townsend masterclass, if I'll say so myself, in the Horizon League championship game. I mean, but he had like 31, 8, and I mean, I don't know how many assists he had, but he had a great game.
What's
so
the story?
I think
if you've watched them all season long, you can help us with this.
Yeah.
What's the story with Rocket Watts?
He had a good game in the. Was it against IUPI in the first round? I think he had a good game. He didn't play much in the Rising League championship game, and I didn't know why, but I think he had a hurt ankle, is what I heard.
Yeah, I don't think he was healthy.
Okay. He hasn't lived up to my expectations, but I'm hoping he can play well this tournament.
Well, the irony is he could give us a hell of a scouting report on Michigan State and Mississippi State because he played at Michigan State, transferred to Mississippi State, and then transferred to Oakland University. Hey, good luck to your Golden Grizzlies.
Thank you. I'm late for class, so man's got to go.
Right,
I appreciate you guys.
Tell them why you were late. You're good. You're going to pass.
Yeah, we'll give you a pass. We'll write a pass for you. Yeah, Golke is a fun watch. I mean, if he's on, right? I mean, if he's hitting his shots, look out, because he's right. Chuck Golke is a good nickname because he's
a great name because he's a chucker.
He does put the ball. He does like to shoot. 248-539-9797. Jeff is in Georgia, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, guys. Thank you so much for having me on.
Sure.
Hey, guys. I had a very interesting bracket demolition that I had when I was a Michigan grad in 91. I took off and went down to Florida for 35 years. I came back last September to re-move up here with my family, and I'm actually taking credit for Michigan and the Lions, so that's another story. But the bracket issue,
thank
and
you for
everyone
that, Jeff.
This,
we appreciate it.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. You're the first person who's offered any kind of congratulations. But remember back in the day when we used to fill out the paper brackets, right? So I'm at Michigan, and I filled out this $10,000 bracket, and it's all done by hand, and I threw it into the commissioner in Detroit. And it was the year that Michigan won, and when you fill out the hand brackets, I thought that Michigan playing UCLA was going to be a tough second-round game. So what I did is I had UCLA winning that game, but if Michigan got by them, I thought they could make it to the Final Four, and where the points are doubled, tripled, whatever. So I had Michigan handwritten reappearing in the Final Four and winning the whole thing. So when they beat UCLA, I had UCLA to win that round against the Sweet 16, but then rewrote Michigan in, and it caused the entire bracket people to cause such an uproar. They refunded everyone's money, and they didn't know how to address it. They're like, you can't. I said, I could put in St. Christian as the champion. It's going to be wrong, but whatever I write in, they like, you can't have Michigan lose in the Sweet 16 and then have them win the whole tournament. So there was the controversy.
That's a really interesting. It's an interesting debate for back in that day, because obviously now online they won't let you do that. It automatically locks it in. But it's interesting. How would you have? Because I'd be like, look, I thought they'd lose the game, but if they got past them, hey, I got them. It doesn't fly. I'd be pissed if I played against you.
Yeah, no, everyone. I was banned from this huge bracket contest, and still to this day, I'm standing by my guns that you can write in Ernie and Bert to win a game. If it's wrong, you don't get it. If I write in Kansas and they win the national title, who cares what I've written in the round of 32 or 16 or 8? Anyway, that just demolished the bracket, and I think that segued into the electronic age. So, guys, this is my favorite.
That's why.
I take off work.
Not only did you move to Michigan and you moved to Michigan, you give us a Lions win and a Michigan win and an Natty, and you also are the one that ushered in the electronic age of doing brackets. Yeah.
Thank you for two of the three.
Yeah, as far as I think what he's doing actually is kind of cheating. I think what he did is kind of cheating.
It's totally cheating.
Yeah.
I would have been furious if I were competing against him.
Yeah. Because you can't have it both ways.
No.
His point, I think he can make a logical case.
Yes, he can. That's why I think there is logic. It is steeped in logic.
But I'm going to guess that deep down there's some mathematic benefit that he is getting out of taking a favorite and, like, you know what? He is ultimate multiple bracket guy. This guy was multiple bracket guy in one bracket.
Yeah, in the same bracket.
248-539-9797. Spartan fans, characterize your feelings with your basketball team heading into this tournament. OU fans, is it house money, and how do you see a path to it happening tonight? We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson from here at Twin Peaks in Madison Heights on 97.1 The Ticket. Looking to hear from Michigan State fans and OU fans as March Madness starts today. Both the Spartans and the Golden Grizzlies play. Want to know how you characterize your feelings heading into this tournament. Gator thinks, hey, get to Saturday, get the game against North Carolina. That should be a minimum hurdle to clear for the Spartans. And we'll get into how that happens coming up in a minute.
Mississippi State this afternoon.
Yep.
And that's the bare minimum.
Yeah, as far as OU is concerned, tough draw with Kentucky, but not impossible, not a long drive, right? I think there'll be a representation of Oakland University fans down there in Pittsburgh. Good time for a game. You know, it's a lot probably easier for people to take a half day and get down there this afternoon, listening to March Madness games and making their way to Pittsburgh. So that should be a lot of fun. And let's face it, the fun of the tournament is the upsets. And we'll go over the ones that we have picked coming up here shortly. But the Spartan game against Mississippi State. Michigan State has one of the characteristics of a team. They have two things I think really going for them going into this tournament. I don't have a high expectation for them, okay? And quite frankly, I picked them to lose today. But the two things they have going for them, one, Tom Izzo. Two, they have the capability of coming at you with great guard play. I mean, if Hogard and Akins pick up their game, you know,
you should expect Walker to be the
expect Walker to be. But if Hogard and Akins pick up, and we've seen them both be good.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if they just happen to be hitting on all cylinders for this weekend?
Well, if they hit on all cylinders, they can beat anybody in the country. I mean, that's the truth. But those opportunities, the times that they've done it have been so few and far between. That's what's been maddening about this whole season is that Hogard and Akins in particular have not been those guys. The Malik Hall hasn't been the number 2 option relied upon enough this season, that they don't have the bigs that are able to stop the other team's big from getting off. I mean, Zach Edey's a problem for everybody, right? He's probably the best player in the country, unstoppable. And yet, that's what you're trying to look at is if you've got a team that you're facing against that has big guys, they have to be accounted for. And typically Michigan State has been able to do that by putting muscle on muscle. You don't have to count on your guy to be a scorer, but you got to count on your guy to stop their guy from scoring. And I agree with Michigan State. They have some things that can really bode well for them in the tournament. Guard play is certainly part of it, and they've got to do their part. And Hogard, he's really good at distributing the basketball, but they need him to step up and knock down some shots. Jaden Akins is expected to knock down shots. If you don't get that, then it's going to be tough sledding for them. But they can make a run. The other thing they have, it's not just Izzo, it's the entire team. There's experience. They've got a lot of seniors on this team that have played in the tournament all 4 years. This is their 4th year playing in the tournament. So that should help them out a little bit because they know the difference in prep work for getting to this stage of the game, whereas other guys and other teams don't have that experience to rely on.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson from Twin Peaks and Madison Heights. Let's get some of the feedback that's come in. John in Lake Orion says, North Carolina. It's always North Carolina.
Why do they always put North Carolina and Michigan State in the same bracket? I don't know if it's factually true, but it feels like
if they don't, it's Duke.
Well, right. I mean,
seriously, Michigan State will line up against North Carolina or Duke in every March Madness. It has been decreed from on high and brought down on stone tablets.
And usually the most inopportune times.
Like
Final Four, but hey, if you're in the Final Four, you're pretty happy.
Unnamed texter, Sparty alum, either getting bounced in the first round or going to the Elite Eight. There's no in between.
Why do you want to get bounced in the
No, he's saying that's how he feels.
Oh.
He feels they're either going to get bounced in the first round or go to the Elite Eight. Because if we're sitting here doing the show Monday and Michigan State's still alive, including a win over North Carolina, we're going to be like, all right, how do we not see it coming? Izzo, backcourt. Izzo, backcourt. And a team that lived up to its potential. And the X factor, which is Xavier Booker, who feel like, can he get some more minutes?
Well, unfortunately, we've been hurt before with freshmen that have the opportunity, you would think, to showcase their talents, and then they don't get that opportunity.
For an unnamed texter says, I've bet on 10 of the 16 games today.
Oh, boy.
All underdogs. I'm actively rooting for chaos. Another unnamed texter. Take a look at what taking all the lower seeds to win today at $1 pays out. $58.5 billion.
What?
If you bet all the lower seeds, 16 lower seeds
Straight
today.
up on the money line.
Yeah.
Well,
I assume that's what he means.
yeah, if you're doing it on the money
If
line.
all the lower
you're not-
seeds win today, yeah.
Good luck with that.
Yep. Doug and Gator Spartan fans have largely given up on this basketball team after failing miserably to live up to their preseason number 4 national ranking in the regular season. They just want this team to do as well as they can. Oakland is the team that's really playing with house money, as there was no expectation for them to even make the tournament after 11 years. So, yeah, I mean, were they picked 5th or 6th in the Horizon? So they won, and they did the double dip, man. They won the regular season, and they won the postseason.
Well, you have to. Yeah, well, you have to win the postseason tournament to get into the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, it's not going to be a 2-bid league, but they did it from the pole position, which feels like it's incredibly difficult to do. You spend the better part of 3 months distinguishing yourself as the best team in your conference, but then ask any of those 1 seeds in those smaller or mid-major conferences, or as you like to call them.
The crap conferences.
And
I'm not. You know what? It's unfair to say that these days because of the portal and NIL and all that. It's much more spread out now. Those teams have legitimate shots. As soon as 16 seeds started knocking off 1 seeds,
right.
I guess I got to stop with that.
Well, yeah, and you mentioned the portal. One of the reasons why I like Western Kentucky to give Marquette headaches today, or in the first round, is because Western Kentucky has transfers from Indiana, Purdue, Kentucky, and Georgia Tech.
It's cast off you.
Yeah. But anyway, ask those 1 seeds in those mid-major conferences how easy it is to win the regular season and then sweep through their conference tournament as well. If and when Oakland wins, massive party at RJ's tonight. I've never been to RJ's. I'm assuming this is a campus hangout.
I would guess, or it's just a dude. He's got a sweet house.
Party at RJ's. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, Carson Anderson. Spartans taking on Mississippi State, 12:15, and you got OU versus Kentucky tonight at 7:10. Are the Twin Peaks girls singing? Is that what I'm hearing?
An attempt.
Yeah. Wow. Well, they're waiting for you here at Twin Peaks, as they'll have all the games on. The early slate of games, Mississippi State and Michigan State is the first tip-off at 12:15. Then you got a 6-11, BYU being the 6, and Duquesne, the Dukes, with Keith Dambrot, the former CMU coach. They tip off at 12:40. Creighton, 3, takes on the Akron Zips. That is at 1:30, and that is in Pittsburgh, which is a very short drive for Akron fans. So I imagine
they just zip down the freeway.
They'll be well played. That's a 1:30 start. And then the final game in the early slate is Arizona and Long Beach. That is a 2:15 matchup, Arizona being the 2, and that tips off at 2 o'clock. So those games all staggered out throughout the day. So we will be here watching them. Love to see you out here at Twin Peaks. 248-539-9797. We'll get to our upsets that we have picked coming up shortly. I've got 6 double-digit seeds winning in the first round. Gator, you said you have 5?
There are 5, yeah.
5? And do you have any of them going to the Sweet 16?
Yes.
Okay.
I have 1 team going to the Sweet 16.
I do as well. That's a big part of it. We asked people via Twitter today, what's your upset? What's the biggest upset that you have so far? And we're getting some feedback from Big Nibs. I have New Mexico and James Madison in the Elite 8. So New Mexico, that's Patino's kid's the coach, and Jamal Mashburn kid's the star. Chris writes in, I really like McNeese over Gonzaga. Will Wade and company went 29-3, albeit against bad competition.
What? I wouldn't
Has
say
Power
that.
5 talent on the team.
They beat Michigan.
Down here for Gonzaga. Let's go. Yeah, they did beat Michigan, but they played one team in the top 100.
Is that not a healthy schedule?
I feel like they've got a quad 4 win, but they literally played Biblical Studies. They played Champions of Christ. They played LeTourneau These are real places. And then the kicker, the all-timer, they played the Mississippi University for Women, which does indeed have a men's basketball team.
They do.
Saying that McNeese played bad competition is an understatement.
But you know what? When you think about it, if you had thought about a McNeese schedule going into a season, wouldn't you think this is one of those teams in their non-conference schedule is going to schedule some teams like from the SEC,
without question,
from the Big 12?
That's what Grambling last night beat Montana State, and they kept saying Grambling was 2-10. Why were they 2-10? Because they scheduled that way. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. We'll have the latest on Cam Sutton. We'll get to that today at 11:05. Got some draft-related Lions stuff we'll get to in the second half of the show. But we're at Twin Peaks. Come by, watch the games, which kick off just afternoon. Great place to set up shop all day. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, March Madness, everybody gets excited about it. Say goodbye to busted brackets because FanDuel lets you bet on every game of the tournament. Whether you're betting on a big upset or a one seed, it's time to go dancing on America's #1 sportsbook. And right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So we'll give you some of our picks coming up shortly. It's $200 to use on point spreads, money lines. You can even pick who's going to win it all. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug and bet on college hoops until they cut down the nets. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. All right, it appears we have the video feed up. If it's not up, it's about to be up. So for those that watch on Twitch and YouTube, go to twitch.tv or youtube.com, and bam, there you can watch the show from here. Twin Peaks and Madison Heights. Great place to take in. March Madness games kick off at 12:15. We'll be here through until 2 o'clock broadcasting live, but multiple screens, great food, ice-cold beer, huge selection of different spirits, Twin Peaks girls. It's a great place to be. Love to see you out here. 14-mile exit off 75 just to the west. So look for us. We'll be here broadcasting live on Carson Anderson. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We've got a Scott in Rochester Hills. You're next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Scott.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. It's been some time since I spoke to you. Hey, I'm listening to you guys. I don't know if it was a texter or a caller talked about going to RJ's. Wasn't sure if it's somebody's house. It's actually a pub in Rochester Hills up off of Tinkin Road. That a lot of the OU alumni actually, it's a big bar that tends to everybody around Rochester Hills. Pretty famous place for about 30 years now.
And is that the place? Is that if you're in that? Is that where students will go for the game today, or is it, you said alumni?
Yeah, I would see some. I would suspect that RJ's will be packed all day long, given the fact that you got Michigan State tonight, and then OU playing this afternoon. This is a big thing for OU. We live about 3 miles from the area, from the campus, and it's the talk of the town here in Rochester Hills and Rochester.
Oh, I bet. Have you watched that team all season long?
To be quite honest with you, I haven't caught a single game. I've just been too busy with other things going on in my life. But I've been listening, keeping up on. Now. Yeah, well, yeah, I'm going to be listening and watching the games. I mean, we're building a house out in Lake Orion, so I'm in the middle of doing that and taking care of other things as well. So, and that
always goes smoothly and is never frustrating at all. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Oh yeah. At least it's on the lake. That's a good thing.
Oh, beautiful!
There you go.
Nice job.
There you go.
Congratulations.
All right. Well, enjoy the day, Scott. Thanks for the intel. All right, let's go over the upsets here, Gator. I have got 3 upsets in the East region that I am picking.
Okay.
I am taking UAB as a 12 seed over 5-seeded San Diego State.
Ooh.
I am taking Yale as a 13 seed over 4th-seeded Auburn.
Dogs over cats.
So I will have UAB actually playing Yale in the second round in that region. There's always a pod like this where absolute chaos breaks out. So that's the one I'm going with. I'm going with UAB over SDSU. SDSU has kind of got one star player, and they don't have a great shooting team. And UAB has one of the highest scoring teams in the country. So I'm going to go. They have great KenPom efficiency rating. So I'm going to take UAB. And Yale's got 5 guys that you have to cover. They all score an average in double figures. And they got a 7-footer that can shoot the 3. So I decided to ride the Brainiacs from Yale past Auburn.
And you said you had another one?
Another one, that region. Again, this one's not much of an upset. I got Drake over Washington State. Washington State is a team that has struggled from the free throw line, watching Indiana all year. You know how frustrating that can be. And I think Drake is low-key very, very good. They don't turn it over. They shoot it from the arc. They got a big old broad-shoulder farm boy named Tucker DeVries out of Waukee, Iowa. I think you could get behind.
Is he related
to
Jared DeVries?
He might be. That's a great question.
I'm going to guess yes.
Well, Jared DeVries was an Iowa kid, right?
I
know he played at Iowa, but let me look up Tucker DeVries, see if he is related.
I'm going to guess that's the case. The only upset I have in the East is 11 seed Duquesne taking out number 6 BYU, and then Duquesne not getting past Illinois in the second round. But yeah, I got it pretty calm in the East. You've got really stormy weather going on up there.
That is Tucker has Uncle Jared.
There it is.
So it's how can you not get behind Drake? All right, next up, the West region. I've got one upset there in terms of seeding. I got New Mexico, the 11 seed over 6-seeded Clemson.
I do as well. And I have one more upset, and that is a mild upset with Nevada, number 10 seed, taking out Dayton number 7 seed.
Okay. Let's go to the top right-hand side of the bracket. I got actually chalk, which it feels really weak.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not impressed with myself.
Straight chalk, yo.
Straight chalk.
I have a huge upset in the first round. I have James Madison as a 12. Maybe it's not a huge upset. It's an upset. One of those critical 12-5s. 12 seed James Madison taking out the team from Madison, Wisconsin.
Is there anything that
I do not trust the Big Ten outside of Purdue to do Purdue and Illinois. I think those are the class of the Big Ten. They can go somewhere.
Hold on. You trust Purdue
to advance a little bit, yeah, okay. But not to win the championship. And I think all the other teams are just that. I mean, Northwestern, Nebraska, Wisconsin, they're just don't do a whole lot.
So
and Michigan State, frankly, for that matter.
Move to the lower right portion of the bracket, the Midwest. I've got Samford over Kansas, and with Kevin McCullough Jr. out. Did you happen to hear the press conference with Bill Self?
I did not.
Talking about
the coach of Kansas?
Yes. He said, well, he's not playing. He says his knee hurts too much, and he says he gave it a shot, and he says it hurts.
You can't do that, man. That's okay, because when you say that, the implication is that he's not toughing it out, and he should tough it out for his team.
And everybody is making that implication.
Yeah, so if you're doing that, you certainly don't make that public, okay? You want to have a private conversation with the kid and say, look, you got to toughen up, or I think you got to toughen up. And you better have the backing of the medical staff, by the way.
So I guess he's got a bone bruise on his knee.
Bruise?
Yeah, and Bill Self, after saying that, said, and we're shutting him down for the tournament. And 5 days ago, he said he was trending to be back. 5 days later, he's apparently ruling him out from coming back, even if they are still playing 2 weeks from now.
Yeah, this kid's going to the portal in 3, 2,
or declaring for the league.
Well, if he's good enough,
yeah, he is.
That's
he's their leading scorer.
I think that's a crap.
So I got Samford over that mess.
I'll tell you what, I'm rooting for Samford now because I think it's a crappy thing to do as a head coach.
Yeah,
you can motivate the players, but don't do it in public.
So
like
let
that.
me be clear. I'm just with the quotes.
I
don't know, but I don't want to misinterpret that he is emphasizing. He says those were the words he chose. But everybody's still interpreting. There's a lot of people, I should say, interpreting that way. All right, what else you got down there?
Well, the Midwest region is where I have my big upset that advances to the Sweet 16, and that's Oregon taking out South Carolina, and then Oregon knocking off Creighton in that second round. So Oregon will match up against Tennessee, and then I have Tennessee prevailing at that point. But I just got a feeling about Oregon. It's one of these teams that did not play to their potential as an 11 seed.
Nope.
They've got more to them than that, and now's the time to unleash it. And
I mean, your Oregon's a team that had to win the Pac-12 to get in. So they're one of the hottest teams in the country. They did exactly that, and here they are. So South Carolina, their coach fell off the Bo Ryan tree, so they're a defensive-oriented team, and that's a good reason for you to root against South Carolina because I can't stand Bo Ryan.
I used to not stand him, and then unfortunately, it happens all the time.
Yep.
There's somebody you really don't like, and then you see some feature on them done by ESPN or whatever.
And they win you over?
Oh, man.
Yeah.
He's a good guy.
Yeah, that Ryan Day piece, Game Day did. I was like,
it's kind of cool, and it's funny, and damn it.
Last one I got in that Midwest bracket, Colorado State over Texas. There's a game tonight. Picked Colorado State before they even won their first game. I thought they would beat Texas in this round before losing to Tennessee. So there you go. Get your upsets in, 248-539-9797. Look, yesterday we were on the air, and the story about Cam Sutton broke. And it's a strange one. It's one that we want to operate within the boundaries of being as responsible as we can, to not try and convict people on the air, and yet it's a fact. He is wanted by police, and he's been wanted for the last 2 weeks. And honestly, I don't know that this is any way this ends well for Cam Sutton. This is a tough one. We will get to details of that today at 11:05. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, and I do believe we have the stream up and running, so if you want to watch, you can check out the show. on twitch.tv or search up the show on youtube.com. It's Carson Anderson from Twin Peaks and Madison Heights on 97.1 The Ticket.
Carps.
Yes. Carps. Twin Peaks, Madison Heights. Games start in just over an hour's time, so make sure you make your way out here to watch Michigan State and Mississippi State. They kick off March Madness. Then as the games start elsewhere, including the BYU Duquesne game, which starts at 12:40. Then Creighton and Akron starts at 1:30. Then Arizona Long Beach State at 2. As the day goes on, they'll be syncing up with TVs all over the place so you can watch them. Love to see you out here at Twin Peaks. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, here we go. Is RJ's the new Tyler Chesky's basement?
That's old school.
Easy.
Yeah,
Easy. Yeah, come on.
I mean, Tyler Chesky's basement apparently was a sight to behold.
Yes. Scott and Carlton. Hey, Gator, where do you have Bishop Sycamore finishing in the tournament?
I haven't finished, not even getting started in the NIT.
Okay. James Madison and Grand Canyon. Those are my upsets. A2 and Tecumseh.
I think I picked Grand Canyon in the one that I did today, the hurriedly
the one
bracket for the station.
That you did in 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Nice. All good for you.
Well, the reason why is I'm going through it, and I see GCU, and I'm like, who the hell is GCU? And then I'm looking against who they're playing against. I'm like, what is that? And I did the matchup and started looking at that a little closer. Did some research on this one done.
And you learned all about Gulf Coast University?
It wasn't Gulf Coast. It was Grand Canyon. That's the other GCU. So, yes, I learned about this team, and they've got a guy who scores almost 20 points a game. I'm going to ride that out.
Why not?
Assume that he's going to get the job done for Grand Canyon.
Why not? All right, so yesterday we talked about Cam Sutton, wanted by Florida police, a domestic battery warrant from an incident 2 weeks ago. The Hillsborough County Police went public yesterday looking for his whereabouts. He's been on the run for 2 weeks now. He's got a home nearby where this alleged incident took place. He hasn't been home, turned his phone off, or it's been disconnected. And there is some new reporting this morning. Dave Burkett of the Detroit Free Press tweeted this morning that as of 9:20 a.m., Lions cornerback Cam Sutton still hasn't turned himself in on a warrant for domestic battery by strangulation per the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. He did also add, and this is interesting, and I'm just going to take this as good news. They said yesterday his license plate had shown up on license plate readers in Florida. And I asked today if he's considered a missing person, and they said no, just at large. So I don't know when the license plate showed up, but anybody who's driven in other states are familiar with the toll roads, where just about everybody has, all the residents there have some sort of easy pass where you just blow right through paying the toll. In Florida, we've been to Florida a bunch for spring training, and believe it, we are familiar with this system, and you blow through, they take a picture of the license plate. So apparently
you better have the easy pass.
You do want the easy pass.
If you go through and you don't, they'll catch you.
Have we done that in the past, Gator?
Yeah, that's happened. Sure.
So I don't know when it showed up. Look, you're an NFL player. You're somewhat recognizable. I don't know that Cam Sutton is recognizable in every household in America. It's not like this is Patrick Mahomes here. But there is an element of I hope that his license plate has showed up recently, and I hope he makes I can't think of any. The best decision here is to turn yourself in.
Yeah, obviously. If you continue to be at large, as they say, that's not going to end well for anybody. I mean, then it can escalate to a situation that nobody's going to win. And it's just, this is so horrible all around. And once we heard about it yesterday and the more details came out, and then it became more defined as, battery by strangulation, like, oh my God, what's going on here? And then it's been a couple weeks and he still hasn't been found. Worried about his well-being at this point, in addition, of course, to the victim. It's best to turn yourself in, because if this thing ends up where you're still on the run and then the cops find you and you're still running from the cops, that never ends well.
No. You don't want a police chase.
Right. And if you're innocent of this or if there are mitigating circumstances and what happened that early morning on March 7th, turn yourself in and present that and see what happens. But it's not a good look. When you're on the run for 2 weeks, it's not a good look.
And, yesterday my concern as the day went on started you want the best possible outcome, and I don't know what there is. I don't know that there are a whole lot of great outcomes here, but I started getting concerned about camp.
Well, yes, of course. And then there was the Cam Sutton, who's the tight end for the Memphis Showboats.
Yeah.
And people went onto his Twitter and started giving him trouble because
he should he should just delete the app at this point.
It's like, how do I turn off notifications?
Yeah. So, then we talked. I know that down the road when it comes to football, which is far less important, but we looked up the Ray Rice case. And in Ray Rice's case, when the Ravens let him go, they did take the cap hit. And so I don't, if the NFLPA has changed the rules, we reached out to a Lions insider yesterday, Dave Burkett, and he said, as far as he knows, right now it's still the same thing. You'd have to take the cap hit. But, the other thing about contracts is whether or not there's a provision, and the Lions have any provisions in there. The Lions were made aware of this yesterday morning. For people who didn't hear our reporting on this, they claimed they were made aware of this yesterday morning. And when that came out, if we take that as fact, that means that all their offseason moves, which is 3 at the corner position, Cam Sutton's position, were made prior to knowing about this. So at this point, they have to be right now thinking about other options at the corner spot.
Well, there's a couple things to this. I was as I was driving out here this morning to Twin Peaks and Madison Heights, I was listening to the guys in the morning, and they were talking about how the Lions released a statement yesterday, and the statement said, we didn't know about this. And you and I talked about it yesterday, that the incident took place on March 7th, and it wasn't until March 13th that they made the trade for Carlton Davis.
Yep.
Now, do I think that the Lions were tipped off that there's a situation? I have a hard time thinking they weren't, right?
Yeah.
It had been almost a week. They hadn't, the people down in Florida, the cops in Florida hadn't found him. I mean, if they know it's Cam Sutton, obviously the logical thing would be, is he in Michigan? Let's check in with his employer. But they said they didn't. If you operate either way, if the Lions knew about this before trading for Carlton Davis, then they've made their moves, and does that indicate anything what they're going to do? Were they done regardless? Because we know about Cam Sutton. We got these 3 new corners, 2 new corners, and then Emmanuel Mosley, who's basically a 3rd new corner because he didn't even play last year, other than 2 plays. We're bringing in these 3 guys, and we'll just move on from there. Is that the case, or is this a case where they legitimately didn't know? They make the trade for Carlton Davis. They think they're done, and then this bombshell hits like, well, now we got to fill the space. So that's where the Lions are right now. They have to figure it out. I assume they already know. Do they need to go and grab another corner in free agency, or were they already prepared for this, and they're just going to go with what they have?
Well, and, if you're Cam Sutton, all right, Cam Sutton – the state of mind you're in to be in this situation is hard for I think anybody who's not in this situation to relate to. But you can't help but think, what does he think the possible positive end game is here? It's not stay on the run all summer and show up to training camp. So,
no, that doesn't happen.
It's
hey guys, don't think that's the case.
No. So the news we'd love to report today is that he's turned himself in. And, maybe he can clear the air here a little bit, but I'm not quite sure what can be done. But we certainly hope nothing but the best for everybody involved moving forward. We'll keep you updated on any of the details we have, but he has had his license plate was spotted by those Easy Pass readers down in Florida.
And even before the news broke yesterday, I was still of the mind anyway, go out and get another corner.
Yeah.
You've got the money to spend. Go ahead and upgrade the position group even further. Go get yourself Stephon Gilmore on a 1-year deal. I'm sure at this point it'd be far less than $10 million for the 1 year, and really bolster that room where now you've got real options out there on the field, and you've got significant depth at the corner position.
248-539-9797. Lots going on in sports, including a weird story with Shohei Ohtani. We will get to that at 11:30 here on Karsch and Anderson. Got a little Red Wing preview we'll get into in the noon hour as well here on Karsch and Anderson. But just a reminder, we're at the Twin Peaks in Madison Heights. The bar seats starting to fill up as people here to watch all the games all day long. There'll be prizes and giveaways. You can spin the wheel and win free stuff. So love to see you out here. We'll be broadcasting till 2 o'clock. Games are an hour away. It's Karsch and Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Here until 2 o'clock. Games getting underway shortly. The first one is Michigan State and Mississippi State. And as they start to stagger the starts, they'll be on all the screens here at Twin Peaks. What a great place to be on this first day of March Madness. An exciting day, to say the least. 248-539-9797 is the phone number. Spartan fans and Oakland University fans, we're asking you to kind of, specifically Spartan fans, how do you characterize your feeling going into this one? It's a different kind of year. It's a team that hasn't lived up to expectations. Maybe because of that, you find yourself, whatever, and you can't be massively disappointed today, although you said you'd be pretty damn disappointed if they don't make it to the game against North Carolina. Getting that game against North Carolina feels like, all right, it was a team that you were thinking could be playing a team the caliber of North Carolina late in the tournament. You can almost wipe out all the disappointment with that one win, right? And put yourself in a position because you take over the 1 seed spot. And it's the crazy thing about this sport is 2 weeks can wipe out everything that's happened the last 5 months.
Yeah, as a Spartan fan, I'm angry. I'm angry right now that they put themselves in this position, that they really had to battle to get into the tournament, that there was actually thought they wouldn't make the tournament without getting at least one win in the Big Ten tournament. So, yeah, I'm angry. Go out there and win this game this afternoon. And if you don't, I'm really going to be pissed.
Yeah.
And there'll be hell to pay, Doug Karsch.
There'll be hell to pay?
Hell to pay.
Yeah. What exactly are you going to do?
Going to pay hell.
Good to know.
There's hell to pay, Doug.
Anyway, so Spartan fans, how do you feel about your team? And Oakland University fans, what's the path? I've seen some feedback come in and said there isn't a path.
But Campy laid out a pretty good explanation of how they have a chance.
Yeah?
That Kentucky they don't have an inside game. They're basically, a perimeter shooting team.
Mm-hmm.
And that Oakland U's defense is predicated on the zone defense philosophy. Yep. And they play well defensively. And if they can, force Kentucky into bad shots from the perimeter, they can take advantage of that. And they've got a couple of options themselves offensively. We've talked about Townsend, who's the Horizon League Player of the Year. He's great. And, then you got the wrestler Gulke, who's draining 3 points, three-pointers all over the place. So they can get you inside, they can get you outside a little bit defensively. Now, obviously, Kentucky is it's a team, a world-class type team when it comes to college hoops. That's
right.
What they recruit. They recruit 5 stars, multiple 5-star players.
Probably have 3 first-rounders in the coming draft.
Right, exactly. That's just what Kentucky does. So it's an uphill battle for sure. But it's a way to Campy laid it out. The coach of Oakland University just made it seem like, wait a minute, there's a legit path here. It's not easy. There's heavy lifting involved, but it can be done.
Yep. All right, a couple other things before we get to this Shohei story. One is bad news for the Pistons. Ausar Thompson and Isaiah Stewart done for the season. Look, with Ausar Thompson, blood clots is a scary deal.
Yeah, and the good news is that they catch this early. They see what it is. They can treat it. And I don't know if that means surgery, if that just means medications and blood thinners or whatever the case is. It'll be monitored. I get it. And good to figure it out now and work on a solution. And let's go. But, look, there's 13 games left in the season, whatever it is for the Pistons.
Yep.
It sucks because you want to see the rookies get as much time as you can, particularly at the end of a season. Let those guys play 35 minutes a game if you can. But he's not.
I don't care about any of that. That's not what I want to see. I want to see him win 3 games in a row, Scott.
This is true. Definitely want to see him win 3 games in a row.
I made a bet back in December that at some point they'd win 3 games in a row. And right now, if they win their next 3 games, they'll do it.
They'll have won 3 games in a row if they win the next 3. Yeah, that's watching them play last night. Not a particularly good game. Relatively close in the first quarter. They actually had a pretty big lead. I think we were up 10-2 at one point, and then just fizzled away. And then that third quarter, down by 9 more points. I think it made it 22 or 20 points after 3 quarters. They ended up losing by 19. Not good. Not good. And then you look at the box score afterwards, and nobody played more than like 29 minutes in the game. I'm not saying they're waving the white flag here, but what we're seeing is there's a lot of guys that are getting playing time because they still don't know who's playing and who isn't. Add to that Ausar Thompson, that Isaiah Stewart, that they're out. Fontecchio didn't play last night either. A lot of guys out of the lineup, and it's not good. But they still have the core three there. If you look at Duran, Cunningham, and Ivy, why aren't these guys playing 35 minutes a game?
I would say this. We can talk about the plan, right? They effectively can go into this offseason with more cap space than anybody else, okay? That doesn't make them a landing spot for top free agents.
No.
But they will have more cap space. That makes them a prime place to make a trade, to take on a star player that doesn't have a choice about the matter.
Well, that's the way you get a star player.
And look, we watched Philadelphia go through this and the whole trust the process where they had a ton of young players, and that's really what Detroit has right now. And guys who show promise, it sucks when you see players like an Anthony Edwards blossoming and becoming a star in this league. And our guys are good, but nobody who's like a trendsetter that is going to make people tune in and watch this team. I mean, they're a tough watch right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, Cade's played, this is his third season. He's basically played a full season's worth of games because he's been hurt so much. And he has huge upside, and he's taken his game up each year. Jaden Ivey is a guy who's fearless getting to the rim. Love to see him in the offseason spend every single day taking like 500 three-point shots so you can actually have a shot to rely on instead of shooting whatever he's shooting this year, 32% from three-point range. I'd like to see him finish more when he takes it to the rack, but he can beat anybody off the dribble. But the finish rate isn't as high as you'd expect. And Jalen Duran, I think he is a superstar in the making.
Well, I think everybody loved the pick and everybody loves the player. It would be, God, if you just mix in a couple of good veterans with that young core.
And Fontecchio has shown promise.
Yeah.
He plays defense, which is good. And
who's the guy they signed yesterday? I swear they're cycling through the bottom 100 players in the
Meadow
NBA.
or something like that?
Yeah,
METO?
It's always the bottom 100 players in the league are all going to end up being a Piston during this rebuild. All right, 248-539-9797.
And we had a Buddy Boeheim sighting last night. Knocks down a three, gets fouled on another three, knocks down all three free throws. Here we come.
Yeah. I was in the bubble, so thanks.
I didn't realize.
Yeah, watch it later today.
Thought maybe watch it this morning.
Because there's nothing else to watch today. All right, so Shohei Ohtani, weird story, and something doesn't smell right. We will get to that today at 11:31. Huge Red Wing game tonight. Huge Red Wing game tonight as we are getting to the stretch drive for this hockey team trying to make the playoffs. We'll preview that in the noon hour here on 97.1 The Ticket. We're at Twin Peaks in Madison Heights. We got the wheel set up next to us. You can spin it and win prizes. There's also still seats at the bar if you want to plop down there and take in March Madness, which gets underway today at 12:15. And the first game is a local game, Michigan State and Mississippi State. There's minimum requirement of 50 TVs in a Twin Peaks, and they're all big flat screens, and they look great. And it's funny because as much as we sit here and can't wait for the basketball to start, and I'm worried about you being distracted by the basketball, little did I know that you are more distracted by the dog show that's being played on FS2 right now.
Don't know what you're talking about.
And I've had to battle to keep your. The commercial breaks is like, look at the pause on that one.
Well, I mean, it's a big dog.
Yeah. Anyway.
St. Bernard has a massive pause. Hey, good news. The beer is still under 30 degrees right now.
I saw that. It got down to 28.2. I want to see it.
I saw it down to 27.2.
Did you? Okay,
yeah.
I want to get it down
never
to 26.
above 30. I don't think I've seen it go above 30.
I saw 30.1 at one point. But
okay.
When it gets down, if it's below 27, I'm in. I'm going to break some rules. I'm in. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson. We get to this Shohei story is weird. It's weird. Is this going to be a major gambling scandal in Major League Baseball? 97.1 The Ticket. much? March Madness about to get underway. We continue here from Twin Peaks in Madison Heights. We'll be here till 2 o'clock and then watching some games. So come on over, enjoy it. Seats at the bar still available. Good spots to plop down and take in the Spartans of Mississippi State. That's at 12:15. But games all day long, concluding with the OU. Well, it's not the conclusion, but that's one of the night games. Oakland University, Kentucky. That is a 7:10 start from out there in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. There'll be games all night long. The last one tips off at 10:05. So basically you can put in a 12-hour animal day. 248-539-9797. All right, so this Shohei Ohtani story, something doesn't smell right.
No?
Okay? Something doesn't smell right. Yesterday it was announced that the interpreter had been fired from his job with the Dodgers.
His interpreter.
But he was employed, I guess, by the Dodgers. He was a friend of Shohei Ohtani's and had operated in this role for some time. But the timeline here is a little sketchy. So the interpreter is named Ippei Mizuhara. A longtime friend, worked for Ohtani as the interpreter. And there was an FBI raid of an illegal bookmaker, and they found records of a transfer of money, $4.5 million, from Shohei Ohtani's account to this bookmaker.
Okay.
So immediately, red flags are going up because this is a Major League Baseball player transferring money to an illegal bookmaker.
So this isn't like casino gambling, table games, blackjack, baccarat, something like that.
I don't know what it is.
But if it's a bookmaker, it makes me think, okay,
yes,
it
makes me think the same thing.
Yeah,
but I don't know how these debts were incurred. But the implication is it's sports. So word gets out, ESPN gets a hold of it, and they get the interpreter early this week to sit down and do a tell-all. And the interpreter says, yes, I had a gambling problem, and it just kept getting worse and worse. And he was a classic. He admits he was chasing his losses, kept having to bet bigger and bigger, and said I was terrible at it, and Shohei bailed me out. And ESPN gets a story, and they're about to go live with it on Wednesday. And then Shohei comes out and says, that's not what happened at all. He stole the money and he's been fired. And now the interpreter, it's been brought up that, the interpreter is now approached about it, and he says, I've been told to no longer comment. So the accusation is he stole the money. And the question becomes, and what everybody thinks or wants the answer to, maybe I shouldn't say thinks, but there's a lot of suspicion about whether or not this guy is taking the bullet for Shohei Ohtani. This isn't going to likely get resolved quickly, and when it's all said and done, this is one of the biggest stars in sports.
Well, look at how it can be. Obviously there's that possibility of it, I guess, right? But could it also be that, this guy was in trouble with bookmakers, Shohei bailed him out, and now Shohei's name gets attached to it, and Shohei's like, hold on. I can't be associated. I'm helping you out, okay? Your problem was this. I absolutely have to distance myself from any kind of sports betting because this is how I make my living. What are you doing talking about this? Absolutely not. I'm going to distance myself as much. It may not. Some people will take it as nefarious and, Shohei's got a gambling problem. This guy was taking the bullets for him. Don't be so quick to do that. I'm not saying you.
No, I hear you. Look, it's just like anything else. I just don't think this is going away quickly, I guess is my point. It warrants a full-scale investigation by Major League Baseball and others. This is the slippery slope that we know that the game's invited when they – and we know with legalized sports betting. Now it's legal, by the way, and can be done literally within seconds from right here on my phone.
Right. Well, when you sign a contract that's going to pay you whatever it is, $500 million a year, I forget what the contract was with him, and it's all deferred, which is even crazier to think that this money. I mean, he sees money now, obviously, but he won't see the vast majority of it until much later. Yeah, people are going to scrutinize everything you do, and if you've got some skeletons in that closet, they're going to come out because people love to build somebody up only to take them down. And I don't know what's going on with this situation here, but we're going to have fun as it unfolds, or maybe not have fun, but we're going to pay attention to it. It's going to gather interest for sure.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine that this one's going to go away without a lot of scrutiny, and as there should be. I mean, look, and if I'm Shohei Ohtani, I'm completely innocent of any connection between that and gambling. I'll say, sure, bring on the scrutiny. Like, you know, I always say when there's a potential for scandal, the best course of action is to open everything up, get it out there, because it's going to get out eventually. In this day and age, with electronic trails, it's almost impossible to hide anything. So you may as well take your medicine as quickly as possible, because if you don't, 2-3 years from now, you can't have that.
It's been quite the offseason for Ohtani. Right, starts off with free agency. He gets to pick where he's going to play and go to the highest bidder and whatever, and he does. That's the first thing. Then you've got apparently got married, and nobody really knew about that. And then well, who's his wife? What's going on? And then they finally figure that out last week. And now this story breaks. It was 3 pretty big offseason events for a guy who's starting the Major League season.
Yeah, yep. Well,
and is the league's best player.
Yeah, meanwhile, the questions were coming fast and furious, and it was all, can't comment at this time. This is
Maybe it's all just lost through interpretation, Doug.
Well, you also, I mean, look, it won't be the first time. Let's say Shohei is completely innocent and there's no connection at all. This isn't the first time that somebody working for a superstar is taking advantage of the situation. Yeah, I mean, you bring people around that you trust and you hope that you can trust. But this one could be, I really hope it doesn't lead back to one of the great stories in the game.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't as well. But the number, $4.5 million losing to a bookmaker, yikes.
I mean, how much money is this? I mean, I guess it could get out of control in a hurry.
How much money does the interpreter make?
Yeah.
He's got to make decent money. I mean, you're the interpreter for Shohei Ohtani. There's a lot of responsibility.
What do you think is the salary for that?
It's 6 figures for sure.
Yeah, but is it $350,000?
Okay.
Getting that far, how much?
Plus expenses or whatever.
The losses must have been unbelievable. And what I'm saying, if you make that much money, you don't start making $1 million bet.
No. No, it's just what he said, chasing it. You start chasing it, right?
And you get yourself in so much trouble. But we'll see what comes out of that.
Unless it's completely different.
Right.
Which is why the story is interesting, why there's some sizzle to this story, because it doesn't all add up right away.
Well, the timing and his claims, which I can't believe he thought, if he made the whole thing up, I can't believe he thought he was going to get away with it. The interpreter, that is. So the timeline of how this went down is what is brought this whole thing under scrutiny. Speaking of which, speaking of scandal, there is now a statement released by Michigan football coach Sharon Moore. Greg Scruggs has resigned from his position effective immediately. I am unable to comment further, as this is a university matter.
Defensive line coach?
Greg Scruggs, the new defensive line coach, who very unfortunately was pulled over in a DUI situation, cited for driving under the influence last weekend.
His third, right?
And, yeah, he had one when he was a player, and I guess about a decade ago as a coach, and now as a third, and they are parting ways. So that doesn't come as much of a surprise. Once you saw that and the details, not surprised at all that that's what went down.
No, and then was it yesterday also that Harbaugh and Michigan filed their response to the NCAA? So now the NCAA has 60 days to send down punishment for what they see, or just 60 days for them to
60
release
days for them
their
to,
findings?
Yeah, and they will release them to Michigan, from what I understand. But beer's at 27.3.
Oh, 27.4. See, it keeps going up and down, but it stays right between like 27.0 and 30.1.
They got the digital thermometer set up here at Twin Peaks and Madison Heights, where we're broadcasting live. Come spin the wheel, win prizes, watch the games, which will be starting today at 12:15. So that to look forward to, Michigan State and Mississippi State. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. We got some Red Wing stuff we'll get to in the noon hour, and some Lions stuff to kick around, draft-related, potentially trade-related, all that coming up shortly here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, every home has a water score. Do you know what yours is? Telltale signs like water spots, dingy laundry, or dry skin indicate your water score isn't as high as it should be. Contact CGC Water, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer, to find out your water score. We'll test your water and survey your home to rank your water, and if you aren't satisfied with your water score, CGC can recommend the Connecticut Water Treatment Solution to improve it. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. Yes, we are, and it's March Madness getting underway in a matter of moments. Is there any more seats at the bar? It looks like there might be one or two, but there's great seating all throughout, so you can watch the games. They've got all the screens. That's how many they've got. They've got all the screens.
When you get screens at your tables, if you get a table,
Yeah.
or some of the tables.
Yep, so stop by. Great place to take in March Madness here on day one of full day one of the NCAA tournament. Spartans of Mississippi State starting at 12:15. At 1 o'clock, you've got BYU taking on Duquesne. Check that. That's at 12:40. 1:30, it is Creighton, a 3 seed, taking on a 14-seeded Akron Zips team from just up the road. That's a game to keep an eye on. I might be smelling upset there. But Long Beach State, a 15 seed against second seed Arizona Wildcats, who, if anything like last year, I have Arizona playing in the national championship game. Last year, my national champion lost their first game. I picked this spunky group from West Lafayette, Indiana. Typically, over the weekend, if we're on the show or we ask a question on the show, our Twitter page, we'll get some response. We have some interaction with the people. Over the weekend, not a lot. I'm pretty sure that was a Friday night that Purdue took on Fairleigh Dickinson, a 1-16. And I remember when that game ended, I looked down at my phone, and you had texted me several times. So had Kang. And I looked at we had like 77 tweets people wanted to point out to me.
People wanted to let you know.
Yep, how wrong I was.
You may not have watched it, so.
That was very, very kind of people.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, and I think people do enjoy taking shots at me. And yesterday, I admitted that I put hours and hours into preparation for this tournament. And I really, really wanted to make sure I put together a solid bracket.
You're really hoping this is going to be the year it pays off.
Yep, and Gator spent 16 minutes.
Yesterday, yeah.
And I'm fearful that you will just simply do better than I will.
Well, I've tried it both ways. I've tried spending a lot of time in researching it and all that, and it didn't do me any good. And I've done it where I've spent 5 minutes, and it's done me better. I fared better when I spent less time. So I spent a little bit more time yesterday than I thought I would. I'll put it that way, even though it was only 16 minutes.
He really worked hard. Harder than usual.
Well, it's easier now. I mean, as you're going through it, you mouse over the matchup, and all these stats come up, and, you feel you don't have to open up another window and check out, the schedule for these teams and the stats and all. It's all right there just by going to a matchup. It's so much easier now.
Feedback coming in to the Carson Anderson inbox as we broadcast live from here at Twin Peaks. The first text, sure, Scott. The dog show is distracting you. Uh-huh. I can tell you he is distracted by the dog show. As much as there are other distractions.
Look how cute little pizza is there, the Norfolk Terrier.
Yes. Next one. If this guy was taking the bullet for Shohei, then why would Ohtani say he stole it? Ohtani would have just kept his mouth shut.
Well, because Ohtani wants nothing to do with an association of gambling, right?
Yep.
He doesn't. I mean, if the story of the interpreter is, oh yeah, I got into a trouble with a bookmaker and Shohei bailed me out. He paid for it. I mean, then that now connects Shohei Ohtani with it. He doesn't want that connection.
No, the reason he say he stole it, and the reason the interpreter, I'm look. We're doing a lot of speculating here, which probably isn't fair, but it would be a deal.
360 speculation.
Yeah, it would be a deal that was struck between Shohei and the interpreter. I'm going to say you stole it. Here's $2 million. Walk away, keep your mouth shut, and we will never speak again.
Well, I mean, there are a bunch of questions to be asked. If you don't believe the story, it's like, okay, well then, who had the gambling issue?
Yeah.
If there was a gambling, was there a gambling issue? And if so, who had the gambling issue?
Next up, Ohtani going to the G League. Do you get it?
I don't get it.
Because Michael Jordan left professional basketball and went and played minor league.
Sure, so now he's going to play basketball. Isn't his new wife, she's a basketball player, right? Ohtani's wife?
I have no idea.
I think so. I think she's a Japanese basketball star.
How is Ohtani going to call his bookie and place a bet? He doesn't speak English.
I mean, that makes sense to me. But the point is you're not supposed to.
Jeff and Holly, I think Doug doesn't fully understand this gambling story because he probably is wondering how somebody loses $4.5 million consecutive $1 bets.
You do not wager big.
I do not wager big. He was also his best friend, like his guy. So he was making millions. Somebody said he was making between $350,000 and $500,000
from the.
I don't know where they got that. It was an email we got here from a listener.
Well, is there additional monies to be made, through a separate contract or a separate agreement with Shohei Ohtani?
This is from a listener, Brian. The interpreter gets paid between $300,000 and $500,000. He and Ohtani are very good friends off the field. Also, for him to steal $4.5 million from his account, it's all but impossible. Ohtani would have to be involved to get through all the bank's checkpoints for an amount that large. Ohtani has to be involved.
Well, I mean, there are people in your inner circle, when you make money like Shohei Ohtani makes money, that you trust implicitly. You trust them with your financials, and they have access to accounts. Is it possible that happened? It's possible. It's quite possible that his interpreter had access to the accounts and overstepped his bounds.
Another one here. Ohtani has to make like $9 million on paper to get $4.5 million in cash. This story stinks. I don't understand that.
Well, how much do you think Shohei Ohtani makes? I mean, he makes a mess load of money, not for playing. I mean, just outside of his salary, right?
Yep.
Forget that the big salary doesn't kick in for a while. I get all that, but it's the money he makes outside of baseball. He makes tens of millions of dollars each year through endorsements. He is an international superstar.
Yeah, he's got a money cannon lined up and pointed at him. Scott writes in, they probably should have stuck with the first story, but the reason not to would be that Ohtani could face suspension for making the payments to bail out the interpreter. Valid point. More feedback here into the Carson Anderson inbox. Hockey jersey for a basketball game? Come on, Gator. That's from an unnamed texter who's criticizing you wearing, and it's not really a hockey jersey. It's a sweatshirt. It's like if a sweatshirt and a hockey jersey had a baby, this is what it would look like. It's got a hoodie. It's got the pocket in the middle.
Touching me.
I didn't touch you. I touched your hoodie. And it looks like but it's also got the tie.
Yeah, look, it's a hockey-themed Michigan State sweatshirt.
I guess this person would prefer you are wearing an actual basketball jersey.
Yeah, I don't do that. That's not happening. I'm supporting my team. I'm supporting my school, and this is quite comfortable. And darn it, I think it looks good.
You can see Gators hockey jersey. You got stains on it.
Well, the dog,
You can see the stained-up sweatshirt.
When she jumps and puts dirty paws, Doug, this is what happens when you get dirty paws.
Yeah.
And thanks for pointing that out.
Oh,
that's awesome. Right, but a big hockey game, Michigan State plays Saturday night.
That's correct. 248-539-9797. Brian Atlanta says, morning, boys. Bucks and Rays fan in Atlanta here. My upset is South Dakota State making the Sweet 16. How come? Not sure. I guess I don't believe in Iowa State. Well, a lot of people believe in Iowa State, but that would be quite the upset. Another one here from Roberto and Trenton. I have AT&T UVerse cable, and I just set up the multi-view option to watch all 4 channels showing the NCAA tournament. I'll watch the Red Wings on my computer. There you go.
Oh, that's right. You can do that with some.
Yep.
Comcast doesn't offer that feature yet?
What's that?
Comcast does not offer that feature yet?
I don't think so.
Or is that something maybe they do if you go online and do it? Stream it?
Could be.
It's a pretty good feature.
What causes blood clots in an 18, 19-year-old athlete? I have no idea.
Genetics.
Is there a prop bet on how many times Izzo yells at the refs?
I mean, I don't know how you determine that because it could be all game long, but they're not going to have their cameras on them all game long.
That is true. 248-539-9797. All right, something we haven't done is talked about the Red Wings. We will get to their huge game tonight against the New York Islanders, why it's so important. Can this team recapture what they had earlier this year, or is this who they are going to be the rest of the way? We'll get into that in the noon hour. Also some Lions stuff to bring up would they possibly make a huge move prior to the draft? And given recent events, are they going to be more compelled to make an aggressive move? All that coming up next hour here on Karsch and Anderson, live from Twin Peaks in Madison Heights, where you can spin the wheel, win prizes, watch games all day long, and, of course, take advantage of the outstanding scratch menu that they have here. The food's outstanding, and there's more to watch than just games. So come on by and see us. So we'll be here until 2 o'clock, and at that point, beer me. It's Karsch and Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Okay, Gator. Da 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 da. Here we go. So close. So close. As March Madness about to get underway, and the first game happens to be a really big one here for people locally. Whether your team, you expect your team to make a deep run or not, these games come with a high degree of intensity. Everything is magnified. And the wild thing is Michigan State is in the rare position where you can eliminate all the frustrations. I don't know if 2 wins eliminates all the frustrations, but 4 wins does.
Well, I think if Michigan State were to get past Mississippi State and then face Carolina on Saturday and beat Carolina, I think Spartan fans feel pretty good about what happened, because you'd be knocking off a number 1 seed, right? And that means something. And, of course, if you knock off 1 seed, then the expectations are keep going.
Yep.
Don't stop now.
Yep. So we asked people to characterize their feelings about their team, both Spartan fans and OU fans. I think the I don't know how you can argue. OU feels like it's a house money kind of deal, right? Anything that happens beyond, maybe the minimum goal is saying, hey, stay in this game into the second half tonight. Allow the dream to grow roots. Allow people start to get excited. Don't fall behind 18-4. Be leading at the first TV timeout. Be within striking distance at halftime.
Well, I think OU has a little bit of an advantage with this, that they clinched. They knew that they were in this thing basically when they won the conference tournament, and that's a week ago Tuesday.
Yep.
So they didn't have to go through what the other bigger conferences had to go through, which is play through the weekend and then figure it out. They knew, and they could celebrate and enjoy that, and then get back to the business of practicing for the tournament. And then, of course, Sunday you find out who you're playing, and it's all prep work for Kentucky at this point. But they've had a little bit of extra time, and that could work to their advantage.
Yep, some time off. And look, there's going to be a OU presence tonight in Pittsburgh. They are going to it's a drivable venue. It's not like, they drew Portland, Oregon. So Salt Lake City, fans can make the trek down there.
So where do they play in Pittsburgh? They play in a hockey arena?
PPG Arena.
All right, so I think is that the hockey arena?
I believe so. The sponsors change, so I get confused. But, yeah, I think it probably is that arena. PPG Arena.
I would think that there's a lot of people heading down right now.
Yep.
That started to drive down there, because that's a 7 o'clock tip. It's going to take you 4.5 hours probably to get there.
Yeah. Well, and it's where the Penguins play.
Brand new arena.
If you are making the drive, that's the great thing about it, right? It being a night game, you can make the drive down this afternoon. Take a half day. If you're making the drive, give us a call, 248-539-9797. What are your expectations? What do you hope? What's the minimum expectation?
What are you shaving? Well, it's OU, right? So you got the distractors behind the net when the guys are taking free throws.
Oh, God. I was like, what the hell are you talking about?
What are you shaving? What are you waxing?
Okay.
What are you doing?
Yeah, because
How are you going to be a distraction to Kentucky Shooters?
Yeah, they do a great job. What did did they literally tattoo a guy? Was that them?
I think they were doing one of those. Yeah, and then they were waxing.
Yes.
The swim team was out there and doing that stuff. So
this in the stands behind the opponents when they're shooting free throws behind the basket. All right, so as far as Michigan State's concerned, I think this game comes down to a couple of things. First of all, how it's whistled. This is going to be an incredibly physical game. Typically, Michigan State does bring a bruising style into March Madness, but that's kind of what Mississippi State is. The Talulu kid is a beast. They got a 280-pounder from Saginaw who contributes. They got a very athletic wing. And they got a freshman point guard, Hamilton, who is their leading scorer but doesn't shoot it at a high percentage. But they are a physical team. This feels like it has a chance to be a basketball brawl. And then if it's one of those games and there's a lot of whistles, this could come down to which team that has frustrated their fan base with poor free throw shooting more, which team frustrates their fan base more when it comes to the trips to the charity stripe.
Yeah, and from Michigan State's perspective, I'm wondering, is someone going to emerge to be kind of heroic? I'm not going to say the hero, but kind of heroic. Someone's going to emerge to be the Robin to Tyson Walker's Batman, because they got to have somebody else step up. And will it be somebody that kind of expected, like, oh, yeah, well, Jaden Akins, now he's knocking down his shots. Is it going to be Malik Hall? Yeah, I expect that. Malik Hall's got the talent. Or will it be somebody kind of unexpected? Xavier Booker's in the game, and he's scoring a bunch, and Izzo's not taking him out. He's going to ride or die with Xavier Booker.
Regardless of how he guards the ball screen.
Is Cohen Carr going to dunk from the three-point line? Things like that. Who's going to step up? Because it does have the feel on paper that it's going to be a slugfest, that these teams are going to just bang into each other until one team's left standing.
Well, it should be an interesting game. And, we talked about this a little bit earlier, but Michigan State, if you're trying to craft a path to success, there are two things that Michigan State historically has going for them, and that is they do have the capability of great guard play. They do have that, and guard play is often considered so important to a March run. So they have the capability of great guard play. That's one. And two, they got Tom Izzo. And, the Izzo – it feels like Izzo, am I wrong? Izzo teams that are seated around here are just, they're dangerous. They're dangerous when he gets these kinds of seeds. Well, he's taken 2 7 seeds to the Final Four.
Yeah, and I don't know. I have to go back and see what those teams were thought of before the season began. But this team, I think some had them at the number 4 team in the country preseason.
Oh, yeah.
So are they dangerous? They should be dangerous. Because people thought they were before the year began. They had a nice game against Baylor. And then things just kind of fell apart throughout the season. They just didn't have any consistency whatsoever. They lost a couple of heartbreaking games that look even more heartbreaking because it would have really improved the seeding. I mean, this is State's, a 9 seed? So this is taking a team that ends up it's a 9 seed that could very well have been maybe a 5 seed if a couple of those games went their way. That Iowa game was hard. The Ohio State game, that's tough. But, hey, that's basketball. And you're in the position you are because you didn't get the job done. Now, because this is college basketball and the regular season really means nothing. It's all about the tournament. If you're good enough in the regular season to make the tournament, then the season really starts. And this is where it starts.
Now, do I trust them? No. I don't trust them, but they're not a team that can't cook with grease, man. I mean, they've got some ability. The roster, and at times you mentioned the Baylor game, which feels like eons ago, but that could happen again. And we're not. You don't have to totally grasp at straws to see a Michigan State team make some noise, but they are the first game of this whole thing. Full schedule today, 16 games. One of the great days in sports, day one of March Madness. We just got the following ticket text. The Michigan State-Mississippi State game is the second lowest total of the day. A $10 bet, that game will be the lowest scoring, is a $1,000 payout. I find that hard to believe. That doesn't add up. A $10 bet on that being the lowest scoring game of the day, and that's a $1,000 payout.
So that's 100 to 1 odds?
Yeah, that doesn't seem to make sense to me. Total on that game's 131.5. I'm looking for lower totals here. The St. Peter's Tennessee game is 129.5. But yeah, well, it's a fun day. Root for your brackets. Of course, now you can bet the games, and of course, root for your teams. 248-539-9797.
I wonder if that changes now that we've got legalized sports betting. Do people do less of the bracket stuff, or are they just like, I'm just doing one bracket, I'm not doing 20 brackets. What I'm going to concentrate on are the individual games, and I'm going to bet the games, and I'm going to parlay some games together as well. That means more than the bracket. I bet you there's a big shift there.
$1 a game, my friend. $1 a game. Never hurts.
Never. No.
But if you do it for all 67 games, you could make a little move one way or another, right? 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. All right, we're at Twin Peaks, Madison Heights. Great place to watch the games. They also got the wheels spinning it over there. Fans walking away with prizes. bar is filled up, but there's plenty of seating. If you get a booth, they got screens at the booth, so but there's TVs everywhere, so don't worry about it. All kinds of spots to watch a game. There is a huge hockey game tonight at the LCA. We'll preview what the Red Wings have in store. That game coming up tonight. That is straight ahead here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, if you're taking a look outside and the weather is changing, we know this, right? It's hot, it's cold. Maybe your house just isn't comfortable at all. And if it's not, do something about it. Call the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling because they know what it takes to keep your home comfortable all year long. And they're offering a deal right now where you can replace that clunky water heater you have with a tankless one for free with the purchase of a Comfort Maker furnace and air conditioning package. They've got over 100 years of combined experience, and they're the team that I trust the most. I've had them come out to my house twice in the last few months. They came out the next day to fix my problems. Visit them at BirminghamPlumbingCO.com. That's BirminghamPlumbingCO.com.
Gator, I've zeroed in here on the fine menu here at Twin Peaks. It looks like the spicy chipotle chicken for me, blackened chicken breast, Southwest pico de gallo, house-made garlic mashed potatoes, and sautéed broccoli.
Look at you.
Yeah. What are you getting here?
I think I'm going to go with the Hawaii 5-0 flatbread, spiced rum, pineapple, bacon bits, green onion, mozzarella, parmesan, marinara, parsley, crushed red pepper, and hot honey drizzle.
There you go. Outstanding menu here at Twin Peaks. Games are about to get underway. Great place to watch March Madness. Stop by Twin Peaks, Madison Heights, 75, the 14-mile exit. We are just west of 75. And bar seats taken, but there's tons of seating still available. But you want to get here soon. There's TVs everywhere, so you do have that. TVs everywhere. 248-539-9797. So not only is there March Madness games going on, we have not talked about the Red Wings yet. It's a big game tonight. It's a big game tonight. In fact, probably true that every game the rest of the way is a big game. Let's just set the scene here a little bit. Where they stand, well, for people who don't know how the playoffs work necessarily, it is the top 3 seeds in each division, and the next 2 are wild. That has to be DJ. Is that DJ? What up, though? That just clicked in.
Oh, man.
All right.
My man.
So the top 3, he looked at me, and I think that dude just –
I thought I heard a what up,
though. That's DJ. All right, anyway, the Maurice Taylor story he told. Was it Mo Taylor? Yeah, I think it was Mo Taylor. Mo Taylor story he told.
Grundle all up in his face.
Yeah. Anyway, Twin Peaks filling up, having fun. All right, so top 3 in each division and make the playoffs, and the next 2 are wild cards, all right? And most hockey fans, I think, know this, but I'm just, for those that aren't into this, trying to get them to understand why this is such a big deal. So 7 and 8 are in the wild card hunt. Detroit is in the 8th spot right now. Tampa's in the 7th spot. There's 14 games left for Tampa. They have 80 points. Detroit has 13 games left. So Tampa has, and Detroit has 76 points. So Tampa has a game in hand, and they're 4 points up, which can be looked at, as a pseudo 6-point lead. But, it's not, but it has potential to be a 6-point lead with 13 to go for Detroit. Red Wings got 76 points. Washington is right behind Detroit. 14 games to go. They have 75 points. So 1 point behind with a game in hand. The Islanders, who are in town tonight, have 14 games to go, 73 points. If you're the Islanders, you're coming in here down by 3 points to the Red Wings with a game in hand. You feel like win this game and that playoff spot, you control your own destiny.
You got a real chance, yeah.
So, and the Islanders are in town tonight. Now, again, this is probably old hat hockey fans. I get it. Want to just set the scene for everybody that's not way into this. So how good did the Red Wings have to be in those last 13 games? God bless you for choosing a random number of points and deciding this is what the goal should be in 13 games. You think 17 points gets them in?
Random as it gets, Doug.
Yep. And why did you settle on 17
points? Well, because with 13 games left, that's 26 points left. Half of that being 13 points. You got to do better than that. You got to do better than 500 the rest of the way in terms of the point total. And I just think that they have the lead right now. I know what their schedule looks like. I know what the other team's schedules look like, and it's favorable to the Red Wings. If they go out and do this, that means that they would go roughly 8-4-1. Well, that's pretty good over the last 13 games. If you win 8 of those 13 games, and another one you pick up a point because you go to overtime.
Yep.
It seems like a safer number. I don't know. Does it seem like to you that's?
Oh yeah,
I
would probably take that. I'd probably take that because that means, right now every game feels like a toss-up for them. So.
And 17 points would give them, 93 on the season?
Yes.
Feel pretty good about that.
248-539-9797. We'll get to more with the Red Wing stuff, but let's get back to your phone calls. John is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, John.
Hello, how are you?
We're good, John.
Hello, yeah, we're on our way to Pittsburgh to see Oakland play. My fourth trip to the NCAA, just like Campy.
So wait a sec. Is this your fourth trip to see Oakland in the NCAA?
Yeah, I've been to all 4 games. Went to Charlotte the first year, went to Milwaukee and Tulsa, and this is my 4th trip out there. There's 2 of us out of the 2 cars that've been to all 4. We're kind of joking around yesterday and saying, wonder if this can't be in us that have been to all 4.
It might be.
I mean, it's quite possible. Maybe some of his family members.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that. His son's about 10 years younger, so it might have been him. But it's very interesting how it's changed. They're go down now. This time there's a pep rally at the team hotel just before the game, free food, and getting people fired up. And there's quite a few people going. They're busing people in from the university. And the first year they didn't do that. So
have you been to Pittsburgh before?
What's that?
Have you been to Pittsburgh before?
Yes.
Okay. It's a great town. Great city.
Yeah. It is. A lot of fun, a lot of places, but we're in and out. So it's we're looking forward to it. And, it's going to be a good game, I think. I think we can play with them. It's just they don't play defense, and we play a zone, so we'll see what happens.
Have you you say you've been on this trips before, so I'm going to assume you've watched this team all season long?
Say it again?
I'm assuming you've watched this team all season long, John?
Yeah, spot times. Been to a couple of the games. Obviously watched the 2 tournament games and watching them play. Their conference, I mean, they got 5 teams that got over 20 wins in their conference. It's not and they have a win over Xavier and didn't play Michigan State that close, but played Illinois and Ohio State pretty close. So they got a chance.
All right, good. There you go. Hey, John, thanks for sharing. Have a great trip, okay?
Yeah, we're looking forward. Thank you.
And drive carefully. 248-539-9797, making his way to Pittsburgh.
Look, OU, no joke how they got there, man. Going through their own conference tournament, they had to mow down 3 20-win teams in their own conference tournament to win the conference tournament.
Yep.
So good for them, and they deserve to be there.
Yvonne, you're next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Yvonne.
Yvonne, how you doing, Coach Harrison? Yeah, I'm here.
Good.
You guys
All
not
right,
giving
go
Michigan
ahead.
State Gonzaga no credit. You guys are hating on them.
On who?
Nobody's not talking about Gonzaga or Michigan State. F Michigan, those losers. Juwan Howard, that scam artist.
Hello? All right. And
he is right. We haven't barely touched on Gonzaga.
yeah, why would I talk about Gonzaga? What do I have Gonzaga doing?
They got McNeese, and we've talked a lot about McNeese.
Yeah, you have well, if you care, here, I just want to satisfy the previous caller.
All right, go for it.
I have Gonzaga beating McNeese and then losing to Kansas.
Good to know.
That's what I have.
And thus concludes our Gonzaga discussion.
And I don't know. We've been talking about Michigan State quite a bit here. So
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and now Thursday. But other than that.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Red Wings tonight taking on the Islanders. We kind of set the table for that. Let's talk about what's next for this team, this hockey team that really, really needs to refine their form. It's Carson Anderson from Twin Peaks in Madison Heights. We got March Madness games on. And we got the video stream up for those of you that like to watch the show. It took a while to get it up and running, but we got it up and running so you can stream the show.
My neck's getting a workout.
Through twitch.tv. What's that?
My neck is getting a workout.
And you can see why if you're watching Gator on twitch.tv or youtube.com. 248-539-9797. Got some line stuff we'll get to a little bit later on. And Shohei Ohtani, boy, something doesn't smell right. What's going on there?
A little bit of news on that, too. I saw a tweet about that.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll get to that coming up. There was news this morning on Camp Sutton for people following that story. An unfortunate story. His license plate has been seen by the tolls, the easy pass inspector things that you go through when you're driving on the highways in Florida. They've been scanned. His license plate has been scanned. We didn't see when, but he is still considered at large down in Florida. Hasn't been apprehended as of yet. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Met quite a few listeners out here. Thanks for stopping by. Twin Peaks and Madison Heights for March Madness. Great place to watch all the games. Stop in and hang out this afternoon as they got a million screens here. And great seating, great food, great help. It's all great here at Twin Peaks in Madison Heights. Okay, let's get to some more Red Wing talk here. Big game tonight, right? Big game tonight. How do you feel about Reimer? That was announced yesterday. James Reimer's going to be in goal tonight. I mean, clearly throughout the bulk of this season, Alex Lyon has been carrying the workload, but there's also a theory that he has carried too much of the workload. I wouldn't say that James Reimer was great the other night against Columbus, but they won the game.
Yeah,
now they got a big game, and they're going with a guy who's the number 2 goalie, if you will. But when we brought it up yesterday, a lot of hockey guys said, hey, teams play different in front of different netminders, and maybe that's the reason why.
Yeah, I was a little surprised that it was going to be Reimer. I was not really overly impressed with how he played in the come-from-behind win that they desperately needed to get.
Yeah.
But they did get the win. And
they won the game.
Wasn't happy with the first period, but after that, the Red Wings played really well in the second and third periods and obviously won it in overtime. But, look, hockey, there is superstitions that take place. There is truth to guys playing differently in front of other goaltenders. Some of that is they just feel more comfortable. And some of that is maybe they feel they have to play tighter defensively because maybe they have to make up for the shortcomings of other goaltenders. Whatever the case is, if it's because this is something that Derek Lalonde said yesterday, maybe they do play a little bit better, or they're playing better in front of them right now. And if that's the case, then go with it. Ride it again. See if it works out. If not, then you switch up if you have to. Hopefully you don't have to. You don't want to. This is not a game where you want to be changing goaltenders at any point during the course of the game. This is a game that's big enough on its own. This should have a playoff atmosphere at LCA. And
I want to get to that in a minute.
It feels like it's must win.
Yeah, I want to get to the LCA in a minute. But as far as on the ice, there's Reimer, which we know about. Then there's Dylan Larkin, okay? Went through a skate this morning. It sounds as though the report is he will be a game-time decision tonight. Here's what I want to see. Well, of course I want to see him on the ice. But the question is, if Dylan Larkin comes back and does Dylan Larkin things, has Lucas Raymond, in his absence, taken a step to be more of a lead dog where more can be expected of him? He's feeling more comfortable. He looks like he's getting a little chesty. And the idea that combination, all right, the combination of Dylan Larkin and a new and improved, taking a step forward, Lucas Raymond, what could that get us? What could that get the Detroit Red Wings moving forward?
It's exciting to think about.
Yep.
Because obviously Raymond has stepped up his game. Was it 7 goals in his last 5 games? That's good. It's a nice progression he's made in his career, and this is 3rd season. And they need – look, Larkin, we know what Larkin is. Larkin's a point-a-game guy. He's the leader of the team. Obviously, his absence is really felt during the course of that, losing 8 out of 9 games in that stretch. Hopefully he's able to come back. I'm curious to see how they're going to mix and match the lines, the top 2 lines, because Raymond has emerged. Who do you play Raymond with? Do you play him with Larkin, or do you play him with Kane? It depends which guy you want to see him out there.
But if you have one line with Larkin and DeBrincat and another line with, or one line with DeBrincat and Kane and another line with Larkin and Raymond, that's starting to feel like a team that really could give you problems. And they're looking for answers right now. Let's be clear.
Yeah, and Joe Veleno has stepped up his game too a little bit. I'd like to see more out of him, but he was the guy that they entrusted to take over that top line as the center, and so he's going to be in the mix in those top 2 lines as well. But certainly want to get Dylan Larkin back. That's going to be key to this team in the last 13 games.
And the other thing about on ice is Simon Edvinsson. He didn't look like he didn't belong. I mean, he was just fine. And, you kind of got to expect steps forward, getting more comfortable. Maybe it doesn't happen in game 2, but Simon Edmondson in game 1 since his return looked perfectly fine.
I thought he looked really good. He was steady. I think it was a point where he made a mistake and then corrected that mistake immediately and got right back on the player who took the puck away from him, and that player, forced out of the zone. So that was a nice play by him. If you're going to make mistakes, make up for them quickly, and it looks like that's what he did. And this guy's going to be the future on the blue line. There's no question about it. He's huge. 6'6". Yes, he's lanky because he's barely 200 pounds, but he's going to add to that frame over the next few years. The future of this team, it's going to reside with Edvinsson and with Seider, and when Johansson comes up, and the other Swedish player they took in the first round the other year, they've got several guys that are going to be infiltrating this roster. But right now, I'm hoping he stays up the rest of the season.
Yeah,
because I think he needs this kind of experience. I mean, sure, he could play the rest of the season with Grand Rapids and then, play in the playoffs at Grand Rapids. But I want to see him be a reason why this team's playing.
Well, they're in a weird spot, right? Because his play has to warrant it.
Yeah.
They don't have games to mess with. There's 13 games to go. They can't keep a guy up here just because they want him to get this experience. He's got to warrant it. There's a lot riding on the now and the future with Simon Edmondson. And, he's obviously talented. We've told you a couple of occasions about, people in hockey telling me they thought he was getting bored down at the AHL level. Then he got hurt. Now he's back. And so, there's Derek Lalonde. He's not messing around anymore. You don't have games to mess around. You got to put the best lineup to give you a chance to win on the ice every night.
Yeah, I think Lalonde got a little feel for what the hot seat is like, right? I mean, I think that seat warmer got on to level 1 for him during that losing streak, and it's you got to adjust. You can't just say, oh well, we have to do this, we have to do that. I mean, it has to be tangible, and sometimes you have to shake up the lineup. Now, this coincides with not a good time for this team to not be 100% healthy either, right? Guys are in and out of the lineup every day now, even in practice, because of a bug that's going around, and it seems like everybody's ill. We don't know if Rasmussen's going to play, if Wallman's going to play. We don't know if Larkin's going to play, although Larkin is different than the illness here. Yep. But look, it makes sense that you give him the opportunity. And I think that Lalonde is looking at this and saying, I need to find out whether this kid can play or not as well.
So, big game tonight for the Red Wings, again, in the 8th spot, 13 games to go, and an Islander team that's just 3 points back going at it with Detroit tonight down at the LCA. Now, you brought up the LCA. This is a building that feels like it's starting to sow the seeds of a hockey soul. That is determined by me about having big games and big memories. Yep. And, the intensity lately has been awesome. The intensity lately has been a hockey town. It's included booing the team off the ice, but they're playing games with premium now, right?
Yeah, that they are. And it's interesting. I went to a game last week, and I was up in the press box and sat next to Nick Katzanika, who writes for NHL.com and used to be a local writer here. And I've known Nick for a long time. I'm like, hey, man, do you miss the Joe at all? And he's like, no, not really. He goes, except for the memories. You miss it because you saw them win championships there. You saw them go to the playoffs, all these great teams. And for our age, I mean, that's all we knew watching Red Wings since we were kids, is watching them play at the Joe.
When I was there, I had memories of great games and great moments. So, and you look back at it, it was as bare bones a place as it could be, with all kinds of modern-day shortcomings, but I loved going there.
And so I said, so how does this feel here? And he goes, honestly, this might be the best arena in the NHL. And Nick's been to just about every one of them.
That's awesome.
I think there are 2 that he hadn't been to. So he's like, this might be the best one of them all. It's amazing. And he goes, and I can't wait to see what it's like when this team's in the playoffs and when they start to get it going again. And we've always said that. Can't wait.
Yep.
This should be the year. They've teetered on. They had it. They looked like they just had it in the bag, and then they had that losing streak, and now they're teetering on it. They still have it, technically. Go out there and grab it. Take it.
855-339-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. And do appreciate all of it that has been sent over via ticket text. Got some line stuff we'll get to as they are pondering over what their next move is, unfortunately because of the Cam Sutton news. But could they be pondering a big move prior to the draft? We'll get to that today at 1:02 here on Carson Anderson from Twin Peaks and Madison Heights here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, don't let the snow that's going to come out here tomorrow fool you. You got to take care of your yard. You got to start thinking about your yard, how green it's going to be in the summertime. Do something about it right now. Call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number. And for a limited time, you purchase a full lawn program, you'll get free grub control, but you've got to mention my name, Gator, in the station 97.1 The Ticket. You don't want to wait. In fact, you want to do things right now. You can get green and stay green and save some green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month. You get that early bird discount, and that is great. But you want to get it taken care of right now because of crabgrass control. By the time you see crabgrass, it's too late to fix it. It's so much easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix that problem. So schedule early and give them a call right now with 888-GET-GREEN. Now, each lawn is assigned its own specialist. They have certified applicators and arborists that know what they're doing. They custom tailor solutions specifically for your yard and your home. They offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. It's a company I've used for almost a dozen years now. I love Natural Way. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Happy Thursday, everybody. Happy first day of March Madness. We asked people to, Spartan fans, characterize your feelings about your team going into March Madness, and OU fans, how do you defeat Kentucky? Gundy writes in, OU, just keep it competitive. Maybe a player gets hurt or your 3 shooters get hot. That's about it. Michigan State, we've seen worse teams make runs. Why not the Spartans? Well, you never know come March.
Have we seen, well, I guess for Michigan State, we've seen worse Spartan teams make runs?
I think if we look at it, I think he's had some worse seeded teams, but it's hard to be worse seed and be an at-large. I mean, 9's about as low as it can get, but you'd be 10 or 11 anymore. But feedback, Tom in Flat Rock says, driving to Florida this weekend, staying just north of Charlotte. When we booked, we obviously had no idea MSU may play there that night. We will stop for the night if they win. So if the Spartans win, Tom will go see them take on presumably North Carolina. Unnamed texter, Michigan State is going to win the game. Thank you. Another one here. My pool typically has 250 brackets. It has 140 this year. Legalized gambling definitely has influenced the brackets. Lots of guys did less brackets and said they will be betting individual games. That's from G-Man and McComb. You brought this up on your show sheet a couple times this week. So there's an example of it.
Yeah, I think it's the nature of the beast here. You know, I don't think we're going to. I mean, people still seemingly will fill out a bracket, but maybe they're not doing the multiple brackets.
Yep. On FanDuel, MSU's being the lowest scoring, MSU versus MSU lowest scoring game is plus 500. Just look. Okay, so that's not quite.
So that's 5-1 odds.
Yeah, not. What do you say? Bet $10, win
Win 1,000.
Yeah. Next one. Doug's food choices usually are head scratchers, but that sounds fire. Gator, that flatbread is right up our alley. Enjoy, boys. That's from Trent Downriver.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
The food has been delivered.
It does look good. Yours.
Yes, I'm excited. A2 in Tecumseh says, I took Duquesne, McNeese, St. Peter's, Grand Canyon, and James Madison. $5 pays $17,000. So here's what's interesting about that. He picked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 upsets. I guarantee there's going to be 5 upsets. And
that's a big guarantee there.
He just took. I guarantee it.
You guarantee it?
I guarantee it. $5 pays $17,000. If you pick those 5 upsets.
Good for him. Obviously you'd have to go money line to get the best, bang for the buck there.
Yep. Tim in Waterford, Red Wings. What happened with Bergeron? He was called up 4 games ago, but didn't play in the game against Buffalo, Pittsburgh, or CBJ. Healthy scratch. Can he not outplay Fabry or Sprong?
No, he can't. Robbie Fabry is a really good player, and Sprong has been as well. They've been pretty good players. Bergeron he's got some potential. He's a point-a-game guy down at Grand Rapids, but doesn't mean that with the big club.
Feels like the clock's ticking there a little bit. I mean, there was some reports of a contract differences, and he wants to play a bigger role. And I can't blame him, but the reality is, I'm just wondering if we're ever going to see it happen here.
Well, the best way to stay up on the roster is to play responsibly at both ends of the ice.
Yep.
That's the number one way. If you're only going to be offensive-minded and you're a young player, you're not likely to be making the Red Wing roster. That's just been the example for years. You go back to the Athanasiou stuff, right?
Yeah.
I mean, had all this offensive talent but didn't play the defensive side, and they're like, okay, great, you can score a few goals here and there, but you're a liability, and you can't be a liability. And at this point in the season, they can't afford liabilities. If you think that the problem is their defense more than their offense, then you're going to go with more defensive-minded forwards, more responsible forwards.
Next text from Ron and Warren. The Isles got a heavy team. Caps play a top team Friday, and Isles play a top team Saturday. Could lose the next 2 and still be 1 point up. Expect the Isles to play the same physical game like the last one, like a blacktop roller, come up with the same results. To me, 34 losses. To me, 3 or 4 losses without another tie gives them 90 points and are toast. That's from Ron. And what did you say? You had them at you were looking for 17.
I'm looking for like
20?
an 8-4-1, 17 out of 26 points.
Yeah. I think that would get them in, but who knows?
I got a text message.
Yeah.
From someone involved in sports. Says, if Doug is going to guarantee the 5 upsets, is he willing to shoot the boot on it?
What's the shoot the boot you speak of? No.
Why not? You guaranteed it.
Yeah. Because I'm not going to get bullied into it.
Nobody's bullying you. It's just asking a question.
So are upsets – here's my question. Are upsets determined by seeds?
Yes.
Okay. Then, yeah, I'll shoot the boot, guarantee it.
For the first round?
For the first –
or for the first day?
Thursday and Friday.
Okay.
Yeah.
First round of the tournament.
There will be 5 teams that are the worst seed will win a game.
Okay.
So if Michigan State wins.
That's one because they're a higher seed.
But
sure.
I don't really look at it that way. I think they actually technically are favored. But nonetheless, sure, I'll shoot the boot, guarantee it. I don't feel like I'm really going
staring in the camera.
I will shoot the boot, guarantee that there will be – this isn't that much of a guarantee, but I will shoot the boot, guarantee that there are 5 teams that are worse seeded that will win a basketball
It's just
game
you throw a word like guarantee around there, and you got to back it up. You know how it works. You know people immediately are going to come calling for you. I'm sure that the Twitch feed, the YouTube feed, people are like, is it shoot the boot guarantee? Or
yeah, we don't have quite the access to seeing a lot of the feedback
guarantee?
When we're on the road, so I didn't see any of that. But all right, let's shift to some NFL, which we barely touched on today. Caleb Williams. They liked the workout. People said it was very good. And probably much to the relief of the Bears. Not that they have much doubt, and not that a workout would have changed too much, but good workout for Caleb Williams. And Marvin Harrison Jr. is not working out. So the question, I mean, is that at all a mistake?
I was wondering about this, right? Because the guy who's going to go number 1 overall definitely had a workout.
Yep.
And probably, if you're the Bears, you definitely want to see him work out. But the best receiver in the draft not only did not work out at the Combine, didn't do the interviews at the Combine, and
which was
after
weird.
He kind of would.
He was going to do it, then he wasn't, then he then he was going to do it again, then he no-showed.
And then Ohio State has their pro day, and he doesn't participate in it. It's odd, and yet if you're Marvin Harrison Jr., you have the utmost confidence. Your tape is out there for everyone to see. Everyone who's a scout in the Twitterverse is putting out videos of him and showing why he should be the number 1 guy, the number 1 receiver. I mean, I wouldn't advise. Why not work out? It's. I don't think you're hurting yourself if you work out. I guess there's potential. Maybe if you suffer an injury, and if you know that you're going to be a top 10 pick or a top 5 pick, as it seems like with him. The only thing that keeps pushing him back is if more quarterbacks go in the top 5. Right now, it looks like it's a lock at 3.
Yep,
will go, but perhaps 4 go. And then if 4 go, then you're not a lock to be taken in the top 5 because maybe it's the team wants the best defensive player. They want the best offensive lineman available. So it's a gamble on his part, but I don't begrudge him for doing it because I think you don't want to pull up with a hammy because you ran the 40, you know?
No.
Not when you're not guaranteed, but when you feel pretty confident about where you're going to go.
248-539-9797. All right, so the Lions, there's still nothing new to report on the Cam Sutton situation. I know a lot of people, there's growing concern for the health of Cam Sutton. Very difficult for anyone to disappear for 2 weeks, let alone somebody who's got a degree of fame. And so hopefully, a better choice will be made here real soon, and he can perhaps turn himself in here real quick and start to address this situation. Dave Burkett did tweet that his license plate showed up on those electronic readers on Florida toll roads, so there is that. So just something to keep in mind, and we will continue to monitor that situation. But you got to think that they're having discussions about, all right, what if Cam Sutton's played his last game as a Lion?
Sure, and I know the Lions released a statement yesterday that said that this was the first they heard of this. I have a hard time believing that, but that's okay. Say what you're going to say.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
It doesn't matter. I think the moves that they've made in the offseason to this point, whether they knew or not, I would still go get another corner. And if they didn't know, then they should go get another corner. Absolutely. Go ahead and pick up the phone, call Stephon Gilmore, or call another free agent, a corner that's out there, or take a look at and see if somebody wants to make a trade, because it becomes absolutely a need. I mean, you've brought 3 new corners into this team, basically, even though Mosley was here, but there's effectively 3 new corners with Mosley. But are any of them like slam dunk CB1? I mean, ish.
Yeah.
With Carlton Davis, ish.
Yeah.
He's a CB1 ish, but
the two guys they brought in, Amik Robertson and Carlton Davis, seem like guys that are going to be asked to do different things in Detroit than they've been asked to do in Tampa and Vegas, respectively, which could mean it could pay huge dividends, or they might have been perfectly cast.
Right. Or do the Lions look at those 2 players in particular and say, you know what, those are examples in the secondary of like a player like an Alex Anzalone. Anzalone with the Saints, a couple years under his belt there, and was good, but not great. But with the Lions in the right situation, he's blossomed. Can they find the same thing with those corners?
A player that won't be confused with elite or even great, but a player that's good, that helps you win.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of think that's what they're going for. And they're trying to spread the wealth. But do they go big? Do they go big? That is a question we will ask next at 105. It's Carson Anderson from Twin Peaks and Madison Heights here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Michigan State underway from Charlotte in the de facto NCAA tournament opener against Mississippi State in the West Region 8-9 game. In fact, they just went to half. Malik Hall with about a 6-foot bunny right before the buzzer there, make it 31-24 Michigan State at halftime. The threes were falling early. Brian Anderson, CBS on the call. That made it 18-8 Spartans, about 12 minutes left in the first. MSU 5 for 12 from 3 in the first half. By the way, Spartans are 2-0 all-time in the 8-9 game, both times before they were the 9 seed. 2-3 all-time in the tourney, though, as the lower-seeded team in the round of 64. The 9 seed all-time, 78-74 against the 8 seed, by the way. And MSU came into the game as a 1.5-point favorite. Only one other game going on right now, Duquesne and BYU, the 11-6 game in the East. Duquesne with a 17-5 lead early there. Michigan defensive line coach Greg Scruggs has resigned 5 days after his drunk driving arrest in downtown Ann Arbor, 13 days after U of M hired him. This was Scruggs' third drunk driving arrest. And the Red Wings, clinging to the Eastern Conference's last wildcard slot, host one of the teams chasing them tonight, the New York Islanders. Islanders only 3 points behind Detroit with a game in hand. Hear that tonight right here on 97.1 starting at 6:45. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Take care, DJ. All right, Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket from Twin Peaks in Madison Heights. Met a lot of listeners, including DJ. What up, though? 248-539-9797. Some feedback coming in regarding the Red Wings. So really, they don't have a goalie. Same premise as having competing starting quarterbacks. That's from Logan in a car. I think their goalie's Alex Lyon. I think they've been looking for a reason to give Lyon a spell, and they won a game with Reimer. And am I wrong to think that's it? Is it more than that?
No, I think you're pretty accurate with that. The question is Alex Reimer or is Alex Lyon the guy down the road next year, the year after? And I think he's the guy for the time being until he can show that he can shoulder the burden of being the number one goalie. I mean, this is the first time he's done this.
Hey, he's played like more games this year than he's played his entire career.
Yeah, and it's by a lot.
Yeah.
So it's how can he handle that? And he's not young. This isn't got some 23 or 24-year-old goaltender. This guy's in his 30s.
248.
So you're still trying to feel out how much you can rely on him, how dependable he is.
248-539-9797. Next one. I like Reimer in net. They hung him out to dry with poor play, and he made a huge save on a breakaway. That's from Brian in New Huddy. I mean, they did hang him out to dry. The first period was terrible. He got frozen on the breakaway because Rowinski shot it outside the hash marks, and I don't think anybody was expecting that. But at the end of the day, Lions played so stinking well at times. But, I mean, they won the game.
Yeah, he was playing well enough because he hadn't racked up enough starts because Husso was healthy to start the year. But once he had qualified for the statistics in the NHL with the minimum number of games and shots faced and all that, he immediately vaulted into the top 10 of goals against and save percentage.
Yep.
And stayed there for a while. And then the losing streak starts. And it was actually kind of before that he started to maybe show some wear and tear, that he was getting a little tired and maybe playing beyond what he was used to. But get that second win, get right through that mental wall and move forward. But he's not playing tonight. It's Reimer tonight. And Reimer getting a start. Wings won with him the other night. Go ahead and plug in the same lineup as best you can. And hopefully we'll hear word that Dylan Larkin's back because he was a full participant in practice yesterday.
He skated this morning, and they're going to make a game-time decision on him tonight. So
see how he feels.
Neither one of the goaltenders are playing that great, but the last two wins, Reimer was in net. That's from JD and Macomb. Ron and Warren says, because the Isles play being physical, and if Larkin is not 100%, they might wait till Saturday. So there you go. 248-539-9797. All right, so NFL draft. We haven't talked about much at all today, but take a look at there are growing reports that with the maneuvering that's taken place and the Bears basically announcing to the world they're hanging on to the number 1 pick, there are reports that Arizona is now actively shopping around the pick at number 4. There's no way, right?
The Lions would be interested in that? I mean, they don't have the capital to move up and do that unless they did something
massive.
Yeah, which I mean, is there a player you want at 4 that you think is worthy of jumping into the top 5? Because I don't.
Not for their needs, unless – because Brad Holmes has traded up in the past for a skill position player.
Yep, but traded up and traded back, and both around – were they both 12 overall?
They might have been. And J-Mo and Jameer.
Yeah. Traded back, still took Jameer, traded up, got J-Mo.
What does the team look like with Marvin Harrison Jr.?
I mean, I would think they look pretty scary offensively. But what have you done to do that, though? If you're going to do that, you have to give up your first-round pick this year, likely your second-round pick, and then likely a second-round pick next year or a first-round pick next year.
I think you got to give up first-round pick this year, first-round pick next year, and maybe your second-round pick both years. That would be a Rams move, right? Is go all in. Now, the Rams would trade draft picks for players, a la Jalen Ramsey. But the Rams reached an F them picks part of their rebuild. Brad Holmes is in the Rams organization, so that's why I'm bringing it up for people who haven't connected those dots. But the only player that I could see them falling in love with is Marvin Harrison Jr.
Unless there's a defensive back that they love.
You wouldn't have to go. Chances are, I mean, I say this with a degree. I sound like I'm certain, but I'm not. I shouldn't be. Chances are you wouldn't have to go as high as 4.
Well, exactly. I'm scared if there's talk that they want to get into the top 5 to get the 4th pick overall. I would feel not good about that. And part of that is because that's not a cheap slot for a player. You're paying money for the 4th pick overall.
Yep.
So that's added expense that you're looking at when you're going to pay St. Brown close to $30 million a year.
Yep.
That's what's going to happen. And then you're going to commit another, I don't know what it would be, $8 million a year to start with the 4th pick overall. That's a lot of cash outlay for that. If they're going to move up in the draft, which I could see them doing.
I could totally see them doing.
To me, it would scream that they love an offensive lineman or they love a defensive back. And it feels like there's some depth.
Do I really want a late first, a couple of late firsts and a couple of late seconds because the Lions are going to be competitive? Do I really want that for this pick at 4? Probably not. So I don't even know that gets it done, to be honest with you. That's one. 2 is it doesn't seem like there's a match there for a player. But trading up for a defensive back or an offensive lineman, I mean, right now, usually at this point as we get closer and closer to the draft, I'm convinced they're either staying at their spot or trading back. I think right now it's not about 51. It's about 33, 33, 33.
Yeah.
I think there's as good a chance that they move up as there is that they stay there, as there is that they move back.
Oh, and again, it's all dependent on what his draft board is and what players he truly covets and how aggressive do you want to be to get that player. And I would hesitate if they wanted to move into the top 10 to get that guy. It just seems like that's a big price to pay to do that.
I didn't tell Jake back at the studio that we were going to do 10 texts, so I don't know if he can get the 10 text sounder ready fast enough. But
it would be in the Kang elements that he emailed.
I would perhaps. I'd love to take 10 texts on if they are going to trade up. Who do you think they'd be trading up for, or what position do you think they'd be trading up for? When you go into an off season and put together a complete roster through free agency, they could zero in on one target. That's their guy that they are in love with, that they want to go get.
Like Jahmyr Gibbs was that guy last year. They could have taken him at 6, but they're like, you know what? We're going to trade back, and we still want to make sure we get that guy. And they got that guy.
248-539-9797. We'll take 10 texts now. And get to your 10 texts. There you go. First 10 texts, who do you think they are trading up? If they are to trade up, who are they trading up for? Get them over right now. We'll read the first 10 that come in. Remember to sign your text. It's Carson Anderson from Twin Peaks in Madison Heights here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's college basketball week and tournament week in Twin Peaks. Should be your only destination to catch all the action. Get your brackets filled out and cheer on your picks all week long at your favorite lodge. Starting today and going on all week long. This is one of the great days in sports. Come by and enjoy the beautiful Twin Peaks girls, the outstanding hospitality, the coldest beer in the state, the Scratch Kitchen, serving up food you crave, and this Chipotle chicken is outstanding. Not bad for you. Gator's got the flatbread. The ice-cold 29-degree tall Bud Lights for just $5. Pair that with the hand-breaded and cooked-to-order boneless wings, smoked barbecue ribs, or hand-cut New York strip steaks, and you're on another planet. Take advantage of the awesome happy hour specials, too. They even run them late night. Excited to see you out here for the tournament. So, come on by Twin Peaks. To find a location nearest you, go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. That's TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. Come enjoy all the best views, the Cinderella stories, the dunks, and the buzzer beaters. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views. How was the flatbread? How is the flatbread?
Very good.
Yeah. I highly recommend the Chipotle chicken.
They look really good.
It is
Powered.
really, really good. Yeah, well, I'm good at eating fast.
Yeah.
Might get a little burpy, but it's only 3 segments to go. I'll be good.
It's okay. You going to be okay? Pat you on the back there? You all right? No. I'm all right.
I'm fine. I'm fine. All right, so we're at Twin Peaks in Madison Heights. Come by, check it out, spin the wheel, win some prizes. There are some open seats. I know it's a little bit of a rush, lunch rush. They got some open seats for people to come in to check out all the games of March Madness here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so we asked for 10 texts. If the Lions are going to trade up, who do you see them pursuing? We're not worried about where they're trading to. We're not worried about what they need to give up. We just want to know if they're trading up. Now, let me start with this. Can you imagine draft night? We're in the middle of the first round, and the commissioner walks to the podium and says, we have a trade.
Crowd's going to go nuts.
The Detroit Lions have acquired the number whatever pick.
Detroit Lions are now on the clock.
The Lions are on the clock. Downtown is going to explode.
Yes, it will absolutely 100% explode.
Now, do I believe they would do that just to play to the crowd? Of course not.
No.
I didn't believe that they would hold on to their pick at 29 when they had a chance to trade in the second round. But if that announcement is made, the anticipation, I mean, people have been there drinking for a while. Like, it's going to be crazy.
I envision it, if that scenario plays itself out, it's like it's 15th pick, and I don't know who's got a 15th pick, but,
yep.
You know, we have a trade to announce, but the Detroit Lions are on the clock. I think everybody there would be, it's the side high five that you give your buddy, like, come on, come on, come on. You do it 3 times, and then there might be another fist bump on top of it, high fives going all over the place. But it's the side five that I think you're going to get with the intensity of Brad Holmes when Brad Holmes does his high five. I think people would go ballistic.
Interesting.
Cannot wait.
All right, here's the feedback coming in, and I'm surprised at a name that I am seeing. But we'll start with this. Josh in St. Clair Shore says Dallas Turner.
Okay. Thought it was the top edge rusher in the draft.
Yep.
Alabama.
Yep. That will feel like.
That feels like it's a top 10 trade.
Yeah, it feels like a bold move to acquire a player that can be the guy opposite of Aiden Hutchinson. Like, immediately there'll be expectations. So let's also start with the premise that Brad Holmes fell in love with a guy.
Yep.
And thinks that guy can make an impact. Like, he's the guy you can't – I don't want to miss out on getting Dallas Turner. So immediately you have to have a presumption that the guy's going to be successful.
And the defensive line coach is like, dude, this guy can't miss.
Yep.
Can't miss.
Junior writes in Marvin Harrison. Roger K. writes in Marvin Harrison.
Wow.
And Matt writes in, trade their first and second pick plus J-Mo for number 4 and take Harrison.
Say that again. Trade their
first pick at 29, their second pick at 61, and J-Mo. Although he wrote J-Mon, M-O-N. But
interesting. Well, the thought of throwing J-Mo in the trade to acquire Marvin Harrison.
I don't think I'd do this. And Marvin Harrison might be better than J-Mo, but why am I giving up 2 picks to
Well, that's the thing. Like
to create a hole by losing J-Mo and fill it with the player I just got? Have I really gotten better, or have I just maybe stayed the same?
Well, I don't think – I would say this. Receiver for receiver, I think, Marvin Harrison is polished. He's ready to go. J-Mo is all speed and has a ton of potential, but he is not the polished receiver that Marvin Harrison is.
No, but, I mean, again, you'd have to be so sold that Marvin Harrison's going to be wearing a gold jacket someday.
Well, to do that kind of trade, yeah. Now, if you're, let's say, the 29th and Jameson Williams, could that get it done? Probably not for 4.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Or 5
but no, I don't think so. But I also, I don't think you make a move like that unless you are getting significantly better. And is JMO good enough that can we guarantee that Marvin Harrison is absolutely going to be significantly better? That doesn't feel like a yes to me.
Well, Kang's not here to defend his guy. Kang loves JMO. I love JMO too, but not as much as Kang does. But if you look at the progression of where he needs to be, he has to take a substantial leap to get to where I think that you're going to see Marvin Harrison from day one.
Yeah.
And Marvin Harrison, day one, wherever he goes, I think the expectation is this guy's going to catch 75 passes, be a 1,000-yard receiver,
Yeah.
8 touchdowns, something like that. I don't think that Jameson Williams is going to be anywhere near that this upcoming season.
No, but
so you're asking, is it that much of an upgrade at the position? I do, but
guess,
I'm not sure. You have to really.
The
see what
problem
the other
is
parts
it comes
of the trade
with an
would be.
assumption that Marvin Harrison is unquestionably going to be that much better.
Yes.
And I'm not there.
I'm
but
there.
if they're there,
Are you not there because he didn't work out?
no, I'm not. I think he's the best receiver in the draft. But given the way they operate, which is get a little bit better everywhere, I don't think you need to give up. Why would you give up some stuff to just get a little bit better when you can use those players to get a little bit better?
Because
use
you don't
those
think-
picks to get a little bit better.
Because you would think that you're not getting a little bit better. You think you're getting a lot better.
Oh, I guess.
That's the difference.
I'm surprised, but that name came up a lot, Marvin Harrison. Other ones, if they're going to trade up, who do you think they'd be going after? This on the heels of more and more reports that Arizona's actively shopping the pick at number 4. Look, that pick feels like it's earmarked for Minnesota already, right? Minnesota's a team that made the move
They've got
to
the
get
2
extra
first-round
first-round
picks, yeah.
capital. So, yeah, that to me feels like the move that might be poised to be made with Arizona. And, I mean, if you're Minnesota, I would think that you're making a move like that with already kind of a principal deal in place. Hey, will this get it done? And a team kind of telling you yes.
I guess I'll say this. I don't think that if the Lions are going to move up, I don't think it's for a receiver.
I don't either.
I mean, there are some really good receivers in this draft.
Well, it's a deep year, right?
Yeah, it's
for
another
receivers.
deep year. Each year it seems to be a deep year for receivers. If you were to move up to, say, 12, could you get Malik Neighbors or whoever let's say the 3rd or 4th best receiver is? Is it worth it to move up to that for that? I mean, to me, no. To me, it's defensive back or it's offensive lineman.
Here we go. More text. This is from Ted. Writes in, if they trade up, it's for Quinyon Mitchell. Gator?
That's my guy.
You are a big Quinyon Mitchell fan.
I am.
You probably don't have to move up nearly as far, but you could get
Well, you don't
him.
have to get into the top 5, no.
No. Top 15?
Yes, I would think so. I think that he might be. Yeah, I think there's an outside chance he could be number 1 off the board, but I think a real strong chance he's maybe no worse than 3 off the board.
Yep. From an unnamed. I'm sorry. This is from Gabe. Cooper DeJean. No reason. I just want a DeJean jersey. Cooper DeJean is a really, really talented player. A really talented player, and the kind of player that I could see them falling in love with. So, yeah, Cooper DeJean with the ball in his hands, and he got the football in his hands a lot when he was at Iowa. He was a problem and really good cover corner. I think some teams envision him as maybe the role that Brian Branch plays.
Slot corner.
Yeah, but still, he could be on the board for them, but I could see them moving up just a little bit to go after a player like that they just don't want to miss out on. Few more names have thrown out there. We'll get to those coming up in a minute. Plus, Gator, a list of the 10 most likely busts from NFL free agency. Did a Lion make this list? 10 most likely busts from NFL free agency. We will get to that at 1:36 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Good to be with you here on 97.1, 248-539-9797. So we continue here through until 2 o'clock. People taking in games. Mike and Rico out in Vegas.
Oh, boy.
Yep. So that could be something else.
Usually is.
Yep. In the meantime, we're taking ticket texts on if the Lions do trade up in the draft, who do you think they are targeting? Some interesting names. We got a lot of Marvin Harrison, which surprised me more than a little bit. That would be a move way up to the top. And yet, people can get excited about skill position players. But here's some other names that have come in. Chris in Bloomfield says, trade up for Keon Coleman. Now, I don't want to assume that you don't need to trade up for Keon Coleman. We only are believing that because the very inexact science of mock drafts tell us that he will be on the board, which is stupid to just go, well, the mock drafts say. If you love Keon Coleman and you move up and you get him, I don't think you have to move up that far.
Well, I mean, this is one of the things I've always wanted to know about the draft. If you get a general manager or a former general manager who's willing to talk about stuff.
Yep.
Like, how much do they know of a player is when they're ready to go? Like, you're picking at 29 and you're eyeballing Keon Coleman, right?
Yep.
But at 25, whoever's got the 25th pick overall, like, do you get word that they're looking at Keon Coleman? And how legit is that? Or there's just like cat and mouse games going on the whole time? Do you trust people? And, because you have to build trust with the other GMs, otherwise you'll never do business with them, and you don't want to burn your bridges. So I imagine there's some truth on draft night when you're trying to explore who's going where. Like, remember we heard last year that there were other teams that were very interested in Jahmyr Gibbs, and that's why they didn't want to let it get past 12. So they thought that's safe.
Where did that intel come from?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know.
And how much do you trust that intel?
It's a good question. But, I mean, there's a couple names here that I see fall to the Lions in some mocks, but that doesn't mean anything. You got to remind yourself.
Right. It's just an exercise.
We treat it like it's currency, and it's fantasy. It's more fantasy than currency. Trevin at Truck says Chop Robinson. Again, player that on some mocks is there.
I've seen him. Yeah, lately I've seen him mocked higher than 29, like in the mid-20s.
It feels like a safe bet. If you want a Keon Coleman or a Chop Robinson and you want to make sure you get them, moving up 7-8 spots, maybe 9 spots, around 20, you get yourself a shot at that player, right?
Yes, but again, I would be surprised if they're looking at wide receiver.
Right, Chop Robinson, obviously an edge rusher. Tom in Flat Rock says, trade up for Jared Verse. Take my picks and go get that stud.
Well, Verse is lately in the mock drafts, he's been mocked in the middle of the first round and being the second edge rusher that the teams are going after. So I get it. There's a lot to like with him, and when he flashes, it's loud. It comes with thunder, not just the lightning. I mean, it's all there. He can be really, really, really impressive.
All right, some other feedback text we're getting here. David Work says, who is the Witherspoon in this year's draft, fellas? So are you talking about as a player, or are you talking about as a guy that
the guy they love?
That they love, that they hope gets to them and may not get to them?
It's interesting because it could go both ways. You're looking at that question. Is there a guy that is like their can't miss guy? They hope, like if the Lions had the 8th pick overall, they would take this guy.
Yep.
And you're hoping like hell that he falls to you at 29, or is it the guy that you're going to move up to get because he's not going to fall much past 12 and you make that trade, or is this a guy that you feel, that it fits at 29? That's the guy we can't wait at 29. There he is.
Jared in Waterford writes in, Brock Bowers. With Laporta, Brown and J-Mo, then Gibbs, who's stopping that offense?
I'm not sold on Brock Bowers.
Aren't you?
No.
As a prospect?
I'm not sold on him. I mean, obviously he was very good for Georgia. I don't know. Maybe it's just because he got hurt last year, and
okay.
Is he not thick enough to withstand the rigors of the NFL?
Well, he's a workout freak, so whatever he needs to do in the weight room, I think he would do.
Yeah, but the other side of that is I'm not taking a tight end.
Okay, fair enough. One more. You think there's a corner out there holding out hope that the Lions will pick them up if the inevitable happens. The inevitable being they part ways with the veteran that is currently wanted. Yes. Yeah, I bet their agent's calling the Lions right now of free agent corners.
I would hope so.
Yep.
And I would hope the Lions are on the phone with free agents. Agents, yes, please.
Okay. All right, I said we get to this list. Let's do so. It is the list of NFL free agents, the 10 most likely busts. 10 most likely busts. So these are players that Gator could include a Lion, could include somebody the Lions targeted. Are you ready?
I am ready.
At number 10, Russell Wilson of Pittsburgh.
Sure, I could see that, but I don't think that's the case. I think what hurts him is that I don't think there are a whole bunch of offensive weapons to work with in Pittsburgh.
Well, the other thing that would maybe prevent him from being on this list, in my opinion, is he a bust when you're paying him $1.2 million?
Well said.
Number 9, guard Robert Hunt, Carolina Panthers. I mean, yes, anything Carolina does.
Well, but that was a highly thought of offensive guard.
I know.
A lot of people thought best guard available.
Number 8, Tyron Smith, tackle, New York Jets. Number 7, Saquon.
That would just be a shame. If it didn't work out for the Jets, just a shame.
Make life tougher on Aaron?
Yeah.
Poor Aaron. Number 7, Saquon Barkley, running back, Philadelphia.
Well, he has yet to show that he can stay healthy, so I get it.
Yep. I mean, and that's kind of the reason they offer up. Hasn't been as explosive as Christian McCaffrey in a few years, isn't as young as Jonathan Taylor. He could be just as productive as Kamara, but Kamara hasn't lived up to the contract extension he signed in New Orleans. Number 6, player I always liked, but number 6, linebacker Patrick Queen, Pittsburgh.
I like Patrick Queen a lot.
Yep.
I think he's going to a team that will use him well.
Mm-hmm. Number 5, list of most likely free agent busts, and I like this one. Josh Jacobs, running back, Green Bay.
I think he can flourish in Green Bay. They've got all those young receivers working with him. They got the young quarterback, and they could run the ball last year. And Jacobs is better than the guys they had running the ball last year.
They say they got to find a way to keep Jacobs heavily involved, possibly disrupting the chemistry from last season. Jacobs also has dealt with injuries in his career, missing 4 games last year. All right, number 4, I know some Lions fans had mentioned this guy. Interior defensive lineman Leonard Williams, who signed with Seattle. Lions were looking for an interior D lineman.
Well, are his best days behind him?
Again, these are the top 10 most likely free agent busts. At number 3, edge rusher Jonathan Greenard, Minnesota Vikings.
Okay.
Another thing, it would be just a shame, huh?
It would be just a shame. I've got a name in mind, but keep going.
Okay. Number 2, Gabe Davis, wide receiver, Jacksonville Jaguars.
What?
Number 2.
Okay.
Davis signed a 3-year, $39 million contract to head south with the Jaguars, while the Bills signed Chris Samuel to a 3-year, $24 million contract to replace Davis. So they just think he's overpaid. Terrific blocker, big game ability, evident by his 4 touchdowns against the Chiefs in the postseason a few years back, but he's had too many quiet games with Buffalo. And the number 1 most likely candidate to be a bust from free agency, Calvin Ridley, wide receiver, Tennessee Titans.
Calvin Ridley.
Yep. So you had one in mind?
I did.
And he didn't get mentioned?
He did not. I thought Brian Burns maybe.
Ooh.
Got paid handsomely, and he did not have a good season last year.
Yep.
So did they overpay to get a guy? I like Brian Burns as a player, but that contract seemed like that was a bit much.
No Lions. Out of their free agent signings or their acquisitions, is there one that makes you more uncomfortable than the others?
I mean, is it Mosley just because of the injuries? They're bringing him back on a 1-year deal. It doesn't cost much. I think that's the fallback with all this to the Lions is that they didn't overpay for anyone.
I could
Zeitler
see,
contract, that doesn't seem like that's overpaid.
I would say if it's, again, those are contracts, free agents. The one that makes me a little bit antsy is Carlton Davis, just because you gave up something to get him.
Right.
I understand the reasoning. I think in man-to-man, which he'd primarily play here, he could be very good. But they had to give up a third-round pick. And I like their third-round picks. I like what they've done in third round.
I like having third-round picks.
Yeah. So there you go. Red Wings playing tonight. We will get to some of your feedback on the Red Wing game coming up here shortly. But Carson Anderson continuing from Madison Heights, from the Twin Peaks here, where the food is great. Games are on.
Beer is cold.
We're going to find out in about 17 minutes just how cold it is.
Fair enough.
It's Carson Anderson, open lines, 97.1 the ticket. Hey, if you're starting to feel that spring fever and you're itching for a new ride, you can cure it with a new Chevy truck or SUV from Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. As the #1 volume Chevy dealer in Michigan, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights has a huge inventory of Silverados and Equinoxes that are ready for you to test drive and take home today. So nip that fever in the bud with a visit to Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price or it's free. It's free. 17.5 and Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket, live from Twin Peaks in Madison Heights. March Madness underway. You'll hear about it throughout the day. And, of course, next show from Vegas. So that should be fun. Tigers playing this afternoon. They're in the top of the third, and they are leading the Mets 2-1. Matt Manning on the hill for the Tigers, who just gave up a home run.
Again?
Yeah.
That's all he gives up. He doesn't give up base hits, just home runs.
Feels like it, doesn't it?
I think he's given up 5 hits. They've all been home runs this year in spring, which is a lot of home runs.
That is a lot of home runs. Harrison Bader goes deep off of him. The Tigers, however, how'd they score their run? A Parker Meadows homer.
There you go.
Dude, this kid's hitting it. And a Colt Keith homer.
My man.
You like that, huh?
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that.
So
I'm trying not to have too high of an expectation for Colt Keith. That's what I'm trying.
Okay. Well, keep him in check, but show some promise this year. Be a part of a young infield, hopefully a decent glove. But the other thing is the pitching situation.
Keep an eye.
I keep wondering, is there any chance that is Reese Olson going to be the guy left out, and he's pitching way too well to be left out?
Well, the thing is, all the guys are pitching well. It's a very important outing for Matt Manning today.
Mm-hmm.
I think Casey Mize, I think he solidified his spot in the rotation with his start the other day.
Yep.
But Matt Manning and Reese Olson seem like those are the guys that are fighting for it.
Yep.
And it comes down to, baseball decisions, right? It may not necessarily just be, who's better right now. It may come down to service time or who has more options and what makes more sense. And, are you going to – and it goes to the bullpen too, because they've got guys battling. Bro Brisky and Alex Faedo are battling it out for bullpen spots. And, if Faedo is pitching well but he trends more as a starting pitcher, do you let him stay at AAA as a starting pitcher so when you need to bring him up for a start that you can, as opposed to trying to, we got to stretch this guy out. And there's a lot of – those last few spots on the roster, and that's just the pitching staff, let alone the lineup, but there's some really tough decisions to be had.
Okay, we said that we get some feedback regarding the Red Wings. Ship Newsy and Bergeron to another town. That's from Joey K. in Detroit. Okay, go back to the beginning of the season. How many people picked this team to be in the playoffs?
Not many.
Not many at all. Are they currently in the playoffs?
Currently, yes.
So a team that most people around the league didn't think had a playoff bid in front of them, currently in a playoff spot, and my man wants to fire the coach.
Yeah, I'm not in the practice of wanting to fire coaches right away unless they are obviously awful, like Matt Patricia.
Right.
Or Rod Marinelli. When those situations present themselves, I think we as sports fans, we know it. We know it when we see it. I don't think Lalonde is one of those guys.
I feel like he's searching for answers right now, and it's his job to find them, and he hasn't really had them. Got it. Part of his resume. But if you zoom out and take the 30,000-foot view on the team, you might think they were a playoff team, but there weren't a lot of people that did. You were one of them. But there weren't a lot of people that did. And if they make the playoffs, it would seem to me that it would be a bizarre decision to fire the coach. Now, if they miss the playoffs and never get answers, and what we're seeing is a product of some dysfunction with the head coach and the GM or the head coach in the locker room, which is a little bit more deeper and on the inside, then maybe it could happen and maybe it would be justified.
Yeah, I just don't see that. I think that in a big test was going through that losing streak. Was losing 8 out of 9 games. How did you handle it? Were you even keel? Were you heavy-handed when you needed to be? Did you make corrections? Was when you take a broader look at it, was it just some bad puck luck, or was it just did this team bail on you? Could they not handle the injury to the top player on the team? All this, will be answered at season's end. And I'm not even thinking of letting Derek Lalonde go. Not at this point. It doesn't make sense to me because, a week and a half ago, this guy was a cat's ass. Everybody thought he was the best. Right?
2 weeks ago, two and a half weeks ago.
Well, whatever it was.
Before they lost 8 of 12.
Yeah, when they won 6 in a
10,
row,
yeah.
everybody's going nuts, right? Oh, this team's great. And, it's not a team that has tremendous high-end talent. but their low-end talent was higher than other teams' low-end talent. And that's, I think, why this is a mediocre hockey team that trends to be just maybe better than average right now, but that's good enough to be playoff bound, and you're making strides. They haven't made the playoffs in forever.
James in Toledo says the most important thing the Wings have to do in tonight's game is show up at puck drop. Too many times in recent weeks, they haven't woken up until the second period. They have to show that they understand the gravity of the position they are in. That starts with coming out buzzing at puck drop. Amen.
Yeah.
Amen. It's been weird, hasn't it?
I don't understand it, and I think like tonight's game, for instance, because the atmosphere, and maybe we're just projecting what we want it to be, but I think what it should be is playoff-like.
Yep.
And, there the other night against Arizona, the crowd was there to start the game. They were loud, and then there was reason to not be loud because they gave up goals. Same thing happened the other night. They got down by 2 goals like that. And how is this happening? Game in and game out. It was like 6 out of 7 games or 8 out of 9 games, where it was, where they had given up, the first goal in the game, and a handful of times they've given up multiple goals in the first period. They got to match that intensity that the fans are going to bring it tonight. Can the Red Wings match that intensity right off the bat and then carry it through?
Well, I will tell you, it should be buzzing. And we keep talking about how, Simon Edvinsson, what can he provide? Simon Edvinsson, what's he going to be like when he gets here? And maybe he'll provide some juice. Dylan Larkin can provide some juice.
Yes.
What do you think the team will feel if they get their captain back?
Well, I think it should give the team a lift. All right. First of all, if he's coming back, it's because he's ready to come back, and getting him back in the lineup, well, he's your best player, so obviously it's going to help you out, and it's going to help on both ends of the ice, and really excited to see if he's going to play, what it means to the power play. I mean, because there have been times that a power play has been completely non-existent. They barely are able to get the puck into the zone, and then they lose the puck within 5 seconds. So that should stabilize things when he comes back.
248-539-9797. All right, so coming up next, it is Mike and Rico from Vegas, and they'll be talking about a Michigan State team that is starting to look like they are pulling away from this Mississippi State team, playing outstanding defense, hitting their open shots, and one of the players that we talked about being an X factor from where we sit while doing the talk show, Jaden Akins, looks like an X factor.
Yeah, Jaden Akins was knocking down shots. Like to see that because they needed another. If they're a guard-heavy team, they need good guard play to move and advance through this tournament. He had to be there, and he has been. Knocked down 5 of his 10 shots. He's got 12 points in the game right now. That's been nice to see. Other guys, it seems like it's a team effort out there too. But Akins also brought it with this hellacious block of one of the Mississippi State players on a breakaway. It was not quite Tayshaun-esque, but had that kind of feel to it.
Catch up from behind.
Yeah, caught him from behind.
It was the Hubbard kid, the 5'10" guard.
Smacked it off the backboard. Michigan State got the rebound and then promptly turned it over. But nonetheless, the block was nice, and it's coming from a source that you want to be motivated and excited to be playing basketball. And he had another move on the baseline to get a dunk. It was pretty impressive.
Yep, so Spartans are up 15 late in that game. So looking very good for Michigan State. You got any other scores in front of you?
I do.
Yeah?
At halftime, Duquesne is leading BYU.
Duquesne.
38-0.
Keith Dambrot.
And the other game.
Wait, 38 to what?
38-0. 38-30.
Okay.
And then you have Akron trailing Creighton 27-23 with 9 minutes to go.
I mean, Creighton's a pretty damn good team. That's a tricky game with Akron.
Tricky.
It is tricky. So, all right, March Madness all day long. Yeah, my speech is my recital. March Madness all day long. And, of course, the guys next will have all the wrap-up of the Michigan State-Mississippi State game, which is trending heavily the Spartans' direction late in that one. Thank everybody out here at Twin Peaks. We had a great time. Dell and Corey, who hosted us, and our Ticket Street team doing a great job as always. And met a lot of listeners today. And that's always good. So thank you very much, everybody, for being with us. Back at our studios, crew doing a great job. We'll be back in tomorrow, talk some March Madness and this huge Red Wing game tonight, Gator. I know that'll be prime. That's your prime screen. We may have to divide and conquer I might go all March Madness, and you go all Red Wings.
I'll go all in on the Red Wings, and I want to watch some of Oakland U too, but that's in between periods for.
I hear you. So Golden Grizzlies, best of luck. Spartans close this one out, and you get North Carolina most likely next round down there in Charlotte. Stay tuned, guys. Coming up from Vegas next. It's Carson Anderson. 97 won the ticket. Stay safe and treat each other with respect.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Michigan State up big on Mississippi State with less than 8 minutes to go in the West 8-9 game. Jaden Akins has a lot to do with that. Brian Anderson, Jim Jackson, CBS on the call. That Jaden Akins posterization of Mississippi State, made it 53-43. He has 12 for State today. Now it's 63-49 Spartans, 6:20 left. Tyson Walker leading the way with 16. Winner plays the winner of top-seeded North Carolina and Wagner on Saturday. Other games in progress right now in the East. 11-seed Duquesne leading 6-seed BYU. That's 38-30. Second half just underway. And in the Midwest, number 3 Creighton and number 14 Akron all tied up at 27, about halfway through the first half. The Red Wings host the Islanders tonight, looking for more breathing room in the Eastern Conference wildcard race. Hear it right here on 97.1, starting at 6:45. And Lions corner Cam Sutton still hasn't turned himself in to Florida authorities on a warrant for domestic battery by strangulation. The Free Press reporting today Sutton's license plate has been detected by Florida officials within the last 24 hours. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Let them know when they're hot.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Boy, we're off to a running start. I've dropped a water bottle all over my crotch. I bet BYU, and I have one saving grace. Rico's in a good mood, everybody.
Well, I like that open.
Spartans are playing all right. It's going to be okay,
you told me to
right?
get out the studio.
I know. We are live from Circa, Las Vegas. I believe it's called the Galaxy Ballroom. I just call it the March Madness Fiesta. So we'll be here for the next 2 days. We'll try to do what we always do for you guys. One of our blitzes, roughly every 90 minutes. We'll recap everything. You're in your car. You want to follow the tourney. We got you. Live look-ins. I don't know if we can do it, but I'll keep you updated. And we got a lot to get to. And I want to start with Michigan State because while the game is not over, they are up by 15. They have played very well. They're shooting 55% from the field. They're shooting 41% from deep. They're dominating the glass, which is something I haven't said all year.
Yeah.
Yes, Mississippi State is largely ass, although I do like the gray uniforms.
Yeah, their big man got into foul trouble, picked up 2 fouls 2 seconds into the game.
So here's my question. If you're a Spartan fan tooling around, let's make a dangerous assumption, because Lord knows we've seen things go sideways in the tournament before, that they're going to win. And they've looked pretty impressive doing it. Here's my question. What does this do, if anything, to Spartan fans' mindset about this team, about what they are, or about a possible intrigue for Saturday where we presume they will beat the 7 healthy scholarship athletes of Wagner and you'll play North Carolina? Like, does this do anything to move the needle? Because let's be honest, Rico, they haven't played a game like this against anyone I've cared about.
Now, I haven't seen this game since Baylor, where they just came out from start to finish. Jaden Akins on fire. You know what this does for me, Mike?
You don't have to be scared. You
no. It's not scared.
You're interested.
It's basically it helps you enjoy the ride, and you see how far they can go. You lower your expectations, as I told you, and you see what happens when they play North Carolina. Once again, it's the tournament. It's a one-game thing. It's not 4 out of 7, which means Armando Bacot has a bad day, and Matty Sissoko plays the game of his life. Don't count on it. Don't bet on it. Keep the money in your pocket. But
I wasn't going to say anything.
Stranger things can happen. But, yeah, getting this win, it kind of feels like you legitimize the fact that they should have been in the tournament, that they're not Virginia, where you're scratching your head saying,
I won't put a fight up.
You know what? Maybe they shouldn't have been in there. They look like a team that said, yeah, we belong. Now who's next?
And I'll always tell you when I'm wrong. I'm guilty as charged. I said they don't deserve to get in. They'll get in based on reputation and a cool logo, but I don't think they deserve it. You're right. If you get in the tournament, you win a game, you validated yourself. Now, clearly you and I both don't share that as some program standard.
No, please.
No, I know. But it I will say this, as jaded as I am and as cynical as I am, it sure beats the alternative of us opening the show up and going, wait, we just lost to these clowns?
Yeah.
I mean, Mississippi State. Now, I'm not devaluing. Let me just be clear. If you walk in the tournament as anything other than a 1 or a 2 seed, you're going to play somebody with some ability. Like, I'm just making a point.
Yeah,
I would have felt really angry had they lost to this, because Mississippi State is not good.
Especially if the score was reversed. And they were getting their doors blown off.
It would have sounded like the Chase Young song.
Right. Now it's just like, geez, what are you doing? But now this helps you enjoy the ride, because when it comes to the tournament, man, it's unless you're a 1 or a 2 seed, pretty much everybody else has that same expectation. Yeah. You need some luck. You need some hope. You need some upsets. I mean, it goes back to the year Michigan made it to the national title game.
Houston.
And everybody lost ahead of them.
They hit the Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
Hit the jumper. Or was it Livers?
No, it was Jordan Poole hit the jumper. But every team, it was like a statistical anomaly.
Yes.
Who they played. Wasn't their fault. I'm not trying to say that. But you need some luck. You need charm. You need something, unless you're a 1 or a 2 seed, and then it's expected.
And look what's happened. I'll give you a great example, right? I mean, I'm still trying to Google how long it'll take my pants to dry so it doesn't look like I messed myself.
Bro, you're good.
We're getting there. It would also be an odd stream with the trickle pattern that was left on my pants from the water. The point I'm making is, look no further than BYU and Duquesne. Yeah. You're in a one-and-done deal. BYU played, and I mean this, you could look it up. They played the worst half of basketball they played all year. Started the game 1 for 11 from the field. I understand. I have no problem if fans go, you know what? I'm excited to order a pizza Saturday night, preferably Hungry Howie's. I'm excited to order a pizza and just I have a game to watch.
Yeah.
Even a crusty ass like me can say, okay, I understand.
Mike,
that.
you know what it gives you? It gives you hope. And sometimes the hope comes crashing down, and the hope frustrates you, and it angers you. And it's why you felt that way, and a lot of Spartan fans felt that way throughout the season. Heck, I even felt that way. But you win a game, and you're allowed to dream. You're allowed to think. It's almost like when you go and play one of the, the Powerball, you start thinking about, what would I do if I actually won? How would life be? And that's what you're feeling like now. It's like, okay, one game down, and now you kind of, if they finish this game off, they get to spend the next 48 hours just kind of sitting there saying, well, the pressure's on Carolina. Let's see what happens to them, because let's face it, it's kind of like when they played Purdue. You were supposed to beat Purdue in the Big Ten title. So Purdue had the pressure because you can't lose to this team.
I'd like to think they'll be probably the better part of a 10-point underdog.
I'm thinking
maybe a little less.
I'm thinking probably about 7.5.
Yeah. But no, I'd like to know where people are at with it. And again, you don't have to draw some bold conclusion from it. It's just more, what does it do? And if you call up and say, look, it doesn't change anything. Like, I'm not mad that they won, but they're not good. That's fine. But they actually played a game today that is maybe the best game they've played in the matter of 2 months.
Yeah, it's what you're hoping is it goes back to, I think it was 2009 when Darrell Summers went on that magical run and he couldn't make a shot. And now you're hoping that that's the Jaden Akins that we've been waiting to see all year. He pops up and then he goes and scores. He'll score, 20-some points, scores 4 points. You're hoping you have something to at least make this tournament worthwhile. You want to watch it. You're invested in it for at least a week where you're picking a team that you actually care about, and it's not about who your gambling favorite is. It's not about who you put your money on. It's about, I actually like this team. I actually want to see this team do well.
Yeah.
That's where you're at right now. It extends to stay.
And look, this, Mississippi State, obviously, they've had a bad day, the same way BYU is. This is a Mississippi State team that walked into Knoxville and blew out Tennessee 2 weeks ago. They have some ability. In general, their profile, that's not a winning one. Can't shoot the three, turn it over a ton, etc. Live on offensive rebounds. But State is, look, this is a Mississippi State team. They don't let you shoot well from deep. State's killed them. Shot 40, I think it's 41% for the day. I like the fact MSU is actually shooting the three. Yeah. MSU puzzles me. They go through these long stretches, they won't take a three. It's like, guys, this is your only offense.
Right.
This is all we have. Right. Take them.
And it's every time they pass the ball to Malik Hall, it's like, Malik, you're open. Pump fake, no.
Well, okay, can I ask a question? Yeah. And let me throw the number to people. 248-539-9797. We're just starting with MSU as the game winds down. They're up 15. They've played their best game, and maybe it's the Baylor game. Maybe you have a different game you think they played this well. What does it mean? What does it mean for you as a fan? Does it get you at least excited to have a game to watch Saturday, or are you like, you know what, it's just delay and pain? But again, if you're I talked to a guy yesterday here at Circa, Enrico, I wish you were here because he was way more your speed. Like eternal optimist, happy, not my speed of person generally. And he's like, listen.
Mike, God put him on your path.
It's this, and I hit the guy with my car. He goes, Mike, listen to me. As long as we have Tom Izzo, we have a chance. I said, blow it out your ass. Get away from me. Look, all opinions are welcome on it. I'm not going to be a curmudgeon about it. Does it change how I feel? No. Does it possibly give me something to watch either on the flight home or sitting at home? All right. And I can just say, F it, free roll. Now, if there's 10 minutes left in that game Saturday, and they're within 3 possessions, I will begin to actually feel.
If it feels the same way they played in the semifinals of the Big Ten tournament against Purdue,
I could get involved.
Where they had a shot with 2 minutes to go, where Booker hits the three, and everything would have changed at that point.
And
because the longer you stay in there, remember, Carolina's at home, and we're assuming they're going to win. Carolina's at home. Carolina's the favorite. Carolina's the one. The closer the game stays, Mike, and you know in March Madness, the pressure now goes on that favorite. Because the underdog, man, it's a free roll. Who cares? We weren't expected to be here anyway. And I get the guy saying, well, Izzo is it's what he's made his bones off of. And you get sick of hearing it the whole January, February Izzo, but he finds a way. Mike, I think now, if the stat is correct, because I gave out a by the numbers last time, they win this game. They are now 14-1 in first-round games where they're a 9 seed or higher.
Really?
Yeah.
14-1.
Yeah.
See, the only comparable stat I would have, I think Dana Altman at Oregon is 7-0 in the first round. Like, if Oregon makes it, he's winning a game.
So, 14-1, and the only loss, what that one was.
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
248-539-9797. So we'll start it nice and easy. We got other things to get to, including what in the world would Shohei Ohtani, and by the way, the MLB conveniently saying, nope, as Rico says, nope. We're just not going to investigate. We'll talk about that.
Oh, you know what? Good news. If you're a State fan, you feel good. I have a Rich Dad lineup that's coming in. Steven Izzo, Nick Sanders.
That's how you know
Davis
you're
Smith.
up large.
Yeah.
They've put in all the trust fund kids. All right, we'll get to the ticket text. We will get to more. We got tournament stuff. We got Ohtani. We got a Holy Ghost wager later. We got deal breakers. We got tournament updates. All live from Circa next 2 days. Rico, take him to church.
Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone where you listening to me, you can go work out in a nice, clean environment. Hey, a lot of Planet Fitness have brand new strength training equipment, brand new cardio equipment, and it's judgment-free, which means, you may not look like an Adonis, but it doesn't matter because at Planet Fitness, everybody matters and everybody counts. And if you say you don't have time for a workout, you get a full-body workout in just 30 minutes on the Planet Fitness 30-minute circuit. You get all this, and by the way, the memberships include free fitness training. So just saying, you get that for $10 a month at no commitment. But I'm going to upgrade you right now. Head in right now through March 21st, and you can get the black card. $1 down. $24.99 a month. What does that mean? It means like right now we're out of state. I can go to a Planet Fitness right now and work out because I got a black card. Or if you want to work out with a workout partner, you could do the same. So head into Planet Fitness right now. $1 down, $24.99 a month. Go to planetfitness.com.
Perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. Now, look, what's not up for debate, the best mattress on the planet. It's the iComfort Eco. Supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored, or Serta's perfect sleeper. For pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature, Serta, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. See, David, the volume's good right now. Like, I can actually hear myself now. All right, we're live at Circa Las Vegas. MSU, surprisingly, I admit it, like, they're cruising. They're playing the best game they played in 3 months. What does it mean? What does it mean to you as a fan? Don't worry about my crusty ass. You just tell me what it means to you. And again, if you tell me, Mike, I just want to stuff a pizza in my face Saturday and pray to God that, like, Baycott rolls an ankle, I'm not going to be mad.
If I had a bill, I'd ring it right now.
That's it. I respect it. I do.
You're in. You're in the game.
Now, you had a note here, and then we're going to get some ticket text from David, and we're going to get the callers. This is surprising to me.
For those who play the brackets.
Yeah.
MSU in game one has now wrecked about 42.5% of the brackets out there done.
That surprises me.
You're done.
It surprises me based on you figure people would just blind pick an 8-9 and go Izzo. They don't watch the sport. They don't watch the team, and they'd go, it's Izzo.
Or you blind picked it and said, well, an 8 has got to be better than a 9. So I'm going to go ahead and take the 8. So
here's a dirty secret. They're the same brand of stench. Just one stinks slightly less.
Yeah.
David, ticket text, talk to me. What do we got? And then we'll go to the callers.
Mississippi State is terrible. MSU looked good, not expecting much the next game.
No, I'm there. Like I said, there's a place for reality where you go, you played really well. Mississippi State had a real bad day, and one of their most important players got in foul trouble. Both are true.
Yeah, their second best scorer was out of the game for the entire first half. And MSU took advantage of that. Jay Nakins showed up. I mean, he was the difference maker in this game. It was Tyson. But Jay Nakins coming out, hitting threes, blocking shots, dunking the basketball, actually looking like he's like dialed in and giving a damn. It's hard to beat that Jay Nakins.
Yes.
Let's nerd out with Ken Palm. UNC has the worst ranked #1 seed. MSU very high in the Ken Palm. We are going to the Sweet 16.
All right, hold on. Time out. Will you please? First things first. I don't like this Ken Palm net rating stuff because MSU's ranking in this stuff defies what I watch. That's my problem.
No. Here's the thing. Here's what a lot of people don't understand. Their ranking in the net is high because college basketball, I keep saying, it's the only sport they reward close losses. And because MSU played Duke, played Arizona, played the big boys, and they lost by less than 10 points, that's a check mark. See, it's almost like the tie in hockey.
Yeah, and my issue with it is when you never win those, it takes away from the value. Like, okay, let's say MSU's got 9 of those games. Man, if you're 0-9, it's different than
if
you're
2-7. Yeah.
Right, just gee whiz.
Right, but what happens is they're saying you were man enough to go out and play real games, real teams. You didn't go feast off of cupcakes, pad your score, pad your stats.
Right.
And now you're coming in there and you're 27-6. But who did you really play? That's why a lot of teams got left out because, they were crying on Selection Sunday, but when you broke down their schedule, like for me, like St. John's, and I know Patino was angry, but I'm like, dude, the thing that hurt you was you lost to Michigan, who only won 8 games. That's why you're not in.
And the MSU game has gone final 69-51. You can't really ask for anything more than that. So just what does it mean? We got callers. Let's line them up. Let's hit it. Let's go to Rob in Brighton. Kick things off today. Rob, what's going on, buddy?
Fellas, good afternoon. And I kicked it off on Monday. I don't know if you remember, but I've called twice, by the way. And side note, David Smith just hit a 3 from Greenville, North Carolina. He was behind half court when he just hit that 3 to end the game. Pretty incredible. I called in on Monday, guys, and I kind of roasted Jaden Akins. I don't know if you remember, but I was the first call on Monday. I just talked about Rico. You agreed with me, Mike. I think were throwing chairs at the time. But he's been a disappointment all year. He's had one good game against Michigan. He didn't show up today, Rico. He showed up. He delivered the goods. This is the kind of killer effort that State fans have been looking for, guys. And, Mike, this is the best game they've played since the Illinois home game a little over a month ago when they put up 88 on Illinois. And
yeah, and again,
opinion,
and you know what? You could say it because of the quality opponent. I guess you're right. I was thinking probably too simplistically. It's like, hey, when's the last time they just blew a decent team out? And it was Baylor. But you're right. The Illinois game's probably a higher level of play. That's fair.
No, but the Baylor was just a flat-out ass kicking from
start to
beginning
finish.
end. Yeah. So that's what this game was. I don't think they ever trailed playing Mississippi State today. They came out, Tyson hit the first. Yeah, they never did. It was like 5-0, and they never looked back. And then their guys got in foul trouble. It was a complete game, and I think what you also saw was tournament experience where Mississippi State, made the first 4 last year. They lost, whereas MSU, they made it to the Sweet 16, lost an overtime game, brought back a lot of those guys. You saw the experience. Mike, what it does, it gets you to thinking because, I do have a contingency plan that if they happen to make it to next week, I may be going to one of those games.
Oh, dear. Okay. All right, now you lost me, but I'll leave it alone.
No, I said contingency plans. I got some time off. We may go.
You know what? If you're on the Rico train, just call up. Support the man. I'm not going to sit here and be negative. I'm not. Just if you're vibing with what Rico's saying, go ahead. To hell with it. I don't need to regulate expectation. I don't care.
Come on, man. It's 20 degrees. LA is like 80 degrees and sunny.
I'm all set. Let's go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, what's going on, buddy? Jeffrey.
Oh, my fault. I was on mute there, guys. Mike Rico,
that's all right.
Today?
Good, Jeff. What's going on with you?
Home Vegas, baby. You guys living it up?
Well, listen, we'll get a start after work. You know how this rolls. Come on. Now, I can't come on the air being all out of control. That's not how this works.
Well, hey, Rico, if we play next week, I'm coming with. I promise you that. It was what a game that was. And that's a Jaden Akins who plays with a little bit of confidence, a little bit of swag. And it's not going to change my perspective because I think the most dangerous team in the tournament is the team that's, the 15 plus the head coaching and the staff, they're the ones that believe that they can win in the locker room. That's the most dangerous team. I think Michigan State might just be that team. I might be delusional or it might just be drinking the Kool-Aid, but bring it on. I'll drink
but here's the thing, Jeff. Jeff, the beauty of the tournament means when your team wins, you're allowed to dream, even if it's for the next 36 hours, and then your dreams come to an end. But for 36 hours, you can smile, you can be happy, you can order an extra drink,
but here's
eat
my
an extra
problem.
Slice of pizza.
And I think you can understand this. I'm not attacking anybody. You guys do your thing. For me, when we arrive at this point where we go, well, I hope Armando Bacot has the poops, or I hope North Carolina collectively falls down the stairs ass first. You're like, that just feels like such a lowering of the bar for a proud program. I'm not speaking for you guys. I struggle with it.
Mike,
I can't do it.
Mike, you're entitled to that. I mean, getting off the plane, I'm sitting there waiting for David, and I'm watching the 2000 championship team, and it was different back then. But this year is what it is. They didn't live up to any of the expectations. They only have one chance to change everybody's mindset and change the whole parameters of this tournament by winning. That's it. But other than that,
Oh, 100%. And I wouldn't mind if Bacot, rolled an ankle, but they also have four players that are averaging in double figures, which is terrifying.
And R.J. Davis is a lottery pick. I mean, R.J. Davis is an absolute handful on the offensive end. They're a very good basketball team with national championship aspirations. We have seen it a million times where a 1 loses the 8-9 game. But for me to believe, I can't sell that to anybody today.
No.
I'm not mad if you do because that's what being a fan is. Don't ask me to do that. That's not how I am or who I am.
No, when you put this team up against teams in the past that were really good, no, they're nowhere near that. But as, you know, your boy once said, hey, you know what, Mo Pete ain't walking through that door.
Man, who's my boy?
Wasn't that Patino?
He said Larry Bird,
Right,
Robert Parrish, and Kevin McHale are not walking through that door.
Right, I'm paraphrasing. Mo Pete ain't coming through that door. Cassius ain't coming through that door. This is what you have right now.
Okay.
And you know what, Mike, you just throw your hands up and you say, okay, let's just have some fun.
248-539-9797. What does it mean? I mean, State, listen, all jokes aside, State played really well today. And even a cynical Richard like myself, I admit it. I didn't think they had this in them. I didn't think they'd beat anyone of even remote ability. Like, I'm not saying they went out and played Wagner today. You know, if you said, hey, they're going to go out and play a team that was a bit of a pain in the ass in the SEC, and, they're going to win by 19, I'd be like, you're smoking the ooh-wee. But they did. So what does it mean? What does it mean to you as a fan? And are you even allowing, here's maybe the thing to do. Today, Michigan State showed up at your door, begging you for forgiveness. They brought you flowers and chocolates. Now, you still can't get over what they did to you, but are you willing to open the door to being hurt again? Or are you just doing the movie slow, you know what, that door is just going to close right in their face?
No, you know what you did today? You know what? Sit down. Let's talk. Let's talk.
I'm going to tell you, Arizona might want to sit down and talk. I'm just making a point to you.
It's the beauty of the tournament is, you're the favorite. You got the stars. You got everything. You're wearing the white jerseys. Doesn't matter. One off night, and the next thing you know.
Rico, it's Long Beach State. It's Long Beach State.
David was so overmodulated there.
I'm sorry.
It was like the voice of God had entered the studio. Rico.
Right.
It's Long Beach State, Rico.
I realize it's Long Beach State. What I'm saying is.
I remember when you took my name in vain in 7th grade.
What happens in a game like this, David? Long Beach State is feeling good. Arizona's saying we can't lose to them. And then they start pressing.
Where were you at Mass last week, bitch?
David, if you could please just be overmodulated for the rest of the day. We're going places.
How come you didn't add me to the Rezo, you MF?
Listen, very exciting. We'll get more of the people. Rico's in a good mood. MSU won a game. We got football later in the hour because we got to talk to David in a blitz about Russell Wilson. We're hearing some fun stuff out of Pittsburgh. We will certainly update all the tourney games. We have the Shohei Ohtani thing I just want to talk about. It's so weird. And I think I got a handle on it, and I want to let you guys and the people tell me I'm on crack. We got a lot to do today. We're at Circa. We're in Vegas. It is March Madness 97-1. Victor's Home Solutions, it's simple. Do you need a roof? Have you considered that you might need a roof? Or you just outright know, honey, we got problems. Victor's going to offer you that 21-point roof inspection on video. They'll show you the results, and they're going to give you the most comprehensive checkup on your roof and then a menu of options to fix the problem because oftentimes a small fix can save big, big expense. Bottom line, you go to Victor's, you're getting best in quality. You're getting more 5-star reviews than any other roofing company in the state of Michigan. And with every job they do, they are going to offer you a 50-year leak-free guarantee. So, with that in mind, all you need to do, anything goes wrong with that roof due to workmanship or materials, Victor's will fix it for free. No questions asked. Schedule your free 21-point video inspection, 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100. Or simply book that appointment at victors.com. All right, David on the ticket text. Michigan State drops a bomb on Mississippi State. What does it mean? Maybe it's just fun in the moment. Maybe it opens a window to your hope. Hell, maybe you're one of these people I've run into out here at Circa who goes, hey, as long as we have Izzo, we have a chance, which I hate that line of thinking, but so be it. Just what does it all mean? I mean, they did play the best game they've played. One of the two best games they've played since Christmas.
Yeah.
And a game, frankly, I don't think any of us thought they were capable of. If you told me they just won in an ugly game, I'd be like, that sounds about right.
I expected it to be about a 3 to 5 point game. I thought Vegas had a 1.5 point spread. The only thing I said is if MSU can force turnovers, except for the fact that they turned the ball over more early in the game. But yeah, they blew them out. It was never close. So yeah, it allows you to feel good about the weekend. Are you going to think about the days of old? No. Right now, yes, you're hoping for the, hey, what if Baycott rolls an ankle, or what if this happens, or what if that happens?
Which is also a sign that your program is really not where it was, which makes me sad. All right.
But you know what? You can't fix that right now.
I know that. All right, let's get to the people. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Stu, 97.1. Stu, what's going on, pal?
Hey, happy Vegas Day, fellas.
Yes, sir. What's on your mind, Stuart?
Man, I just want to say it's good to see some men basketball to show their testicles. We've had some horrible men basketball. I've been watching the women's show. I'm not even a Spartan fan, but I was living it.
I mean, look, all right, so let me ask you a question. Where are you at on this hope spectrum as it relates to, well, I got Izzo, and this is, Mr. March and all this stuff. Now, I'll stay out of it. I just want to know where you're at. Are you allowing yourself to believe they can play with Carolina?
No, but ride the waves, baby. If they need support, as a Michigan fan, support them. Ride the waves, baby. Let's get some good basketball back on TV.
Yeah, Lord knows we don't have it in the NBA, that's for sure.
Yeah, but see, as Stu just said, you just ride that wave. You see what happens.
You know, the interesting part, though, Rico, you're right, is from an analytics standpoint, they should be able to at least play a competitive game against Carolina. I guess it's hard to imagine for me. You're playing shorthanded. Baycott's a destroyer.
You know what? I mean, it's the difference, though, Mike. It's why my philosophy is I never bet on teams that I like, because you're not thinking clearly. You can't think, if you took the jersey off and said that was another team.
Why are you betting on Oakland tonight?
Because
yeah,
that's all.
Yeah, all little birdies told me you did a little exclusive at like 6:20. You got problems, man, I'll tell you.
I stuck around and helped Rieger out.
You need to help that man with his life. Let's go to Andrew, 97.1. Andrew, what's going on?
How's it going, guys? Hope you're enjoying that sunshine. It's actually sunny today.
Rare moments back home for sure.
Right? Anyway, today gave me hope. I mean, I called you guys a couple weeks ago saying in my 20 years, basically, I haven't seen what I was told Izzo was, right? And that was the first time since I think Cassius has played that I've recognized a Michigan State team that I grew up watching. Like the first time a little hope of Michigan State basketball took place. And
yeah, I mean, I think if you want to tap into the old stuff, it's the rebound. They dominated on the glass today.
What? That's a great point, Mike. Great point.
It's just rare, Rico. They don't do it.
Right, defense and rebounding. Right. But, offensive glass, we're going to get another shot. Right. Nope, take another shot. Nope, take another shot.
And Mississippi State lives on the offensive glass. It's really it's a effed up portion of their profile is that they don't shoot well. The offensive glass is actually their offense. Well, they didn't have that today, and that's why they struggled to score 50. So if you want to feel like, it was a little bit of a throwback today, go ahead. I'm not going to bleep in the punch bowl. Do your thing.
You know what? It just makes this trip out here a little better. That's all. I can sit back. You know what, Mike? How about this?
Uh-oh. What?
How about this? I'm going to take you back to the swap meet, buy you some buy you some snow tires and T-shirts.
Man, you can cue to Cat Williams. No. David, ticket text will put a wrap on MSU tournament talk right now. But David, you were not here to year. This man went to some little like hellhole swap shop deal.
I want to see it.
You could buy a parakeet, a boombox, and possibly like a shark
and a couple Jesus candles.
It was unbelievable.
Oh, yeah, I need those.
It's unbelievable.
It's MSU outside of the Big Ten. The Big Ten has our number. Just make me think we can compete with North Carolina and not embarrass ourselves.
All right, there is truth in the statement in this regard. The scouting reports in conference, everyone knows not only tendency, they know every set you run.
It's how Mississippi State can beat Tennessee.
Yeah. Now you get outside of that, you do not have the time to really do that scouting. You don't. So is there an element of truth? Yes. Do I think Tom is one of the better coaches on a short turnaround than other coaches? Sure. But guys, I'm sorry that I admit this. Doing this job for 20 years, you lose a part of your fandom. You lose a piece of the innocence. You become jaded. You become a skeptic. I admit that. I don't run from those things. But it's for me to bring myself to – look, I can say Tom does a great job on a short turn or, hey, they're outside of the Big Ten. Guys, you are still facing, in my mind, one of the 6 best teams in America.
Yep.
You're facing a team that walked into Cameron and dropped a bomb on Duke.
Yeah.
All right, they were basically picking their nose and flicking it at the Cameron Crazies. So all those things can be true. I don't believe you have the people to do this.
A good team is still a good team.
Yeah, and I don't think we are.
Yeah.
But Rico's right. It's the tournament, and I would assume Izzo, North Carolina, you're getting a primetime game on Saturday night, which means you can order some wings and pizza. And you know what? I don't know. Say a prayer. David, get the rosary. 248-539-9797. Give me a few more ticket texts, please.
Okay, an oxymoron with this next text. Just watch out here. Melissa in Ann Arbor, diehard State fan. After a disappointing season, I would need them to beat UNC before I'm willing to get my hopes up. Can't trust the team yet.
I agree fully with it.
Yeah. Yeah, because if that's the case, then now you're looking at a tournament like last year,
right,
where the 1s, 2s, and 3s started falling, and all the other seeds are like, well, wait a minute, why not us? They're not here anymore.
Right. That's and again, if you get to the Sweet 16, it wouldn't be a point of satisfaction. It would be a barrier to entry where the season at least had a chance at a level of redemption.
Yeah.
Something. I don't see it, but whatever. David, go ahead.
Put some respect on Oakland U. We're winning tonight. That is from Ryan in Auburn Hills.
Ryan, go to hell. I don't like your basketball team. I'm not overly fond of the media attention coach thing. I don't like it. I don't like when Izzo does it. I sure as hell don't like when Campy does it. And frankly, you've made the tournament 3 times in 40 years. Win an effing game, and then I'll pay attention. All right? I've seen you.
Tonight.
I've seen Maryland, Baltimore County win a game. I've seen Florida Gulf Coast win a game.
St. Peter's.
I've seen Siena win 2. All right, I've seen schools with worse profiles than Oakland do more. Tired of hearing about it. You go out and beat Kentucky, I'll put some respect with a K. Shout out Birdman. I will put some respect on your name. But I don't have to do that. Not until you do it. And frankly, I hope Kentucky beats you by 50.
I think it's going to look like these games right here.
Well, that's the other thing. Like, we're not going to do a tournament update now, but like if you're an Arizona fan, you're livid with what you're watching. Last year, you lost to Princeton in the first round. Now you're out here tricking around.
As a 2 seed.
Right, and now you're tricking around in Long Beach State. It's been back and forth, and Long Beach State got the lead.
They haven't done anything since the Bibby days, so they're done.
Shout out Dan Munson.
Okay, I have a story about Long Beach State for later in the show. We'll get to it. You want to talk complete madness? Check out the deals Moran Buick GMC right now. Lisa 24, Sierra 1500 Elevation. Guys, they've got them $329 a month. The GX Preferred, the Encores, $189. The 24 Terrain, $225. They're all 24-month leases, 0.9 APR. Inquire for details. And if something's wrong with your vehicle, it's very simple. You're going to go to MoranExpress.com. You're going to get that certified service appointment, and away you go. You get the loaner. you're on your own. They'll call you when your car's done. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, let's get a little football. I know it's March Madness. I know it's Vegas, but football never stops. With that, football today.
We're going to lose a couple seconds. Long Beach State is going to have time for a shot.
Guys, I'm selfish today. You guys are excited about Michigan State.
Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky
Rico's
Bobby.
excited about Michigan State. I'm excited about this news from Adam Schefter on Russell Wilson and the Steelers.
Yes.
Quote, there's no commitment, obligation, loyalty to any of these guys. One executive says they didn't pay much for either one of them. I even had an executive say if Justin Fields outplayed him, Russell Wilson during camp, they could cut him.
Yeah, they paid him the veteran, damn near the veteran minimum.
Oh,
David, I
exciting.
thought, listen, all I'm saying is that's what real organizations do. why you'd ever make a promise to Russell Wilson. If the player was any damn good, he's not taking a flat $1 million, which is essentially 10 cents over the vet minimum. You went out and got Justin Fields because, A, he became available for a very affordable price, and B, because you're not sold on Russell Wilson. Look, you're doing the opposite of what my Giants are doing. The Giants didn't go out and get someone to compete with Daniel Jones. They told Drew Lock, thanks for showing up, but Daniel Jones is the starter. So you should be thrilled with what your organization, at least in my world, Rico.
Now, Russell Wilson, you were promised day one. You're going to start the first game, and after that, it's best man will win. And I think Justin Fields knows that because he looks like he has no pressure knowing if I can't beat you, I'm going to quit football. Because that should be his mentality. You should be taking this game. Before the Pittsburgh's first bye week, you should be the starting quarterback. If I'm Justin, that's where I'm at. If you're Russell, Pittsburgh, yeah, it's free money. It's free roll. It's if you catch lightning in a bottle, great. But if not, you let him go and you move on, and you got your backup already there. You don't have to throw away this season.
Please do. I am so sick of those workout videos from Russell Wilson.
That's your boy.
This one's for you, Rico. There are Brandon Ayuk rumors left and right. The Jags, you talked about the Jags a couple weeks ago. They are trading. They talked about trading number 17 and Zay Jones to the 49ers. Then you have the Steelers who are talking about Brandon Ayuk.
They're trading who?
The Jags talked to the 49ers, and the 49ers wanted the number 17 pick and Zay Jones. We'll see what happens there. But the percentage chance Brandon Ayuk is on your roster first week of the season.
The longer this goes, David, the more and more I think that he's going to end up being there because it's a lot of smoke screen. I think it's a lot of posturing on both sides. He wants a lot of money, and they're like, well, we're trying to find you a deal, but the money's not there. I think in the end, he may even hold out a little bit, but I think in the end, he's going to end up on the 49er roster.
I think you're right about that. Guys, I think we have a new NFC contender.
But, David, as you know, to be fair, I'm not big on paying wide receivers tons of money. So
get what you can.
Right. If he wants to go, there's the door.
Yeah, I think we may have a new NFC contender, guys, and it is the Atlanta Falcons. Well, maybe if they do this. There is a strong interest, reported saying, for them to trade for Hassan Reddick. Really? Trading for Hassan Reddick. Would that make them the threat they need to be to win the NFC?
You know what? It puts them into the big boy table. Yeah, it does. It's Atlanta saying, we're going all in. It's how I felt about, for the Lions. You're there. Your window is about to open up. Let's just get all the toys and pieces that we can and go and compete with the Niners and the Eagles and the Cowboys and the Lions. We need all of these pieces. So, yeah, if you can get Hassan Reddick, it does put you at the big boy table in NFC. Now, let alone you will win your division.
Now, admittedly, that's a guy who needs a bounce-back season.
Yes.
Just saying.
So let's move on to BS or not in the draft. There's a lot of rumors out there right now, so let's finish with that here. Drake May's draft stock is falling. Do you call that? Is that BS or real?
David, I think it's real because every year there's a quarter. It's almost like for JJ to rise, somebody has to fall, and it's Drake May. He played for Carolina. Carolina wasn't that great, so you don't really hear his name a lot. So now, he is falling. Does it mean he's going to be a bad QB? No, but every year there's a quarterback or a player that just because the day ends in a Y, your stock falls.
Yes. Stop saying everything I want to say. You're so damn sharp today. MSU wins a game, and you're just like on another level.
Next one on
January, February.
Oh, don't you dare. Don't you dare.
Hey, Baycock rolled his ankle. No, I'm kidding.
Next on the list about BS or not for the draft. Interior offensive linemen will be popular in the first round.
Yes.
Let me read something. Matt Miller of ESPN says that. There were 4 interior offensive linemen taken in the first 32 picks 2 years ago. And after the free agency, what you saw this year with guards, teams love interior linemen right now. They're going to go high.
I think it's also, this is whether tackle, guard, center, you're hearing people say this is one of the best offensive line drafts in a decade. So our year is not like a guard most years. Teams will reach on like a Cooper Beebe, a guy I love. This Powers Johnson kid out of Oregon. Like, there are some really nice players that you can get, cheap, team control, and they're day one starters, man, versus paying Robert Hunt $20 million a year. So, yeah, I think so.
See, I don't. I don't think you said first round.
First round.
I'm saying no because there was so much movement for the established guards that they want to take the devils that they know instead of drafting that guy. Now, I do think a lot will get drafted, but I think it kind of took away the market that I don't have to necessarily go after a guard right now because I went and I locked up this guy. I locked up Michael Onwenu. I locked up all of these different Jonah Jacksons. So I think that, yes, drafted, but not in the first round. I think you're going to see quarterbacks, wide receivers, and then a flood of corners and defensive players.
So then let's close it out with this one. BS or not, wide receiver class could tie the first-round record. Well, here is what the first-round record is. In 2004, it was set 7 wide receivers were taking in the first round. Can you see that being tied in this year's draft?
Yep. It's the truth. The going rate for receivers is becoming $30 million a year. Teams want cheap solutions. Look at the Niners. They may deal Ayuk, and at 17, they could take you know what I mean? Like, it just becomes this thing that you have to do if you're going to pay your quarterback $50 million.
Yeah, let me give you this list, Rico, because you were questioning. You were looking a little, I don't know. You got Marvin Harrison Jr.,
1,
Neighbors,
2,
Odunze,
3,
Brian Thomas,
4.
Then that would leave Worthy,
5,
Coleman, maybe
6.
Mitchell, maybe Roman Wilson.
I think 7 is absolutely in play.
Yeah.
I would probably take the under and go with 6, but you're right. It all comes down to who the Kansas City Chiefs take with that final pick.
And by the way, I'll just say it, like, again, Brad Holmes do whatever the hell he wants to do with this draft. I think they filled a lot of needs. Keon Coleman looked good in the Lions jersey, and it's something they don't have. 6'4.5", big body, red zone, outside receiver. I wouldn't hate it.
Well, he can come back home and visit Michigan State anytime he wants.
This ain't home. Home is Louisiana, and you went to Florida State. Don't be giving me this home crap.
No, he showed up. He had the Steven Izzo jersey on for senior day. Told me personally, Mike, this is home.
And I'd like to tell him something personally. All right, let's move it along, please.
That is in football today.
All right, FanDuel, it is tournament time. Get involved. And whether it's a big upset like Duquesne probably acing out BYU, or, hell, maybe Long Beach State pulls it off, or maybe it's chalky, FanDuel's got it all. Sides, totals, props. Stood next to a damn guy today, David. He was playing a race to 10. Okay? It is 9 a.m. in Vegas. This man was playing first to 10 between Michigan State and Mississippi State. I had to walk away. But FanDuel's got it. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only, $10 first deposit required. Bonus bets issued as non-withdrawable bets that expire in 7 days after receipt. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You get a gambling problem, call 1-800-270-7117.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Michigan State is on to the round of 32 after pounding Mississippi State 69-51. Jaden Akins powered the Spartans with 15 points, 7 boards, a monster block, and an emphatic second-hand dunk in what Tom Izzo says was Akins' best game wearing green and white. CBS's call. That was Izzo's 56th NCAA tournament win and a record 17th as the lower-seeded team. State will take on the winner of top-seeded North Carolina and Wagner on Saturday. Spartans 0-5, by the way, all-time against UNC in the tournament. Speaking of the Tar Heels, right now they're taking on Wagner. It's tied at 13, about 13 minutes left in the first half. One other final already today, and that's Duquesne taking down... Sorry, I already lost that on my sheet here. Duquesne, the only other upset so far today, taking down BYU. Other games live right now. Creighton, a 59-44 lead over Akron with about 12 minutes left in the game there. Arizona, 41-35 lead over Long Beach State at halftime. Oakland tips off tonight at 7:10 against 3-seed Kentucky. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Today. I'm gonna have a good
No,
day.
you're good. I had a couple updates, a question, and then just a PSA. So I look to you and David because you are the enlightened. You are very spiritual men, and I'm asking this in a very serious tone, and then I'll tell you why. What's hell for Mormons called? Is it just hell?
Yeah.
Because I hope BYU goes to hell. Because that was honest to God, it is a tradition like none other. Death, taxes, and I lose my first damn bet every March Madness. They played go to hell. Now, number 2, Duquesne is your first upset. Not that they're any good, but BYU played like they were on Quaaludes. Now, let me offer you, this is a PSA, because I have to do this. I can only do this because I've arrived at a point in my life. I know who I am. And I'm pretty comfortable. If you like me, you like me, and if you don't, you don't. I don't really care. I've got good people in my life. They know me. I'm good. Don't need any more friends. Happy where I'm at. So I'm going to say something that's going to ruffle feathers, and I don't care. What is it with Michigan fans? Your team is not in the tournament. Not only are they not playing today, they aren't playing any day. You just had the worst year in school history. And yet, you have fans layered in Michigan gear walking around the streets of Las Vegas and here. Wearing Michigan gear when you go 8-24 is the equivalent of dressing up like a giant poop emoji. No fan base does this. These idiots walk around here. And if you don't believe me, go to college football season where it could be Oregon versus Washington, and there's some guy with his balls out and a big block M on his head in the stands. Yeah. Go to a state game where it's State versus Northwestern. There's a Michigan fan, and they just gots to tell you about it. But what are you doing walking the streets of Vegas? Proudly in your absolutely hideous, I can't believe it's not butter t-shirts. You're not in the tournament. Do you know if State went 8-24, I would be dressed in earthy tones. I'd be Rob Lowe in an NFL hat. But there's no fan base like them.
They have to let you know football season is just 21 weeks away. and we're the national champions.
I've never seen a fan base like it.
There it is, Rico. I'll give you a date. It is January 8th. National title. That's why they're wearing the Michigan gear.
No, it's
has
not.
nothing to do with basketball.
No. I know we don't have access to drops because nothing's effing working today. No. They've always done this crap.
Okay,
and they're
fair,
the only fan
fair.
base who does it. And they'll do it at football, but like this year of all years, 8-24 is like the equivalent of wearing a T-shirt that says, "My wife's banging someone else while I'm in Vegas." Why would you wear that? You went 8-24 and launched your coach out of a cannon. You may as well wear a T-shirt that says the other guy does it better.
I feel like I should make a phone call back home.
T-shirt, I'm not home. Brakes beaten off. Right. Like, what are you doing?
Because they're Michigan, they'd have to let you know I'm Michigan, and basketball doesn't matter to you people. You celebrate your little game.
Oh, really? You're at March Madness, Jack.
But they have to let you know this is stupid.
Okay. All my point is collect yourself. There is no other fan base like them. No other fan base does it. Not Bama, not Texas, not Georgia, not Duke, nothing. Not even Cowboy fans do this crap.
No, you're right, because they'll show up at a game, head to toe, maize and blue, and I'm like,
it's Clemson, North Carolina on a Saturday night, and you're going, who's the corn cob?
Mike, I've seen it even worse. On top of that, I told the guys, like, your game is actually on right now. Why are you dressed like this at an MSU game for football? I'm like, your game is on. Your team is better. Yeah, I just got to be here to represent.
Represent what? A school you didn't go to?
Probably.
I had to bring it up. I mean, it's just, and if it upsets you, too bad, because it's real. It's insane. Hey. And the other thing they do that I've never understood is unless you are at a game and you're like, look, I'm tailgating all day, I'm going to wear the T-shirt plus the hat, like you want to do the layered thing. Who does the triple dog dare, meaning I've got 3 pieces of team apparel layered, and you're not at a game? They're the only fan base. Oh, my God, I just saw a guy walk by. He had on the little Michigan booties, the little shoes. He had on a sweatshirt, a zip-up, plus a hat. Buddy, I could see you from a mile away. We could have cut it off at 1 piece of gear.
Knock, knock, who's there? It's the plumber.
All right. Knock, knock, who's there? Don't know, but he's banging your wife. That's what wearing Michigan, you may as well have that T-shirt on. I'll get to the Ohtani stuff, but it is just something that has struck me in my now it's 24 hours I've been here. I just don't understand it. I mean, North Carolina, Kansas, you got some of the biggest, baddest fan bases in America. They don't walk around like this. But Michigan fans who aren't playing today and aren't ever playing, but just had the worst season in school history, please.
This is Michigan. And I need to let you know.
Okay.
This is Michigan.
All right.
Mike and Rico, I have to read you this text. I think Mikey started something here. I'm actually hooking up with my buddy's wife while he's in Vegas right now.
Wow.
And he's a Michigan fan. Oh, no.
No, honey. You stay out there a couple extra days with your fella. You don't get to see them but once a year.
All I know is if my team went 8-24, I would, like MSU football, I did all my stuff stayed right where it is, nice and tidy in the closet. I mean, I couldn't bring that green and white out.
So you're not walking around the Final Four,
no,
wearing your state gear?
Hell no.
Going to the national title game?
Man, my coach lost $80 million priming his beanbag. You think I was interested in wearing a Gruff Sparty hat out? You are outside of your mind. If MSU went 8-24, had the worst season in history and fired Tom Izzo, you think I'd be out here painting my Johnson green and wearing a hat backwards? You are out of your mind.
He's going to the Final Four to watch Purdue.
Yeah, and I want to make sure everyone sees me, the guy whose team decidedly isn't Purdue, in the stands.
Yeah.
I've just never met another fan base like him. There's no comparison.
Nope, you're right. I've never understood that ever. But
8-24. These dudes are layered up like they're in the Arctic Circle.
No, it's 8-24, but you guys, basketball doesn't matter. It's
Right.
all about football. And I just want to remind you, we're the national champions.
Right, that's great. And I don't – oh, thank you. I don't I don't have the heart to talk to any of these people and be like, oh, bro, nice shirt. When's your game? Like, I don't do that stuff. I don't talk bleep to people. I don't do that stuff. Rico, you are pointing at me.
No. I'm trying to say I
This
want
is
one of
mine.
those.
Oh, I thought he was stealing my drink. I'm going, no, wait a minute now. Oh, people, just so you understand, Rico has arms like Paul Bunyan. This arm just comes across my face over, and he's like, give me Red Bull. I'm like, well, wait, that's mine, actually. And then he grabs it again, and I go, no, it's going over here.
Mike, you got to be strong in the paint. You got to be strong in the paint. Okay?
No, it's going over here. I'm like, what is happening?
Big G didn't raise no poop butts. You got to be strong in the paint.
No, yeah, body him. Like DJ Burns. David, a few ticket texts, please. That's all. It was one selfish segment. I had to do it.
I have a suggestion for you from the ticket text. Notre Dame fans are the same way, someone said.
I don't
You know what? No. I've never seen a Notre Dame fan do that. Like, David, I'm not joking. I've taken pictures of Michigan fans at games that have nothing to do with them, and it's not even a hat. They're decked out in all yellow.
Layers.
To make sure they're seen. Not even dark blue. Yellow.
It's True Detective, the Arctic Night, or whatever it is with Jodie Foster. They are layered like they're walking into the darkness. Why are you at Circa Las Vegas head to toe in a team that won 8 games?
Someone says, I went to the Rose Bowl to watch my team, and an Ohio State fan was dressed up at the Rose Bowl.
I'll never, you know what? It's people who weren't hugged enough as children. That's all that is.
It's called Team Pride, bruh. It's something historical.
Yeah,
Programs have it.
And if you use the term bruh, you're a douche. So put that in your Team Pride ditty bag.
You see Michigan fans at Michigan State events because tickets are cheaper, someone says.
What does that have to do with the price?
Wait, hold on.
He's trying to rip the program.
Your basketball team was giving away tickets at the end.
For $1.
It turned into Breslin East.
Yeah.
It turned into Mackey North.
Last time I checked, this is America, and you can wear whatever you want.
Well, hold on now. Now I know I got him. See, now I know I got you by the short hairs. Did you just play the America card?
America.
Did you just do the M-freedoms? M-U-H, M-freedoms? Now I know you got it by the short and curlies.
You're just a liberal and you hate America.
Right, because I think Michigan fans are douches. Oh, my Lord. This is America. Obviously it is, Jack, which means I can make fun of you.
Oh, my God.
8-24, wear it with pride. What are you kidding
like
me?
I see people with the Long Beach stuff on, like, yeah, your team is playing, you're in the tournament, yes. But, yeah. But, no, it's not just that. When they break out the all-maize
head to toe, baby.
They want to make sure they are seen.
Yep. Someone else is saying, I would not wear Michigan gear anywhere right now. Our team blows. We don't even have a coach.
You guys know one of my buddies is out here this weekend. And unlike most of that wretched fan base, he went to the damn school. Do you know what he does not have in his possession on this trip? He wouldn't be caught dead wearing U of M stuff because he knows their ass. That's all. I had to get it off my chest.
No.
We can get to the Ohtani news because Lord knows it is newsy. Just hear me out on it. A crazy story in the world of sports. Want to get to it. We're going to get a tournament primer blitz, 3:30. We got a lot to do. We are going to do deal breakers as well. If anyone can find Roberto, because Lord knows he's not in the studio back in Michigan, so I have a phone call to make.
So nobody's babysitting. Gotcha. All right. I said so nobody's babysitting. All right.
Oh, baby, hey, Mama's about to call.
Hey, you know what? How about I tell you about Xfinity? It connects me to more of the great games that I love. Xfinity gives me a chance to catch up on all my favorite shows while I'm on the go. Like I'm out here in Vegas, I can still catch up and watch all the things that I am binge watching. With Xfinity Internet, you get the speed you need at a great price, and you too can get the speed you need at a great price thanks to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. Enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. And Xfinity allows me to watch all the college basketball tournament that's being played right now. I get the latest scores as they happen. Latest injury updates. Hey, you can check on your brackets and make sure they're not busted. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second. Enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY. Visit Xfinity.com or drop into a local Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed, based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
The crazy weather, it's 70 one day, it's snowing the next. Look, bottom line, power storms, they get knocked out. When you need service on your furnace or AC, you need Mastercraft. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, they have you covered 24/7. Locally owned, over 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. They are your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, electrical, generators in stock. And if they can't get to you same day, 25% off that next day service call. It's mastercraftheating.com.
Sports HQ for free.
All right, we're at Circa Las Vegas. March Madness. We will have a March Madness update for you guys coming up at 3:30. Kind of give you everything that you've missed because you have a real life and you're not sitting around watching games all day. I want to bring this up just because it's a really incredible story, and I understand baseball doesn't get us very far. But this Shohei Ohtani story that broke,
is absolutely wild. And the MLB not investigating, although I think I know why, is even more wild. All right? This is one of the murkiest, most, I don't want to use the word shocking, but it's just wild. So, look, basically, here's where I think we understand where we're at. So, Ohtani's bank account was sending wire transfers to illegal bookies. I mean, that's the long and short here. So, basically, it sounds like the actual story could be his translator got in way too deep in gambling debt. Maybe he goes to Ohtani for help.
Do me a solid.
Right, wrong people find out about it. Translator goes, yo, I got this, I'll lay on the sword. One problem, Ohtani's team then just denies the whole damn thing, and you end up here. Now, Ohtani's not currently facing discipline. We're talking about over $5 million here. The MLB has said we're not actively investigating it, but now the interpreter, who is essentially a part of the Dodgers organization, has been fired. Look, you can start with the first thing, which is, Shohei, you make $700 million. What possible adrenaline rush are you getting from betting whatever amount of money? But my point is, you can't convince me that this is my opinion. You're not going to convince me he's not having the translator go and rifle the bets because he's too famous to open an account. Second of all,
brother, if I had a bill, I'd be ringing it right now.
Okay, so we're on the same page. Here's the other part of this. The MLB so brazenly wants to come out and go, well, we're not investigating. Do you know why? It's very simple. They cannot. This is the ultimate case of too big to fail. They cannot have not only the game's biggest star and highest paid player, but a global icon. Ohtani represents billions with a B of global value to baseball.
Right.
This guy could kill someone, they'll bury the body. It's an unbelievable story to me. Then Ohtani not available for the 50-minute availability today while they're opening the season. By the way, shout out Rob Manfred. We're opening up baseball season at 6 in the morning from Korea.
And you're doing this for Ohtani. So, you know people want to talk to him. Oh, bad timing. This, to me, the fact, because every sport wants to show we are above gambling, we are above reproach. If something happens, you got to bring the hammer down. But the fact that baseball's like, yeah, guys, there's nothing to see here. We've taken care of it. Just don't ask any more questions. Yeah, because you're banking so much on Ohtani to be the new face of baseball, making this much money. Pitcher, hitter, yeah. This isn't the interpreter's fault. I think the interpreter was told, we're going to take care of you, but we need you to be that guy. We need you to be the fall guy. You know, that Chris Carter guy. That he says, yeah, everybody needs one. It's the interpreter, because it's not like they just met when he got there to the Dodgers. He's known this guy for years. They're friends. And, okay, if he's in over his head, then he would just simply come out and say, hey, you know what? He got in there. He needs some help. And I think that baseball would have actually used this to their advantage. But the fact that they're like, he did it, he's gone, no more questions. I'm not buying this, and they don't want to look any deeper into this. This may go down as one of the great sports conspiracy theories, right up there with the Patrick Ewing cold card, because baseball is not going to pursue this.
No, and again, compare it, juxtapose it to the NFL's response to certain things. They cared more about deflated footballs than you do $5 million. Like, either Ohtani is a victim of an embezzlement scheme, or something even darker was going on here. Look, the fact that baseball's not investigating is the second most laughable thing I read today, outside of Long Beach State's athletic director saying he fired Dan Monson to inspire the team. We'll get to that later.
I was just playing.
I mean, my goodness. But no, it's such a wild story, and what drives me crazy in all of it, Shohei, just come out and talk.
See, I don't think they want him to talk.
I don't care about what you want.
No, Mike, because if he does, he may open up a can that the Major League Baseball can't close. That he may just start telling the truth.
But
baseball is like,
you're right.
No.
You're right, but that only feeds into what we believe, which is if you have nothing to hide and you go, listen, this scumbag stole $5 million from me, or better yet, look, here's the deal. He's essentially a member of my family. He got himself in some real problems. I'm blessed in this life. I make $1 bazillion. I tried to take care of him.
Right.
My team didn't want anything to do it because they knew I'd end up standing right here. Yeah. All right, but here I am. I tried to fix a problem. He's been fired, and I've disassociated. End. Yep. But if you aren't willing or can't do that, people have every right to ask questions and go, whoa, wait a second.
It's going to go up there with the Patrick Ewing card. Why did Michael Jordan leave the game for exactly 18 months?
Well, you know why.
Right. It's the sports conspiracy theories. This is going to add to it. Like, baseball is shutting it down. No, you can't speak. But I like this no.
Oh,
that
crisis management team just leapt into action.
See, Rico, it speaks volumes, and you're right. They're playing these games in Seoul, in Korea. They want to talk to him. They showed him and his wife getting off the plane with the team. They want everything about him, yet he won't speak. Didn't speak day one. Didn't speak day two.
Think about this.
What?
It's like the Super Bowl, and all of a sudden Travis Kelce can't talk. Really? Because all we heard about was you and Taylor's. No, Kelce can't talk to the media now. No. Can't do this. Sorry. Moving along. Nothing to see here.
Dave, a couple ticket texts, and then I want to get to a tournament blitz kind of recap. Update people what's up, but just what has gone final, what's taken place.
I got to say, this whole situation with Ohtani is just downright disappointing. I mean, he's a guy who's always seemed to have his head on straight. This sucks. Someone else saying, I think Shohei Ohtani was definitely involved. They had a story and then came back and changed their story and stopped the first story from being released.
And let me be my bad. Go first, and I'll follow up.
Here's what we got to remember. $4.5 million is a lot of money to us. That's nothing to him. That's the equivalent of him going out and probably spending $100. So where the number seems so large, he's probably like, what's the big deal? I can afford to lose $5 million in gambling.
Same as
it's
Barkley,
no big deal.
same as Jordan, same as Mickelson. Like, I don't like that we think it's our business what all these people do. I don't care. My care is, what were you betting on? Right? Look, we live in a town where J-Mo, signed into the wrong account or something and got suspended for 6 games. Shohei, what were you betting on? What's the story? Why did you change? The idea
and
that
before you lie to us, no, we can find out what you were betting.
Yeah, it's just, and again, the idea that he was using illegal bookmakers. It's not like he had his boy signed up at FanDuel New York and they got a VPN to fake where they were. Mm-hmm. When you start doing underworld stuff as the most famous baseball player on the globe, and baseball can't bring itself to do even a tertiary investigation, I think it's worth one segment of a radio show. So there you go. Beep, bop, boop, bop, beep. 248-539-9797. Couple ticket texts, and then we got to do the tournament
This
stuff.
one's kind of funny. It's the opposite of Jordan. Zach says, Ohtani might need to go play in the G League for a couple years, so we'll have the ultimate reverse of Michael Jordan. He goes to play basketball. Right?
And look, if you're young, it's always been a thing for us old heads. I believe Jordan was told, you're going to take a break. All right,
because
you're gambling and your dad got popped. You're going to go ahead and take a break, and we'll see you in 18 months.
Yeah, because you're still collecting a check from the same owner, just a different sport.
Weird how that worked out.
Yeah. And someone else here on the ticket text says, so Pete Rose is now like, well, do I get in now?
Right.
All right, we will get a March Madness Blitz next. A home improvement you're going to love every single day is when you pull into your garage and you see that new Comer Cross garage floor. It's like a showroom. I mean, the highest quality floor you can have. And if your garage has exposed concrete with stains or cracks or maybe worse, an old epoxy job, in one day, Comer and Cross can turn it all around. They'll grind down that existing floor. They're going to fix every imperfection. And in one day, you're driving on a brand new gleaming Comer and Cross garage floor. By the way, first time I've ever said the word gleaming in a commercial. Comer and Cross garage floor, it's the gold standard, and they'll get it done in one day for you. Call them right now, 248-266-4443. That's 248-266-4443, or you can schedule online anytime at ComerandCrossGarage.com.
Jackson checks in as Francisco Farabello is done.
All right, let's get to it. We want to update you on everything you missed, what's going on. You're driving around. You guys are busy. We do a March Madness Blitz.
But he's going to be okay. Kalkbrenner can come back. We'll see if he does.
Or not.
No.
Dun, 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 dun.
That's right, guys. Let's talk about a couple of the games that have already ended. And I'm going to give you a great name that I love. Let's talk about Duquesne beating BYU. An 11 beats a 6. And the name that I love from this game, Day Grant scored 19 points in this game. Do you consider that? I know it's a upset by C, but do you consider that an upset?
Yes, I consider it an upset. Duquesne is ass. They were like the 5 or 6 seed in the A-10. They can't score in a whorehouse. They needed BYU to play blindfolded today, open the game 1 of 11, have no clue what the hell they're doing, and honestly, shoot awful. So bottom line, yes, it's an upset. Duquesne is nowhere close to being as good as BYU, but welcome to the tournament.
But then again, maybe we should have thought better of betting against them because they became LeBron James' favorite team because, as you know, David, LeBron gifted them some shoes before the tournament. And I guess it worked. It's got to be the shoes.
Yeah, they'll lose next game. Let's talk about Creighton beating Akron. Number 3 over the number 14. No surprise there, right?
No, and they did it handily. That's what a 3-14 game's supposed to look like. Never close. Because I always say this, David. When you get to about 10 minutes left in the game, and if you're the favorite and the game is close, you're gripping. Because you don't want to be the team that gets upset. You want to coast to this the way they did, winning by 17 points, pulling your starters. That's how you win your opening round game.
So let's get to some of the games that will happen later today, this afternoon, and later tonight. This one I don't quite understand. Oregon had an awful year, an awful season. They're a bad team, the 11th seed against the 6th seed South Carolina, but they are the 2.5-point favorite in this game.
Yeah, it's in Fale Dante. So Oregon's record looks different if you factor in their big man. He's basically like a Chris Bosh. He missed several games early. They lost them all.
When he plays versus when he doesn't play?
Yeah, night and day. And here's the other thing. Dana Altman, Oregon's coach, 7-0 in the first round. They don't make it every year, but when they do, he wins. So, David, it's priced in. That's all that. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to do it.
Correct.
But it's priced in.
Nevada, the 10th seed against the number 7 Dayton. Nevada is favored by 1.5 in that game.
Look, this is a game I'm gonna walk into. Like, I don't like Steve Alford. Now, the benefit for Nevada here, they don't have to get on an airplane to play. The game's on the left coast. Dayton, you're going to get to see one of the 10 best players in America in Deron Holmes. He is a true stretch 4. He can post. He shoots 38% from deep. He goes 20 and 10 every night. I don't know how he's at Dayton. I don't know what they're paying. Maybe they gave him the state of Ohio, the key to the city.
Sometimes people like being the big fish in the small pond.
I like Dayton. That's right. I like Dayton. I like the way they play. I think you get the best player on the floor. The problem, Nevada's no slouch. They shoot it. They guard. I'll probably walk into another loss later. I like the Flyers.
Speaking of big fish in a small pond, let's get to Will Wade's team. McNeese, the number 12 seed, going against number 5 Gonzaga. Now, Mike, I've heard you talk about this.
First of all, how did he get another coaching job? He literally got caught.
Because it doesn't matter. There are no rules.
All right.
Got Connor Stallions on line 6. What do you want to talk about McNeese State?
I've heard you talk about they should not be here. They're not a good team. They can score, though, man.
Ooh, I've never said McNeese shouldn't be in.
Okay, Gonzaga maybe.
No, Gonzaga's the one. Yeah, Gonzaga's the one I have smeared. Let me focus on this. First of all, I think Gonzaga's a bad draw for them. I like McNeese. I think the story's fascinating. I like it when coaches put their you-know-what on the block. And he stood up at that opening presser, and yes, he's a scumbag. He goes, we are going to have the greatest turnaround in college basketball. We're going to go from 23 losses to more than 23 wins. Print it. I'm here. I said it. And he delivered. Now, what I don't like, they're wearing T-shirts into the arena today with all the articles printed on it, like a receipts T-shirt.
Oh, sponsored by Brad Holmes.
Yeah, I don't need that. I think Gonzaga's a terrible draw for them, David. That's hey, my man Graham E.K.
You know what it is? because I think it's very similar to what happened with Michigan State. For a few, you get a chance to have a second season, a second chance. Things didn't go the way they wanted to, didn't win their conference, but now, you know what? Nobody's counting on us to do anything. Let's see how far we can go.
So let's talk about one more game where the lower seed is the favorite at this game. Before I get to the game I really love, Drake, number 10, favorite, 1.5-point favorite over number 7, Washington State.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Wazoo's a mystery team. They're playing at midnight.
Right.
They don't play a sexy brand of ball. They'll guard. Best player on the floor, though, is Tucker DeVries. His coach's son at Drake. He's the Larry Bird Player of the Year in the MVC.
But
they're an older team. What's up, Rico?
Oh, no, I was going to say NC State, got Burns. Yeah. I don't think anybody's ready for that. I don't think you can't have anybody on your scout team.
Wait, Drake Wazoo is what we're
okay,
wrapping on.
okay.
No, you're good. I know there's a zillion games. Drake Wazoo,
Gotcha.
I want to see it.
Yes.
I like Drake, and I like the fact they're all 30 years old, 2 kids and a mortgage. You're getting grown-ass men playing on Drake.
Yes. So let's get to a game that I love, and then the game we all are going to be watching tonight. I believe the upset happens tonight. The 13 Samford is going against Kansas, and the reason why I feel that way is because of the injuries that Kansas is dealing with. They've lost a lot of games in the last few years.
They have.
And McCulley's out. He's
Yes.
out for the tournament. He's their do-everything wing, rebound, defender, scorer. He's everything.
And I don't know how many hits that Hunter Dickinson can take on the shoulders.
Yes. Right.
Because he'll play, he'll start, but a hard foul, he lands awkwardly on the court, and he's done. And when those two weren't in the game, oh, my God. They look like Kansas looks like a totally different team.
Yeah, for me, I don't know enough about Samford to be straight up with you, but it's
just
clear.
It's just the Kansas
and
side.
the numbers moving down. There
Yes.
were flat 7s out there when we took the arrow. Wouldn't be surprised if it goes down to 6 or 6.5.
If
So
you were going to pick an upset special, that's one I would go with.
Yes, and then real quick, you don't have to say much about this. Just if Oakland can win, that's the game we all care about tonight.
Yes.
Is Oakland win?
No.
Yes. And David,
no.
Here's one for you. A quick by the numbers.
Oh, no.
24-7.
What's that?
Tom Izzo's record in the second game. The second game of the weekend.
24-8 is what you're about to
David,
see.
come on, man.
I'm sorry.
Come on.
And that is your NCAA blitz.
All right, so it's like football season with a twist. We do it every week in football. The man to my left, Eric Stevens, Circa Las Vegas, the D. This is the Galaxy Room, right? I always call it the March Madness Fiesta, but I know it has a name. Is it Galaxy?
Yeah, Mike, this year we are in the Galaxy Ballroom at Circa. You are correct, my friend.
How the hell did this event get this big from where we started like 15 years ago?
You know, I was talking about that with our team early this morning. I was over at the Detroit Ballroom at the D, where you guys first started. In the first year, we might have had 100 people.
Sounds right.
And, yeah, it's just grown and grown and grown. I mean, the Detroit Ballroom's packed right now. We'll do a couple thousand people through there today. And then here at the Galaxy, I mean, doesn't look like it looks like it's packed in here too.
It is.
It's great.
It is. Like, one thing that I can't believe, we read it on the air the other day, is the amount of money bet on the tournament at U.S. sportsbooks, not even global, $7.6 billion.
More than the Super Bowl.
Double the Super Bowl.
Yeah, you're talking about on the tournament?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, there's no question. I mean, the March Madness has now surpassed Super Bowl by a long set. I mean, that happened about 15 years ago. But, I mean, to see what's happening now, and, I mean, think about yesterday, last night, you were down, we were together. The play-in games, the volume on the play-in games on Wednesday is unbelievable. And that today and tomorrow, just crazy.
I never knew we had this many Grambling State fans. No, but it was crazy.
It
was wild.
Yeah. Yeah, because all of a sudden you adopt a team when your team's not playing. You want to see that team playing with the play-in game. The winner is making it to the Sweet 16, so it's no longer just a throwaway game anymore. You got to pay attention to this. So, Derek, you see all of this and how it's grown. Let's put on the crystal ball. Anything new for next year or in the future?
Yeah, I mean, we'll do 5,000 people through Stadium Swim today. We got this party. We got the D Ballroom. Sportsbook here, you know, that's been sold out for a long time. That's run by a brother race guy, Chris Wilberding, so he's doing that. Over here, you see Robbie Chico. He's a Farmington Hills man over there. This is his party over here, running Galaxy. And we got Mike Palm, the Golden Domer, over running the Detroit Ballroom. So all these parties just keep growing. It just tells you how much people want to get out and get together with their friends, their family, their buddies, have some drinks, bet some sports, and just hang out together.
I just got to let you know, shout out to you, Derek. You might as well have sponsored my flight here because all everybody was talking about was coming here. I just kept my mouth shut and just was like, wow, this has become the event for March Madness in Vegas.
Yeah, and for that I got to tell you guys, both of you, and way back when with Terry and Bob Turner in 97 won the ticket. Thank you, and thank all the Detroiters to come visit the Detroit home in the desert here, whether it's D Las Vegas or Circa. Thank you,
and
guys.
It's also and honestly, it's one thing is like when sports started to get legalized in all the states, you kind of wondered would it affect the draw, because you can sit home on your couch, but there's something about March Madness, man. It's packed. It has had no negative impact. People just flock here.
Well, yeah, because you don't have to be smart to win in March Madness.
I'm aware. I'm probably about to go 0-2.
As a matter of fact,
a real blessing.
Right, the dumber, the better.
Exactly.
Now, you know, one thing people ask me all the time, like when sports betting became legal in additional states, some people thought that would hurt Las Vegas, and I always thought it wouldn't. Like, for example, you know, we're up now in 5 states. Take Colorado as an example. Colorado's a state, remote registration, remote funding. When you have states that have those rules, what's the result? No one's going to spend money to build a great sports book. No one's going to spend the money because there's no reason. People could bet sitting in their basement or sitting in their apartment. You know, so there's an element about Vegas that's different. Vegas has all these huge parties. It's grandiose. Vegas is an easy city to get in and out of. So I think there's a lot of reasons why Vegas, it had the jump on having these parties. But I think that's where Vegas is still going to be a great place to come for March Madness.
I think the other thing too is it's going to be, and I know there's no hard time frame on it, but it's going to be a 4 professional team city. You're getting an NBA team, and obviously the A's thing is a thing, and I know that's gone a little back and forth in the media, but you're going to be a 4-sport town. It's not just going to be an event town. People are going to come here, and it's like the Raiders. Football's the perfect event sport. There's only 8 games. And then it's different. It's not 50 dates to sell out. So no, it continues to become something I never imagined it would become.
Yeah, I mean it's a great sports tourism town. You know, just a week ago when the Red Wings were out here, we had a great time. Huge Detroit Red Wing contingent came out to go see them play the Golden Knights. Yeah, Raiders are something. I mean, everybody's circling their calendar when their team's playing at the Raiders. They're coming out here, whether they got tickets or not. It's crazy.
Hey, Derek, is there one team in this tournament that you personally, for your casino, hoping doesn't cut down the nets?
I would tell you that we're pretty evenly balanced right now. I think we're probably going to shade against Iowa State going forward. We had a good amount of Iowa State money. I think all of us really respect Iowa State. We also respect Creighton quite a bit. So those are the two that I would say at this moment, Circa Sports would not be loving. But but it's so early. I mean, the amount of wagering on who's going to win the tournament is still going to be massive. It's still majority of it's still going to come in.
And I'm putting you on the spot, but just for fun, you don't have to be quoted on it. What do you think the line would be on North Carolina, Michigan State Saturday? Just for fun, 7.5.
I think it's going to be a little more than that.
9.5.
A little bit more than that. Yeah.
10.5. Make it 13. How about 17?
I think you're going to see a lot of Michigan State money. I mean, we saw it was amazing what happened with that line today.
I know.
And I think you're going to see a tremendous amount of action on Michigan State.
Won't be for me. Listen, we appreciate it. It's been a hell of a partnership, man. We look forward to keeping it going. And every year, you know where we're going to be. And it's good. I'm glad the result is the result because outside of a bunch of your alma mater's fans walking around in those hideous yellow T-shirts, it's a hell of a good time.
We're going to have a lot of fun with some Oakland fans tonight, I think. That's going to be something.
Go Grizzlies!
Oh, yeah, I'm sitting next to one.
Yeah.
Right here.
Hey, guys, I just want to tell you guys again, thank you very much. I love doing this with you. Thanks for coming out today.
Our pleasure. You got it.
Man.
Derek Stevens, Circa, the D. We will talk more. We got a lot more to do, including deal breakers. We've got David on Ticket Text. We got to run it back a little bit on Michigan State. I got to hit you with this Long Beach State thing as that game winds down. The funniest damn thing I read today, their athletic director trying to sell you on, oh, no, it was a motivational tactic. So we'll get to that, take care of business. All of that and more as people just yell like crazy around me, even though we're on the air. It's just tremendous.
Great job, Mike.
Great job. Great job. 97.1.
Brought to you by Builder's First Source. Breaking news, the Lions have released corner Cameron Sutton. Sutton, of course, wanted by Florida authorities on domestic violence charges. Stay with 97.1 for continuing coverage on this story. In the NCAA tournament, Michigan State is the first team through to the round of 32 today, beating Mississippi State 69-51. Jaden Akins with 15 points and 7 rebounds, plus a highlight reel block. Brian Anderson, CBS on the call, then Tom Izzo. The Spartans play Saturday against the winner of North Carolina and Wagner, which is just coming back from the half right now. Tar Heels leading 40-28. MSU 4-12 all-time versus UNC, including an 0-5 mark in the tourney. 2 other finals today. 11-seeded Duquesne upset 6-seeded BYU 71-67, and 3-seed Creighton cruising by 14-seed Akron 77-60. Taking a look at 3 active games right now. Arizona up 82-60 over Long Beach State, 3 minutes left. We just mentioned the North Carolina score, and Illinois down early to Morehead State, 27-23, about 7 minutes left in the first. The Red Wings face off against the Islanders tonight, one of the teams on their heels in the Eastern Conference wildcard race. Here on 97.1, 6:45. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You've heard the breaking news, so let's get into it. Cam Sutton released. It's one of the wilder stories where an incident takes place on March 7th. Some of the details are pretty horrific. Accusations, whatever you want to call it. There's an arrest warrant. They're talking about tracking his plate on like flock cameras and how it's pinged in the last 24 hours in the state of Florida. You know, you see kind of like a bolo put out there, if you know this man. It's just a very...
Yeah, his phone's been off for 2 weeks.
You essentially have an NFL player on the lam. Now, there are 2 ways this normally gets handled. I mean, you can wait for the league to suspend a guy, which could have financial consequence, or the team finds out what's going on and goes, nope, yeah, no, you're gone. Now, again, I don't have it in front of me. You know, there's not a huge, I would assume, there's not a huge financial negative impact here. But bottom line is, days ago, Rico, we talked about, look, they don't have any great needs. Right. We finished the offseason, well done. Well, now guess what? Cornerback becomes a need. And I will tell you, the Lions are going to have to do something that they probably don't want to do.
Draft a corner in the first round?
No, even better. I can give you a name of a corner that would be a Brad Holmes special, meaning a 1-year deal.
Okay.
Stephon Gilmore.
Yeah.
You can't – I don't want the good work that they've done to be unwound by this incident and this release. Would you be in favor of going out and going, all right, we have the cap space, it's a 1-year deal, pay him more than he's worth for 1 year and get him in here?
But see, I think this is one of those cases, Mike, as you like to say, both things can be
true. Oh, he did it again.
You can take Gilmore, but you also take your real cute CB1 with your first pick in the draft. Now, Brad Holmes was at the Alabama Pro Day yesterday, and normally when he goes down there, he ends up drafting Alabama players. Alabama has not one but 2 different corners that they could possibly be looking at with that pick 29, whether they want to move up or even move back to get one of those guys. But, yeah, you could take Gilmore for your immediate needs, and then you can go ahead and draft a guy. According to Spot Track, an outright release Lions take on 19.2 of dead cap, forfeiting
Wow.
6.5 of cap space.
Well, I want to apologize to the listeners. I did not realize it would have that level on their cap, so I'm sorry, guys. That's a bad job by me.
But this could be something that Goodell has probably told Brad Holmes and the Lions, go ahead, I know what you want to do. We'll fix this later, but go ahead and get him off your roster now. And because if the NFL suspended him, it's basically no harm, no foul.
Yeah. Well, and I think we can just say this was a disastrous signing.
Yeah.
Now that it's done, obviously I tried to defend Cam Sutton in a way where it's like, look, I know he was bad, but he's not a lead corner. He got miscast. But you play terrible, then you do what you're accused of doing here in a domestic situation, and you end up getting released and you hurt the team. Disastrous signing.
Yeah.
Just is. So how do they fix it? You got to go get a corner.
Well, I think they did step one. Don't even play the PR game. You see what we see and they see. Let's just get rid of him, and then we'll fix this later. And I can't say for certain, but I just got a feeling that the NFL is working hand in hand with the Lions saying, do what you got to do. And I got a feeling that this dead cap money is going to come off the books, and they're going to be like, you know what? Go get another free agent. We're going to act like this never happened.
I'd love to know where that is in the bylaws. Let me know.
No, I'm saying because I think that they're going to actively – the NFL will suspend him. The Lions are just kind of – instead of waiting and letting their name be tagged along with this, let's just separate ourselves now. We'll figure this out later. That's just my speculation.
Yeah, and that's fine. I'd love to hear from Lion fans on it. I mean, we actually had all reached a point of kind of like bliss. Offseason was done.
Things just got too good.
Yeah, a lot of my fears were kind of put to the side once they got DJ Reader and Kevin Zeitler, and I'm like, okay, we're good. You know, I don't think it's perfect. Would I have done a little different? Well, yeah, sure. Who cares? Cam Sutton getting released creates a real issue now because you are sitting here and you do not have a second starting caliber corner, and you can't depend on Mosley off back-to-back blown-out ACLs, and he played 2 snaps last year. And Amick Robinson is a slot nickel corner, period. Please do not call the show and sell him that at 5'8.5", he's playing the outside. He's not. Now, in a pinch, guy dies, guy has a cramp, I need him for one play or a sear. Okay.
Yeah. I don't think the ball bounces off his face mask going up against IU. But
okay,
yes.
So TJ has just texted. This is excellent. So TJ has said, contracts in the NFL are void if you break personal conduct policy, which includes arrest.
All right, well, thank you, TJ.
TJ, well done, brother. Please, 2 hands on the wheel now. He drives very loose. He actually lets his spit bottle drive. Bottom line, I'd like to know from Lions fans, do we need to go out and sign someone right now? Like, can we all unite? I know this family has argued with each other. And people say, well, you got to let Brad cook and do all that. Okay, fine. Here's my point. You cannot go into the draft, to Rico's point, and have to play that kid day one 700 snaps. They have got to bring in a corner. So, okay, if Brad doesn't want to do long-term commitments, go sign Stephon Gilmore.
You jump back in for Snead?
Look, man, the way I want to do it isn't just – it's not real. They're not going to do it the way I want to do it. Now, I'm fine with it as long as they win games. I'm making a point. I don't want – what have I said since the beginning of free agency? I will not fall in love with any one player. Right. Rico, go get a legitimate starting corner, period. You do what has to be done to make this happen. You're a Super Bowl caliber team who just had their starting corner basically on the lam and get released. You can't just say, well, we'll sign someone else's fifth-string water boy. No. Act like a big boy and make big boy moves. All right, Stephon Gilmore's old as dirt, but he had a good year last year. Give him a one-year deal for $10 million and you bring him in here. Then you draft a corner. Then you have, ready for it, depth. Sorry, I'd like to know where Lion fans are at with it. David, what do you got on Ticket Text? Talk to me.
Someone is agreeing with you, Rico, saying yes on Snead. They do want to go get him. Someone else is saying yes, get Stephon Gilmore now. He needs to be a Detroit Lion tomorrow. Someone else says, I don't hear the Lions talking about culture right now.
Okay, look, I'm not going to sit here and blame the Lions for this because you don't know what everybody goes through in their own house, okay? He checked all the boxes, and they thought that they had somebody. They didn't know that this was going to happen. I'm not blaming the Lions for this one iota.
No, the only thing I'll say is you're going to have good and bad signings, and the reasons for them will always be different, and sometimes it's unexpected. Bottom line, whether it was on the field or now off, Cam Sutton is a terrible signing, and he's gone. Period.
Someone suggesting a few other names for you guys. Xavier Howard, Adoree Jackson. That's from Jay and Warren. Another person is saying, won't you do the opposite of this, and you can draft a guy, but won't you go get Jadeveon Clowney, help the defensive backfield by signing him?
Now, you know I'm big on that. I mean, he is the king of one-year contracts. Let this be your year to sign him.
I'll say it again to you. I'm not arguing the idea. I'm telling you, I don't think they buy it. They signed Davenport. They brought back Kaminsky on a restructure. They have Pascal, and they are buying all the stock they can in James Houston. I just don't think they're doing it. So you're not wrong for bringing it up. I just don't think it's real.
Yeah, someone else is saying there's no way they go get Snead now. They took a chance on Sutton, and it didn't work. They're not taking another chance.
No, you're not going to give up more draft capital to get another corner. You did it with Carlton Davis. You need to go sign a veteran who likes money, who wants to play football for 1 year in Michigan and deal with our roads. And whether it's Xavier Howard, whether it's Stephon Gilmore, I don't care. Dig up Rod Woodson's body. Sign a vet. Bring someone in that I care about. I don't think it's good enough to just go out and be like, well, we found a kid from Romulus who played in the CFL. Come on, man. You can make fun of Cam Sutton, but the reality is he was never supposed to be a lead corner. Right. All right, so now you don't have him. That's a problem. Now, I'll let Brad cook, but I hope we're bringing a corner in. 248-539-9797. Go ahead.
Yeah, someone else is saying, I hate what he's accused of. This is awful, but I'm glad the contract is off the books. He wasn't a good player.
According to TJ, who's hitting me with the player handbook, the only way you would be on the hook for this deal is if somehow he dodged all charges. You sure don't seem like that's in the offing here.
Yeah.
But we'll see. And it's until proven guilty, but that doesn't mean you have to play football for my team.
Yeah, and I applaud the Lions for just saying, you know what, no. This does show me that they do have culture. They're not willing to just, as Jansen would say, letting it play out.
248-539-9797. All right, we'll get more of your ticket text, get some calls. We got deal breakers coming up as well. America's favorite place to watch basketball, if you will. Yeah, Circa Resort and Casino, right where we're at. Whether it's Stadium Swim, the Galaxy Fiesta Ballroom, or whatever the hell this place is called, Circa is a sports fan's dream. Stadium Swim, 6 pools, 3 levels. Book you ain't going to get a reservation this weekend, but you know what I'm saying. Book your future trip, Stadium Swim. Book it today at circalasvegas.com.
All right, so because of the Cam Sutton news, we are going to move deal breakers to 4:30. Cam Sutton's been released. It made all the waves yesterday. He's on the run, if you will. Nobody, you know what? Maybe that's irresponsible on my part. I guess it's just when nobody can find you and your phone's off and they're using flock cameras to try to find your license plate. That kind of sounds like you don't want to be found.
No, brother, I think on the run is an accurate statement.
Okay.
That's not saying he's guilty, but when the cops are asking for the public's help.
Yeah. Okay. So you know what I mean. Sometimes you do a live show and you just fly, and it's like, let me make sure I don't.
We had people yesterday. What about the victim? What do you want me to say? It's a heinous crime that he's being accused of.
Right. And again, I'm staying away from even getting into the charges are bad enough. I wouldn't want him anywhere near my place of business if he's guilty, and the Lions are a place of business. So I'm more focused on he's gone. Do you think it is incumbent, that it is required, that Brad Holmes must go out and do something he didn't plan on doing, which is make an expenditure here? I mean, look, I don't care who it is. It's going to cost you. These corners are not cheap.
No.
But they need to do something. Or am I going to get the Brad bots who just go, whatever Brad decides is good enough for me? I just feel like
I think you'll get both.
Okay.
But if you're smart, he's going to draft somebody. I think that first-round pick went from best available wide receiver, offensive lineman, tight end, you name it. Let's go after him too. All right. And especially because he was down in Alabama the pro day yesterday. Maybe do we see somebody we like that we can move up for? Do we stand pat? Or?
Well, you know what? James has called in and he has a suggestion that I think fits that, and I want him to tell it to you. James, welcome to the show. How are you?
Well, thank you very much. I would get Gilmore for the 1 year experience, and then go get Cooper from Iowa. Let him learn
Cooper DeJean.
for a year. If you have to move up about 5 or 6 spots, move up and go get him. The guy's one of the best athletes out there, and actually he's a returner too. So you got your backup returner, or he can be on special teams too.
Wouldn't hate it. Look, James. With Sutton gone, it paints it in a different picture for me. All I'll continue to say is, if DeJean has a high grade on Holmes' board, he has shown you he will do what it takes to go get his guy. I like the way you're thinking, James. I have nothing negative to say about it.
But yeah, you can go.
But I'm still signing a corner.
No. Right, you get a corner for now, but you're planning for the future. I'm going to give you enough time, warm up to this spot, and maybe you just take it over by the middle of the season. By their first bye week, you're the new corner.
Yes. No, and again, it doesn't matter what I do in the draft. I'm signing someone now. I need a week 1 experienced starter that can do the job. You know, we were trusting that Sutton in a more appropriate role, and this team being better up front, was going to be good enough.
Right.
Him not being here takes away that any possibility. You cannot possibly not re-engage. And I would think, Rico, if you're a veteran and you want to win, and Dan Campbell is a hell of a player's coach and people want to play for him, I'd like to think this would make you one of the most attractive destinations for an available free agent.
Spot available, and here's something that Lions fans aren't used to hearing. You may be able to get a person who says, I'll take less. I just want to be a part of what you guys are doing. Rather than you got to overpay to get this guy to come to Detroit.
Yep.
I heard about your bad roads. Don't worry about it. I just want to win.
I will deal with them.
You know what? I'll be there for the bumpy parade.
Let's go to Freddie, 97.1. Freddie, what's going on, buddy? Freddie.
Hey, how's it going?
There's Freddie. Hey. How you doing, bud?
Yeah. Good. Good to hear you guys. Glad to hear you're out in Vegas having a good time. I really like the Stephon Gilmore angle. I think we need to get somebody in the door right now. Somebody, I know you said Xavier Howard. I thought that was a good idea too. But you also have somebody out there, Valenti, that I think you are maybe a little familiar with, and that's Tre'Davious White, who's coming off of an Achilles. And I don't think he'd be very expensive to bring in. And obviously we've got the injury problems, blah, blah, blah. But
but see, here's the thing, and I'll let you finish. I'm a little tired of bringing in players off of injury, okay? I want somebody And I know it's football, it's a collision sport, but can I just get somebody who didn't come off of an Achilles, didn't come off of a knee injury, didn't have some type of problem in the last 2 years, and can just walk in and play right now?
Rico, I agree with you 1,000%, but I'm just trying to play into the tendencies that it seems like Brad Holmes is doing here, where he's signing these prove-it deals with the guys that are looking to, remake a name for themselves. Hey, come in, we'll pay you $2 million. You have a great year, you go sign your big contract with somebody else. Meanwhile, you helped us down the road.
Yeah, but here's the other thing, and this is the only one of the problems I have with Holmes is quit acting poor. You got the money. Just go out there and pay full price. Sometimes, yes, everybody wants the deal. Everybody wants to say, I got this suit for 60% off. But occasionally, you just got to go out, pay top dollar for a top brand suit. You want a Tom Ford? You got to pay Tom Ford money.
Yeah, stop shopping at Goodwill.
Exactly. So that's how I feel about it.
David, I tell you. Appreciate it, Freddie. David, I tell you, all it took was State winning. This guy, he don't need me here. I mean, this is.
Hey, Mike, good job.
That's right. Thanks, man. Thanks.
Hold on. Good job, Mike.
Yeah. You know what? It's an inside joke, and I apologize. We just did radio for two there, everybody. So my bad. David, a few ticket texts, if you'd be so kind, and we'll get to deal breakers. Again, Cam Sutton released, and just kind of talking about, like, I would just call Stephon Gilmore now, see if I could go 1 year, $10 million, and get him. See if you want to play winning ball. You know, you had a great year in Dallas. You're a respected vet. I need 1 year. I'll make it worth your while, and let's go win a Super Bowl. That's where I would look, but, you know, maybe we should just get T-shirts that say "Let Brad cook." Go ahead, David.
100% agree with both of you guys on needing to add a vet. That's what contenders do. Time to stop pretending. Interesting text here from someone saying, trade St. Brown to Kansas City for Snead and a 4th-round pick.
No, stop. No.
Whoa.
No, stop.
Whoa.
You've been hitting the weed pen. You're a little excited. What planet are you getting rid of Amon-Ra St. Brown? Stop it. You're crazy.
Cooper DeJean plays the same position as Branch, and returners are irrelevant in the NFL. Okay, he's against that move.
Super. Great. Pretty sure Kadarius Toney helped win a Super Bowl 2 years ago. Look, it's fine. You don't have to like DeJean. I'm just saying I'm not going to use that caller's suggestion as a porta potty.
Yep.
I get where his head is at. And all I said is if Brad Holmes loves the kid, fine. I like DeJean because he's a dog. He's a baller. Like, he's just one of the – like –
And he can play multiple positions on an NFL team that has a 53-man roster. So you need a punt returner. You need a kickoff returner. You need somebody back in the secondary. He can check all 3 boxes. And, David, the man can make plays.
Well, speaking of making plays, someone –
He led Iowa in scoring, and he played on defense.
Ouch.
Wow.
I told you, State wins. This guy's whole day turned around.
Someone stubborn on Robertson here saying maybe now everybody will stop calling him just a nickel guy because he's short. He played the majority of his snaps outside, and he has a better PFF grade on the outside.
Right, playing in a completely different scheme for a god-awful secondary. He's 5'8.5". Do me a favor, name another corner that's short who plays exclusively on the outside and plays it at a high level for a playoff team. I'll hang up and listen.
Well, I can tell you this. I'm sure Justin Jefferson is hoping.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Do
okay.
that.
I just got off the phone with Christian in Green Bay. We're excited for that move, Detroit.
Right. Someone wants to double down on the cornerback move in the draft. They're saying, yes, I love the Cooper DeJean selection in the 1st round, but also get Mikey Sanders still in the 4th round. We need depth that would help us after this Sutton.
I'm not drafting another slot corner in the 4th round after I just paid Amick Robinson to come in here. But I like Sanders still, especially if he was a New York Giant. But I do wonder, how will it work when he doesn't know the other team's plays?
Oh, boy.
Oh, come
What was it? David, you told me this was off.
Now, David, you see what happens when Duquesne wins?
The Mormons got me again.
Someone says, definitely bring in Stephon Gilmore. That's the brother I want here for Detroit. Everyone talks about St. Brown's brother. I want Stephon Gilmore. His brother's already on the practice squad.
Let me get to Joe, and then we'll wrap this, and we'll get to deal breakers. Thank you, David. Joe, go right ahead. Welcome to the show.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good, Joe. What's up, buddy?
Hey, you know what? Brad just needs to just, quit playing around before something happens. You know, you don't need to go get no prove it players or anything like that. Somebody hurt. Just go get Gilmore. Say, hey, look, brother, here's $8 million. He played good last year. He's gonna have motivation coming here playing. He's got his brother here. It's just something that's simple. I mean, you're getting out of this Sutton, fiasco. Just go get Gilmore. Don't play around and overthink it. When you overthink it, bad things happen. All you gotta do is just go get him. Hey, here's for 1 year. If you're good, we'll sign you again. But just quit playing around. If you want to draft a corner in the draft, get one later and stuff. But just right now, he's right there. Go get him.
I'm with you. It's free. Obviously it's not my money. But we're not asking to hand out. This isn't some Brian Burns kind of deal. This isn't a 5-year thing. It's not a giving up picks. It's just money. And I would surely hope and venture, God, at least a decent guess, that they feel the same way. Cam Sutton disappearing, no matter what you thought of him, no matter how bad you thought he was, you like to dog him. I mean, guys, the fact is, him not even being available, him not being a part of this team, it requires an addition. I mean, let us not all forget the Vildor Chronicles. Look, we've talked Northville Lumber for a long time. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in America. Nobody moves more product than these guys. Whether you're a contractor or a homeowner, Northville's got you covered, man. They moved enough product to cover 26 football fields.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Lions have released corner Cam Sutton, who's wanted in Florida on domestic battery by strangulation charges. Authorities have not been able to locate him, and he has not yet surrendered himself to police. Sutton joined the Lions a year ago on a 3-year, $33 million deal. He's owed a fully guaranteed $10.5 million for this coming season, which the Lions can apply to void, as most teams do in such situations. After a void, Sutton's release will result in an $8.7 million dead cap hit for Detroit. Michigan State became the first team to advance in the NCAA tournament earlier today, beating Mississippi State 69-51. Brian Anderson, CBS on the final call. Spartans back at it Saturday. Looks like it'll be against North Carolina, who's up on Wagner right now, late, 75-56, about 5 minutes left there. Other games going on right now. Illinois nursing a 1-point, 39-38 halftime lead over Morehead State. South Carolina up early on Oregon, 17-14, 9 minutes left there. Finals aside from Michigan State today. Arizona dispatches Long Beach State 85-65. Creighton 77-60 winner over Akron, and Duquesne upsets BYU 71-67. The Red Wings and Islanders face off from LCA on 97.1 tonight, starting at 6:45. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, I know we moved the segment because we had the Cam Sutton news, but we do it every week at this time, and it's a small break from the tournament in the world of sports. It is time for Deal Breakers.
They made me proud to be a basketball player.
All right, gentlemen, we're going to do a little tournament edition of Deal Breakers today. What do you think?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, here's the first one. Tell me if you know this guy or if you've been around this guy. You work in a small office, and every year during the tourney, one of your coworkers becomes contrarian guy. You say I'm rooting for Salt, guess what? Contrarian guy's rooting for Pepper. You say day, he says night. No matter who you root for, contrarian guy is taking the other side, laughing in your face as you innocently cheer on a team you picked.
Roberto, if you're going to talk about Tom Milliken, be a little less obvious.
Oh, you got me. You got me.
I mean, that is Gov in a heightened situation.
Let's call him the lieutenant.
Yeah. Now, see, you work at an office and they call the guy the corporal. I prefer Buffalo, see?
So this does exist, you're saying?
Oh, God, yes, it exists. No, I like debating stuff, but sometimes it just doesn't need to happen. It's like the guy who wants to argue, and you're like, yeah, Ohtani's best baseball player in the land. Oh, well, what about? No, there is no what about. Dude's modern-day Babe Ruth. Yeah. Stop being a Richard. Yes, it's an absolute deal breaker. I hate people like that. I can't stand it. I don't want to walk around and argue with you all damn day. I do it 4 hours a day as it is.
Or you just get up and move and go watch the game somewhere else and tell them, don't follow me.
Or you leave and let Rico just handle the conversation as I leave him alone.
Oh.
Yeah, David, I haven't forgotten about that. I straight got ambushed.
You left him out there taking bullets, David.
Him and Cookies, just neither one of them could say one word. Like, really, guys? Just nobody. I got to take all the bullets. Okay, all right.
I see how this is going to go.
All right. They just lowered their head and just say, I don't hear anything, nothing. Okay. Go ahead, Roberto.
All right, here we go. Here's another one for you. Your son, who just graduated college, sold all of his furniture and sports memorabilia to bet on the tourney.
Why do I feel like this is your child?
He ends up quadrupling his money. As his father, how do you advise him on what to do with that money, and do you advise him that he not make any more bets with scared money?
Okay.
Basically, give me congratulations. Dumbest decision you've ever made in your life. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. Give me your money before you just give it all away. That's what I would say.
I like that.
I lived in a household where that money would be taken from me. My parents would be like, hope you had fun, sucker. So here's the deal. We're going to go ahead and watch that because we know you're half an idiot. And when you move out of our house, we'll give you that money back.
Yep.
It just wouldn't have been an option.
You're right. It would be taken away, but I was going to tell you, Roberto, that I think it's too late. He already bought the vinyl. You weren't a father already, so it's too late.
Wow. David chose absolute violence.
He did.
Yeah.
This is what happens when Michigan's not in the tournament.
All right, here's another one for you. Find it, sorry. Every year, you try to help your brother-in-law with his bracket. But he always ends up making the worst decisions. Now, here's another one. Is this a guy, too? He'll pick a team that hasn't been better than 500 in its past 10 games. He'll put too much stock in recent streaks. He'll pick a number 16 seed to beat a number 1. And if a team was great last year, he automatically assumes that it's a lock this year. How do you help an idiot like this?
Rico?
You can't. I mean, at this point, you just can't. I don't know how to help you.
Now, do you see guys like that? Can you see guys like that in the room you're in right now?
Yeah, everybody wants to be right. And the tournament allows you to be right 63 times. They're all different games that you can say, hey, and then you let everybody know. It's almost like fantasy football guy. Or I just hit my 8-team parlay guy. You got to let everybody know, hey, I picked that upset. What about the 10 that you missed on? We don't need to talk about that.
Or isn't there like the guy that has like 20 brackets, so either way, he's always picking a winner?
Well, yeah, now you've just described Stoney.
Hey, I'm pretty good at this.
Just going through the office, why don't you?
Just carries a binder of brackets around.
Yes, you're bound to win all the time. That's great.
By the way, side note, what the hell did Bruce Springsteen do to his face? You see that?
I did.
No.
What is it with these old people in the plastic surgery? What are we doing here? Just grow old gracefully. What's the problem? You're old. No one's going to hold it against you.
You know, maybe a part of the Hippocratic Oath, the doctors need to say you look ridiculous. I'll do it. But you know what? You look ridiculous.
Noted.
Wonder if he uses the same beard dye as me.
All right, move along.
All right, here we go. You fly out to Vegas with your friend for the tourney. Mm-hmm. The first night you are there, he becomes a complete liability. He's winning big money, then he's losing big money. You have no idea where this guy stands, financially or otherwise, sobriety-wise, anyway-wise. After watching him blow through thousands of dollars on games, dinners, bar tabs, cigars, he asks you if you can float him $5K until you get home.
Nope.
What do you think?
Absolutely not.
What? You know what? Here's what I'll do. The best I'll do for you, I'm going to go ahead and pay for your plane ticket back. You're gone.
Yeah, you got to get out of here.
You're gone.
Yeah.
Rico as Ray Donovan. Rico putting his ass back on the plane with a postage stamp.
Right. Get out.
Yep,
yeah.
You're gone.
Now, look, there is a time and a place and situationally where you will have to, in Vegas situations or a Kentucky Derby or whatever, float a friend. Perhaps some of the money got left at the hotel.
Right.
Perhaps things happen. No stress. But when you start getting into A, you're a degenerate. B, you're asking for $5,000, not 500 or 1,000. You're asking for 5 G's. I'm kind of with Rico here. We're going to put you in one of them little poodle containers with the holes poked in it so you can breathe.
Yeah.
And we're putting your ass in the cargo bay. You're going home. You're out of here, bro.
Because you're chasing right now.
You're insane.
You're not gambling. You're not winning. You're chasing. And Vegas is Usain Bolt. You ain't catching it.
Guys, I'm wondering if he has a home to go to. You send him home.
Would this be about you, Roberto?
No.
Well, he's got the basement tricked out.
Yeah, right. That's all I need.
Okay, next.
All right, this one I'm going to give you is non-tournament. This is a bonus one, okay? This actually happened in the news last week with all this, Powerball and lottery stuff going on, right? Your wife plays the lottery every week. A few days ago, she went into the convenience store where she purchases her tickets. The owner of the store promptly congratulated her. Your wife was not aware that she had purchased a winning ticket. Luckily, the owner has the transaction on tape. However, your wife has misplaced the $6,000 ticket. Your efforts to locate the ticket have not been successful. Do you feel bad for your wife and try to confront her in her time of loss, or go the I told you so route to get her to learn a lesson?
Time out. You're not confronting, you're consoling. They're two different words.
Oh.
Oy, oy, oy. That's okay. So it all depends on the opponent. This really depends with who you married and what the relationship's like. Certain people, I don't know, man. In your deal, I don't think confronting would be a good idea. For others out there, direct talk might work. I think you need to be very careful here because she probably already feels terrible about what she did.
Yep.
She doesn't need you Mutombo finger wagging and dunking on her.
Yeah, I would probably say this. We're going to spend the entire weekend. We're going to tear the house apart. We're going to tear the car apart. And if in the end we don't find the ticket, we're going to make a pact. We're never speaking to this ever again.
Ooh. Never bring it up again.
Never bring it.
That might be smart for your marriage.
Yeah.
That may be smart.
What? No, because at this point we've exhausted every resources, and maybe the money just wasn't meant for us.
Yeah, because my problem, what I would do is I would say that's why you buy them online. If you would have bought them online.
Yeah, but see, David, this is the difference. You're a jerk.
David.
So, I mean,
David as Dikembe Mutombo. No.
David's spiking a cereal box. There's corn pops everywhere. He goes Terry Tate, linebacker, standing over his wife. These ain't your pens, Richard.
Right. You want gas? Get your $6,000.
No.
All of a sudden, she's nice to him, gives him a sandwich. Oh, you didn't lose the sandwich, did you? But you lost the lottery ticket.
Not today.
Oh, you bought a new purse.
Okay.
Oh, but you didn't lose that.
Yeah, Roberto, David is that dude.
So what we've learned today is don't be contrarian guy. Don't be 20 bracket guy.
Right.
And don't lose your lottery ticket.
Don't be a degen. And then don't be insensitive when you know your life partner already feels terrible about what they did. Don't be David in the cereal aisle.
Yeah, don't ask me for $5,000 after you just gave away all
your
money.
And also don't be Brad Underwood, who's losing to Morehead State right now. All right, that is Deal Breakers.
Mike has a read. Pot it down. You're hot.
Hi, Hungry Howies. Listen, we talked about it earlier. I don't know if the Michigan State win means a hill of beans to you, but maybe Saturday night it gives you a chance to order a pizza and watch one more game before this season mercifully ends. The Pepperoni Duo, 2 types of pepperoni. They put them both on there, the original and the savory. 100% real cheese, real dough made in-house, and it's all for under $10. So while Armando Baycott's going to be feasting on our bigs, you can just eat your feelings with a few slices as we face the Tar Heels. It's Hungry Howie's. Get that large pepperoni duo for $9.99. Hungry Howie's, limited time only. All right, say goodbye to Busted Brackets. FanDuel, they got you covered. Whether you're betting on a big upset, maybe you had Duquesne earlier money line, or maybe you're chalking out, you're going to go with Kentucky to beat OU, it don't matter. I was standing next to a guy who was betting a damn race to 10 earlier. I mean, people are getting loose with it. FanDuel.com, they got more ways to play. 200 bonus bets to use on spreads, money lines. Hell, pick a future. Do whatever you want to do with it. It's FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Just visit FanDuel.com/ticket and bet on college hoops. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. Bet whatever the hell you like. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-270-7117.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. Cam Sutton's time with the Lions is over. The corner, who's wanted in Florida on domestic violence charges, released by the team Thursday afternoon. Authorities still unable to locate Sutton, although police say his license plate has been detected in Florida. Sutton joined the Lions on a 3-year, $33 million deal a year ago. He's owed a fully guaranteed $10.5 million for this coming season, which the Lions will likely file to void, as teams usually do in these situations. Sutton's release will ultimately cost Detroit an $8.7 million dead cap charge. Michigan State cruised past Mississippi State, never trailing. Winners 69-51 Thursday, thanks to 15 points, 7 boards, and a highlight reel block and dunk from Jaden Akins. Following a disappointing regular season that began with a number 4 national ranking and culminated in 14 losses, Akins said the NCAA tournament is a blank slate. The Spartans reward North Carolina on Saturday. Tar Heels easily dispatched of Wagner Thursday 90-61. MSU is 4-12 all time versus UNC, including an 0-5 mark in the NCAA tournament. Games in progress right now. Illinois up on Morehead State 57-48. Oregon up at half, 34-29 over South Carolina. Dayton with a 1-point lead, 17-16. 9 minutes left in the first half over Nevada. Other finals today, Arizona 85-65 over Long Beach State. Creighton 77-60 over Akron. And the big upset so far, number 11 Duquesne bouncing number 6 BYU 71-67. Red Wings and Islanders here on 97.1 The Ticket tonight. Here it's starting at 6:45 at the Corewell Health Update Desk. I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Second half action. Check this out. Dane Danger, one of the best names I've ever heard. Big time done. Illinois now up 9 points. He has 13 points in the second half, 17 for the game, and he has yet to miss a shot. 8 for 8. North Carolina, Wagner. We know what Armando Bacot is capable of. A true double-double machine, trying to go a long run. We picked this one up in the second half. Finishes underneath for a layup. It was just too much Carolina, Coach.
All right, 5 o'clock. Good to have you. We are at Circa, Las Vegas, March Madness. We're going to split the 5 o'clock hour 2 ways. 1, the Cam Sutton news. 2, Michigan State. I don't know where they came up with that performance, but yeah, I mean, it's allowed me to have a good day because Rico's just been high as a kite. I mean, full-blown next Friday vibes. Just really excited for you. So let's get to the Cam Sutton thing first.
These are the days I don't like you. Go ahead.
Oh, stop it. The Lions owe him about $10 million. They will file to void it. It's a violation of the player conduct policy. Cam Newton accused of some heinous stuff. I'm sorry, Cam Sutton.
David did the same thing yesterday.
I apologize. And look, dude seemingly on the run. They've released him. They'll file the grievance. They'll try to get it voided. The expectation is it will be. So here's my suggestion on the matter. You take the $10 million you were going to pay Cam Sutton and you give it to Stephon Gilmore. Cowboys corner, free agent, veteran, crafty. Had a really nice year, even though he's at an advanced age. And honestly, if you're a free agent like Gilmore who's won Super Bowls, who's played for good teams your whole career, the idea would be, hey, man, we're a Super Bowl contender. We just had a job opening. It's going to be Carlton Davis on one side and you on the other. And we'll pay you $10 million to do it. I just want to know from the Brad bots if we can just have family dinner and not argue about this. Cam Sutton getting launched into the sun. I don't think it's good enough to just go, well, we'll address that in the draft. I don't. Because to Rico's point, you don't want to be dependent on a rookie. Look, at some point in the season, you might have to be. Somebody gets hurt. Somebody's totally ineffective. Maybe the rookie ends up being great. The point is, you have the money, you have the job opening, and there are some free agent corners that clearly are better than what you got on the roster. Is it absolute priority to address this and do it in a big way? Not a L'Jarius Sneed way, in a free agent, 1-year deal, right? Isn't that the Brad Holmes?
Yeah, because here's the thing. If you go after a corner, unless you're willing to trade up, you're going to end up getting the second, third, or fourth best corner, not CB1, where, it's Witherspoon who can jump right in for Seattle. You don't get that.
By the way, when did Steve Alford turn into Josh Brolin? 248-539-9797. No, and again, I don't think signing a corner would impact Brad Holmes' draft strategy because Brad Holmes is going to take whoever the hell he wants to take. He's earned the right to do it because he drafts good players. He targets the guys he wants. He'll move up to get them if need be. He's done that twice. He's moved down. I just want to know from Lion fans with the news of Cam Sutton being gone, doesn't it require a response from this organization? It requires a legitimate higher-end free agent corner. And again, I'm not throwing out guys that are going to need a 4-year deal or even a 3-year deal.
And I don't think you need to make a desperation move, but you do need to make a swift move to say, we're still serious about winning. We're not going to sit around and wait to see what happens with this. He's gone. It's now a void.
Right.
And we're going to fill that void with the best corner that's out there, and then we'll pair that up with whoever you draft, because I do think that your first-round pick has now become a corner.
All right, I will give you my best version of, like, finding silver linings, and I'm not this type of person, but work with me. Clearly, Cam Sutton is accused of doing some horrific things, and he's no longer here. So work with me in that this may end up being, although through unfortunate and heinous circumstance, an ability to get a do-over on the worst deal Brad Holmes has signed. That the same money you would have owed Cam Sutton to go out there and maybe be good, maybe, you can now give it to someone who is better than Cam Sutton. If Cam Sutton was on the free agent market, is he better than Stephon Gilmore?
No.
Is he better than Kendall Fuller?
No.
Is he better than Xavier Howard?
No.
Is he better? You know, you see where now again, Tre'Davious White blew out an Achilles. I don't know his health. The point I'm making is, what if this is a way to end up in a better spot? Or am I on the ooh-wee, as you like to say?
No. I think that it makes total sense. It's unfortunate circumstance.
Okay.
But through the crisis, there's an opportunity for you to get a redo. Get it all over. We're going to act like this never happened.
Yeah.
Dude, go get your life together. Godspeed to you, but you're not one of us.
Okay. I want to throw it out to the fans, and we'll get to Michigan State in a few minutes. 248-539-9797. Cam Sutton out. Required response by Brad Holmes. And if you want to go down this road of going, I'm not going to say anything because Brad could let Brad cook, fine. You know what? I guess you're the person who has no opinion on what you eat for dinner either. So, Godspeed. David, you want to read a few ticket texts for me? And then we will get to the business of the tournament. But, look, it is big news. And it's lousy. And you guys can go look at what the hell he's accused of. It's awful. The point is, the dude's on the lam. Police can't find him. Phone's off. They don't know, is he in Michigan? Is he in Florida? You get a report today on Flock Cam. They've pinged his license plate. I mean, just absolutely insane. And he ain't here. And the one thing the Lions don't do is noise. So, see you later. And they'll file that claim. I'd like to know what you want them to do. David, go ahead.
Sign a 1-year deal with Gilmore. Get it done by Easter. Then back to the plan of best player available for the draft. Cam Sutton is better than – okay, you're going to argue this. Cam Sutton is better than Xavier Howard. Go look at the stats.
What stats?
What does it matter? Cam Sutton's not here anymore.
No, hold on. What? Can I ask a –
No, hold on. I'm going to let you finish, Mike.
You're fine.
I'm with David. What does it matter? The man may be incarcerated if things go the wrong way. It doesn't matter what his stats are. I don't think he's going to be available for week 1. Go ahead, Mike.
I just love these people used Cam Sutton as a wet wipe while he was here. And now you get some chuckle box on Ticket Text who wants to defend Cam Sutton? Like, what? You know what? I'm at a point in my career, like, I really don't have an understanding of Lion fan, but then, yes, I do. You're all crypto bros. That's what you are. You think you've invented how to invest because you had one good month. None of you guys know what to do with yourselves. You've become insufferable. You want to argue about everything. Like, who the hell wants to defend Cam Sutton? You want to have an argument, man? Go talk to the wall. I'm not interested.
I'm going to assume that that's just a vocal minority right there.
I don't
because
know.
that makes zero sense. Well, he is better. He won't be available. Even, let's just say he's innocent, he's still got to go through the process to clear his name.
Rico, they want to argue. Because if you're not a Brad bot, you're public enemy number one. Even though I think Brad's done a hell of a good job. Even though he's the best GM in the history of the Lions. Even though I agree with about 75% of the stuff he does. We have reached a point where it's straight Kremlin right now.
Hey, this is what happens when you don't win a playoff game for 40-some years. This is what you get. Everybody's happy.
Yeah, no. They bought the right crypto coin. Yeah. Now they think they're Warren Buffett.
Yeah.
All right, that's cool. David, go ahead. I can't believe that's a real text. That's unbelievable.
It is unbelievable. I'll leave it with this one though. Us Christians might call this a blessing in disguise.
I'm pretty sure you don't have to be religious to use that phrase.
You don't really.
Now, I don't want to see someone victimizing a human being and possibly ruin their life termed as a blessing, but I get where you're going.
Well, that's why I chose my words carefully.
Yeah, it just the way it be is it might work out for us.
You know what? Real quick, side note.
Yeah.
I'm so glad I saw you in line that I didn't say, you know what, put a little money on Morehead State. I would have just threw that away.
I'm here for you, Rico.
At one point, this game was, I think, tied at like 50-all.
You know, mistakes were made. I'd say the finish to this game for Morehead State was, in fact, suboptimal.
Dane Danger became Shaq.
Well, and also, same thing happened to Long Beach State. It was almost like Cookies when he drives his little clown car. They just ran out of juice, and there was no charging box nearby. Long Beach State was up like 32-31. The next thing you know, it's 62-38. It's Cookies when he runs out of the little battery. His clown car his car runs on Smiles and cotton candy.
Anybody got any D-cell batteries? I can use 9-volt in a pinch.
I took one trip in that little clown car with him up to East Lansing. That was the last time you'll ever see me in that thing.
Brother.
We had to sit at a damn Meijer for 30 minutes. I'm going, you do this every day?
Jimmy and I were laughing the whole time. Like, because he pulled me in the office and was like, hey, Mike's going to be driving up with Cookies in his car. This is going to be great.
It was indeed great.
All
Rico,
right,
tell
did
him all
you
about
have more fun in that car or going to the swap meet?
More fun watching what the Mormons did to me today.
All right, guys, you heard me talk about Specs at LTU. Why? Because you're looking for that career in TV, radio, graphic design artist. Specs at LTU can help you achieve that goal. It's very simple. It's located right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. And with Specs at LTU, the beauty of it is you don't have to wait until the fall to enroll in classes because classes are starting year-round. So what do you need to do? You need to head over to the website. Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the Broadcast Media Arts, Digital Media Arts, and Graphics Communications program. Talk through Specs at LTU with instructors who work in the business like yours truly. We're going to get you prepared for your new career, and classes start year-round. So get your name on the roster. It's ltu.edu/specs. And then when you're there, make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
All right, in an instant, an auto accident can put you in the worst financial position ever. You got to hire the right lawyer. And you know who I'm going to tell you to hire. It's injury attorney David Femininio. Him and his team, they've made insurance companies pay for over 30 years. They can help you with your injury case as well. And I'm actually thinking of suing BYU for their performance earlier. So I'm going to call David when I'm done with this commercial. David is ready to speak to you personally right now. Call 855-65-CRASH or simply go to that website anytime at getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, so let's turn our attention to Michigan State. And believe me, I don't think I need to preface this by telling you I'm not Guy Smiley. But it's okay to just be like, all right, well, that was pleasant. I mean, MSU wins by damn near 20. It's a game they haven't played in the better part of 3 months. If you want to tell me the home game against Illinois was high caliber, fair. But I'm talking about straight up destroying somebody.
Total domination.
55% from the field, 41% from deep, and killing them on the glass. Rico, we just haven't seen it.
No, it was wire to wire. The only time I've seen that, Mike, against a team like that was when they played Baylor at LCA.
December.
In December, when they just went, they never had a chance. Baylor was just done, and yeah.
So the question is, what does it mean? Now, for you out in listener land, it may mean nothing. You may say, guys, great, they beat an average Miss State team. They had a really good day. Miss State, a couple of their players got in foul trouble. Fine. I'm not mad at it. I think the other way you could take it is middle ground. Look, I get to order a pizza Saturday night, watch MSU and North Carolina, and you know what? Maybe North Carolina goes out and pulls BYU, plays the worst damn game of their life.
So you're the Vegas guy, Mike, and we're here at Vegas at Circa.
Yeah.
The line looks like it's out.
I guessed 9.5 earlier.
David, you want to take a guess?
I do. I'll go 5.5.
You're both too high.
What?
3.5.
What?
Oh, man.
Did Armando Baycock get the poops?
I have no idea. 3.5.
All right, well then we're just going to throw this to the people. Because look, now I wouldn't reach in your pocket and take your money and bet that game. All I'm saying is there's a complete disconnect between people like me and many Michigan State fans who watch this team and go, what is this? And then the analytics. The analytics, excuse me, drive this stuff. The point spread, all of it. I mean, for that number to be 3.5, I understand they're top 20 in the Ken Palm and they're top 20 in net and all these places. But then you watch it and you're like,
everything about this game says North Carolina. Every number, every measurable, every analytic, I was saying I thought it was going to be like 7.5. And then, yeah, a buddy of mine just sent me and said, yeah, it's minus 3.5 and -4 at some sites.
People, what do you make of it? There's 3 levels to this. There's the I don't care, big deal, we were supposed to be awesome, and big deal, we won a game. There's the middle ground. Hey, I'm kind of happy I get to see a game on a Saturday night, and you know what? It's a single elimination tournament. Anything can happen. Or there's I ran into one of these cats yesterday, the eternal optimist of, as long as we have Tom Izzo, we always have a chance we could go on a run.
Was he rocking the January, February Izzo shirt?
May as well have been. He was young. He was young. He was one of the, I go, okay, man, have a great day.
Dude,
so
the first weekend of March Madness, especially when your team wins, Mike, it's the equivalency of spring training. It's, opening week of the NFL. Anything is possible. We can do this. The magical season. Reality normally kicks in for 98% of the people. But right now, they won. Probably looking at a night game on Saturday, the primetime game. But no, Baycock didn't roll an ankle. I was
3.5 for Michigan State, North Carolina this weekend. That is shocking.
I
to
wonder
me.
how much of that is the Izzo
Yeah, but Rico, I mean, the Izzo bump might be a point to a point and a half.
No, the 24-7 record when he has the one-day turnaround.
Look,
I mean, because it's about numbers. Vegas doesn't care who wins or loses.
No, exactly. I think it's one of those things for me, like that disconnect between the analytics and then what we watch. Maybe it just gets proven out on Saturday. I mean, I don't know. I just would be shocked if they were able to keep it within 10. And then here's the book telling you, oh, North Carolina, 3.5 looks easy, right? No, hell no. They're telling you the analytics matter. They're telling you this team is better than what people like me think they are. Now, I would tell you if they go to the Sweet 16, I still won't be happy because the Sweet 16 is just the barrier to entry to starting to redeem.
Yeah, it's like last year. You made the Sweet 16. You went to overtime. I looked at it as the break even. You didn't win. You didn't lose. You played.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd love to know what people have to say about it. I would. I find that point spread stunning. And it's not about gambling. It's just about what the marketplace, what they believe will create two-way action on this game. That's wild to me. It really is. And again, it's not like North Carolina played poorly today. They won by 28. You know, they didn't have any moments looking like Arizona. I think early in the game it was 13-12, and then they took care of their business.
Oh, no, they look like a 1 seed. We're going to go out there. We're going to rest our players in the second half. We're going to put the bench in. And, we'll see you guys will play on Saturday.
248-539-9797. We can get to it. David, you want to do a tournament blitz next? Maybe roll in that point spread, and we can talk about that as well because that is something is all I can say. Get ready. Get green, stay green with Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Limited time only. You purchase a full lawn program. You receive free grub control. You mention my name, you can say you hate my guts. They'll still take care of your lawn. Whether it's the snow and the cold or things heat up quick, if you wait to see the problems, it's probably too late. Let Natural Way get out. Give you the first application of the season. They've got pros. They've got custom-tailored solutions for your lawn. No prepackaged stuff. Discover the Natural Way difference. Fewer chemicals, sound practices, just doing it right, and they've done it for over 30 years. It's Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Call 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN, or simply go to naturalwaylawn.com. Get that CBS music again. You hear me?
live next, so I need the CBS music. We're not going to do the replay. Yeah, we're going to do it live, no replay. Thanks.
No, I think this was a good show. All things considered. Has Kenny sent anybody any more pictures?
What?
I said, did Kenny send anybody any more pictures?
No, but he texted me and said that he has no oil in his car. That's why it cut off.
Okay, that's something you just don't admit as a man.
It's like, oh my.
No,
oh my.
no. As a man, and we should put that in next week's deal breakers. Running out of gas and no oil in the car are two things you are not allowed to do. Yes. If you're
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Jaden Akins' 15 points, 7 rebounds, and this second-half dunk propelled Michigan State past Mississippi State in the NCAA tournament Thursday, 69-51. CBS Sports on the call, followed by Tom Izzo. State gets North Carolina Saturday with a trip to the Sweet 16 on the line. Checking games in progress, only 2 right now. Oregon up 54-37, an upset special brewing with 13 and a half minutes left over South Carolina. And Nevada with a 34-25 lead over Dayton, halftime there. The Tigers with some roster moves Thursday, solidifying their positional roster. The club optioned infielder Ryan Kreidler and outfielder Akil Baddoo to Toledo and reassigned outfielder Justin Henry Malloy to minor league camp. A critical game for the Red Wings at LCA tonight. Islanders in town, just 3 points back of Detroit for the final wild card in the Eastern Conference. Hear the game here on 97.1 coverage starting at 6:45. And Michigan defensive line coach Greg Scruggs resigned Thursday, 5 days after his drunk driving arrest in downtown Ann Arbor and 13 days after U of M hired him. His blood alcohol level following his arrest was allegedly double the legal limit. It was Scruggs' 3rd drunk driving arrest. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so as we head to the home stretch here, 5:30, let's do a tournament blitz. Basically, it's you guys have been at work all day. You don't have time to watch all this crap. Let's try to talk about some of the notable things that are happening right now, including the Dayton Flyers executing something that I didn't think was possible, having an entire team shove their head up their own the last 7 minutes of a half. David, music.
Yeah,
put it where it doesn't shine. Didn't score the last 7 minutes.
Well, they said, hey, BYU, we want to show you we're not the only bad team.
Thank God for Infante Dante, or whatever the hell his name is for Oregon, because I'll tell you.
He's on fire, by the way.
I got a real thing for betting on just brain-dead teams.
No, Dayton was looking good early on.
Dude, they were up 8. Yeah. Now they're down 9. It all happened in 6 minutes because they were trying to launch themselves into space. Just move on. Just ask me something.
Yeah, let's talk about the Arizona game and the Illinois game. I want to put them together.
I'm not impressed by either.
Those games were similar. They almost finished with the same score. Illinois was only up 6, I believe, at halftime.
Yeah.
And Arizona was up 1 at halftime, and they blew out their team.
Well, they should. I mean, but second of all, look, Illinois doesn't guard anybody. Yep. And I don't buy Brad Underwood in making a deep run. Arizona's another one of these teams where, Rico, the analytics don't match up with what I watch.
True.
I just don't trust them.
No, I don't. As a matter of fact, I thought they were going to get upset again as a 2 seed by a 15 seed today. The Illinois thing, the slow start, it kind of puzzled me because I thought that they were just a better team. David, at one point, I mean, this game was all, I think it was like 50 all or 52. It was close, and then they just finished the game on like a 30-6 run. Dane Danger, the transfer from Baylor, looked like Shaq out there. He couldn't be stopped, and I'll give Underwood and Illinois credit. They just fed the hot hand. They just kept dumping it down to him and said, you know what, just keep scoring, dunking the ball, getting your and ones. If they can't stop you, we're not going to stop you either.
Yeah, no surprise with number 1 North Carolina just murdering Wagner, 90-62 there. They did exactly what they were supposed to do. But with Michigan State's win today, they do play North Carolina. Is there any hope that Michigan State can pull the upset?
I mean, I watched Duquesne, who's absolute butt.
We'll get to that.
Beat BYU start to finish. So, yeah, anything's possible.
For Michigan State, David, you not only have to replicate what you did today, but you may have to actually shoot better, not turn the ball over as you can't afford to make mistakes. You have to play your A-plus game and hope that North Carolina comes in with maybe a C game just to give you a close battle. Mm-hmm. North Carolina is a 1 seed for a reason. All analytics say they're much better than you. So for MSU, you can't afford to beat yourself. You got to play lights out and hope that somebody has another Jaden Akins type of day where they just show up. Like Maddie going out there getting 9 rebounds. Like, okay, where's this been all year?
Well, Mike, you were right, and I was wrong.
Why?
We talked about this game earlier, and I wondered why they were the favorite. The 11 seed Oregon over the 6 seed South Carolina. Well, they're showing why they were the favorite. Up right now, 55-40.
Yeah, I mean, Altman's going to go to 8-0 in the first round, which is unbelievable. But it's all about it. Look, it's the thing when you. It's the blessing and the curse. It's like doing Catch the Ticket. You look at data. You look at stuff like this. And then things happen in this tournament, and it's beautiful, but it's also massively frustrating is like often data means nothing. Like in Fale Dante, when he plays, Oregon's a different team. If he doesn't get hurt and miss like a month of the season and they have 4 bad losses, what if Oregon comes in at like 25-7 instead of 21-11? It's a different team.
Right. You're looking at Oregon as a 6 seed rather than a team that literally had to win their conference to get in this tournament because they were not going to be in the tournament.
And Dante today, I believe, has 21 points. So, he's dominating today because South Carolina doesn't have a center, doesn't have a big. Yeah, which at least we got that right on Cast the Ticket because Lord knows I want the Dayton Fly. I hope that school burns to the ground.
He's got 17 points, Mike, but he's only missed 1 shot today.
After going 12 for 12 in the Pac-12 title game.
Yep.
That's some Jokic stuff right there.
That is nice right there. 2 games I want to talk about that are tonight. One where I believe the upset happens. The other I believe stays close. I am going with the 15 seed St. Peter's to keep it close against Tennessee, and I'm going with the upset special, 13 seed Samford to beat Kansas.
All right, let's start with the St. Pete's thing. The reason it's possible is A, 21.5 is a ton of points.
A lot.
But B, St. Peter's will walk the ball up the court. They play at one of, I think, the 15 slowest paces in America. And Tennessee, let's be fair, man, Rick Barnes is still Rick Barnes. Now, would I touch the game? No, but I don't think you're crazy. Second of all right, you bring up Samford. McCulley not playing for Kansas is devastating. I mean, he really is, to me, he's their best player. And Hunter Dickinson off the shoulder injury, how much? I just think sometimes it gets a little much. It's still Kansas. I don't know. Samford is one of the great mysteries of my lifetime.
Yeah.
But, yeah, David, I wouldn't cry if Dollar Bill Cell found his way out of this tournament. So, hey, you know what? Pray it into existence.
I'm going to say this.
Along with Kentucky winning by more than 13. Can you do that for me?
And maybe the 11 seeds continue the run, David. I look at NC State.
That was going to be my next game.
Okay.
Let's go.
I love that game to watch it. I'm kind of terrified to bet it. But, I mean, you get the backcourt of Texas Tech with Pop Isaac and Joe Toussaint. Tech doesn't have a big. Their center, whose name escapes me, has played once in the last 11 games, and he played 10 ineffective minutes. You're going against DJ Burns, the man who looks like he ate Zion. Woo. I don't know what your answer is.
He's crossing you over.
Well, he'll back you down from the three-point line, and if your answer is to double because you don't have bigs, he looks like inflatable John Stockton out there. This kid just drops dimes. I'm fascinated by it. I am. But NC State, remember something now. They played 5 games in 5 nights. This will be the 6th game in about 10 nights.
True.
That's going to catch up with them at some point.
Right, or they're going to go on that magical run like UConn did where it just seemed like they couldn't lose, and they didn't.
Mm-hmm. So we got Drake, the 10 seed, over the 7 seed. Drake is the favorite. We don't really need to touch on that. But the last couple games, you can say a word or two on them if you think that if these teams keep it close or can pull the upset. Colorado State, the 10 seed, over Texas. 3.5-point favorite for Texas. Oakland versus Kentucky, and McNeese State versus Gonzaga. Can anyone keep it close or pull the upset?
I mean, look, Colorado State's 2.5-point dog.
Yes.
I think the McNeese State thing, I'm starting to kind of move to the other side of. I feel like everybody and their mother is talking McNeese State, but Gonzaga's a really bad matchup. McNeese does not have bigs. Gonzaga's got my guy Graham Ike from Wyoming, he's a stick figure, but he's good. He's 6'11", he's post player. I don't know. I thought the Zags were a really bad matchup for them.
They are. But then again, the Zags have been so inconsistent all year long. They've been kind of that MSU type of thing where you thought they were going to be a lot better and they weren't. For Oakland, I mean, it really did. They play a zone.
Yes.
If Kentucky's hitting shots, there's nothing you can do.
Oh, but I thought that zone was sticky.
I'm not a big zone guy. I've never been a big zone guy. The only team that's mastered the zone, it's kind of like the brotherly shove in football that Philly can do it so well. Only Syracuse under Boeheim can play the zone.
Really dominate, yeah.
And it's just like, how is this working? Because it seems like the easiest, laziest defense out there, but it works.
Yes, it does work, and that is your NCAA tournament blitz. He has a read.
All right, listen. Say goodbye to busted brackets. Let go of your hatred for BYU and let FanDuel get you on a different course. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. It's simple. It's $200 to use on whatever the hell you like. I mean, in Rico's case, he's betting Oakland money line. He's just going crazy out here. FanDuel.com/ticket. Bet on hoops until the final buzzer. It's FanDuel. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online, real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-270-7117.
All right. Pat Caputo coming up next. We are live out here at Circa in the Galaxy Ballroom for March Madness.
The good book.
Yeah. We were out here. The show started, and MSU cruised in their game. Probably Jay Nakins played the best game he's ever played as a Spartan, according to Tom Izzo. They're going to need that, but right now, hey, they're 3.5-point underdogs in Saturday's game against North Carolina.
I am absolutely shocked.
I am as well, because I thought maybe 7.5, 8.5 North Carolina, because North Carolina just handled business. It was a business trip. They didn't break a sweat. It was wire to wire. They were able to sit their starters late in the game. It was over, but hey, maybe Vegas sees something that
it's the analytics, man. It's things like net. It's things like Ken Palm. It's also, you got to balance markets. So
but lots of games going on here. We got an 11 seed in Oregon. Looks like they're about to win. It'll be the second 11 seed today. That will get a victory. I'm looking at North Carolina State to continue the trend, David.
I think tonight, who do you like better if either is going to pull an upset, McNeese or Samford?
Samford.
Whoa, what was that?
Oh, my goodness.
I'm taking Samford. I don't know what that
was. I would go Samford. I don't know. Dickinson has the bad shoulders. He gets bumped. He falls. Something happens. They're -2 starters. That is a different Kansas team. You saw that. I mean, they just got absolutely destroyed when those guys weren't in there. So I know a lot of people are probably saying, hey, that's going to be the sexy pick. But, hey, Samford is where I would go. And I know you're big on the points. Man, this is one where I'm just going, who's singing that fight song in the locker room?
Listen.
Who's slapping their name on the label?
So let me ask you a question. Hold on. So the Rico Beard sing the fight song parlay. What, you just want to do what? You're going to do 3 money lines? You're just going to go Kentucky, you're going to go Kansas, and you're going to go Zags? Is that what Rico does in his universe?
No, I wouldn't pick those 3.
What's the point spread on the Oakland game?
You ready, Pat?
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah.
13.5.
I'd take Kentucky.
Yeah, that's my man right there.
Oh, yeah.
Reed Shepherd season, Pat. Let's
big
get
game for him. Rob Dillingham breakout becomes a lottery pick.
Hey, how about Reed Shepherd next to Cade Cunningham?
I know Reed Shepherd's pretty good, but
down in San Antonio.
I love him. I love Reed Shepherd. He's just a baller. He's a playmaker, and he can shoot the lights out. What's going on, man? What's on the menu tonight?
Well, you guys have been talking a lot of about the NCAA tournament. Obviously, the Lions, they had their cornerback on most wanted posters. And so there's a lot of news going on, but the Red Wings are coming up. This is a huge game. I don't know, Mike, if you're going to rock your Pierre Turgeon jersey tonight and root for your boyhood team, but
I actually have a Derek King T-shirt on right now.
Right now. But I'll tell you what. The Gorton Fishermen.
I had a Ziggy Palfy jersey.
Yeah,
I admit it.
Right.
Guilty as charged. No, Pat, in a lot of ways, do you feel like they saved – don't kill me on this because I know it's hyperbolic. Did they save their season with the goal with 8 seconds to go against Columbus?
12.6 seconds, yeah.
I don't know. Look, they may have, but I don't trust that team right now, the Red Wings.
No.
I mean, they were outshot 11-1 in the first period by Columbus after they had been outshot 17-4 by the Penguins, who aren't a good team.
Right.
So every game they get out to these sluggish starts that are really puzzling. And it's just something that, they saved something, but I don't know what. And the Islanders are like a bad toe fungus. They're the one team that won't go away. They actually have, they got Bo Horvath now. Noah Dobson is a really good defenseman who's developed that the Red Wings passed on in the Philippe Zadina year. So they're a good team. Anders Lee's been there forever. They've got decent goaltending. And I don't see Washington threatening them. Pittsburgh's fallen off the face of the earth. Buffalo is inconsistent. The Islanders, to me, are the biggest threat to the Red Wings in that last playoff spot. And they play them today at home after the Islanders, they started this mess.
And it's like a playoff game.
It is
if
like
you
a
win
playoff game.
You win it, it's got a totally different feel to it. If they lose it, Islanders have a couple of games in hand, correct?
One.
One. Yeah. So it's play. Yeah. There's that. There's the Cam Sutton thing, and then Pat, you make sense of this because I think there's a disconnect between people like you, me, Rico. Like we watch the games, and then what the computers say. Michigan State, North Carolina. Did you see the number for Saturday?
Yeah, 3.5. That is. I heard you guys talking about it. I look. I don't bet on teams that I cover, okay? It's part of the policy I had. But if I didn't, I'd be running down right now or getting on my phone, hopping on the app that I use, and I would be betting on North Carolina to cover. I mean,
I'm with you.
I'm
with you, brother. I don't get it. I just don't. I don't understand it.
And I loved your impersonation of the Izzo February March guy, Mike. I mean,
sorry.
It's we never can count out Coach Izzo in February and March.
Oh, God, it just makes my skin crawl. It's like, all right, let's deny reality and just go with a slogan. Fine.
Every time I see that on social media, I hear that voice that you used exactly like that. You can never count out Coach Izzo in February and March.
Yeah. I'm just so glad. I'm glad I could provide that.
Yeah, they forget about Middle Tennessee State, things like that.
Giddy Pots.
Syracuse at Little Caesars Arena with lottery picks.
Let's kick it old school. George Mason. I got a Rolodex. Don't worry.
Yeah.
The good book is loaded for bear. He's got you covered next. Pat, we'll talk to you later, brother.
Yeah, thanks, man. Good to talk to you.
See you, man. You got it.